What is going on, guys? It is time for the fantasy football playoffs, week 1, week 14. We got a lot to talk about, everyone. I'm pumped. Wayne, good morning. Trevor, good morning. Good to see everybody getting this show started on time, as always. Josh Simmons, how's it going, guys? Hit that like button if you're joining on YouTube. Jake is goated. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. David, good morning, Josh. Good morning, everyone. Week 14 of the NFL. Let's get to it. It's going great, man. My week has been going fantastic. I am pumped for week 14 of the NFL. I'm going to enjoy this moment as much as possible because the NFL, especially the fantasy season, is going to be over before we know it. Kiki QT or Tim Patrick? I would definitely go QT over Patrick. I'd go A.J. Brown over Allen Robinson as well. Honestly, I think I like Hines a little bit more than Singletary. What is good? Berrios is an interesting play. I would probably play him over Washington if Jamison Elite Crowder is not able to suit up. Jamison Elite Crowder is really the one player who we're still not so sure about. There hasn't been very many reports about him. He picked up a hamstring injury on Thursday. Yeah, I don't mind Swift's matchup. I mean, he's against a Packers defense, allowing the second most fantasy points per game to running backs. But I think DeAndre Swift could be in a somewhat limited role in his first day back. My day's been fantastic, man. Been up since 4:30, finishing my research for week 14 of the NFL, getting all my DraftKings lineups, fantasy playoff lineups locked in. I'm feeling very good about today. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Should I drop Gaskin? Yes, you can pretty much drop Myles Gaskin at this point. Unfortunately, that is what it's come to with Myles Gaskin. This is just poor timing in the fantasy season. Wayne, I was waiting for this all week as well. Aaron Jones is a top 3 option. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube, Ishan. I do appreciate that. And we'll be live here right up until 12:55. I promise you, as you come back later in the day, I will have more and more energy as we get closer to 1 o'clock. It happens every single week. I would probably go Kiki QT over Braxton Berrios and over Adrian Peterson. Swift is going to play, by the way. That's like confirmed. I would be playing Corey Davis over Mostert and Gallman. Corey Davis, yeah, it is crazy that it's already week 14. Corey Davis is a solid wide receiver too. There are sports books out there projecting Corey Davis for more receiving yards than A.J. Brown. I mean, Corey Davis has gotten over 10 fantasy points in every single game that he's played this season, except for one. 2 weeks per matchup in the fantasy playoffs. I actually don't mind that format. I think Ronald Jones has a really high ceiling, probably a pretty low floor, but the ceiling is enough to be starting Ronald Jones. Corey Davis and A.J. Brown, I'd be sitting Robbie Anderson / Jarvis Landry. Yeah, but I actually like stacking Corey Davis and A.J. Brown together because at least one of them is having a 20-point day. You're really locking in a solid floor, and they both have a pretty good ceiling. I mean, the Jaguars secondary is atrocious, Nick, so I'm okay starting both Corey Davis and A.J. Brown in the same lineup. I'm doing it on DraftKings a bunch this week. DeAndre Washington is in an okay matchup. The Chiefs' defense, their weakness is stopping the run, but he's not that – I mean, I'm not that into him. I think he's more of a running back 3, and he has a floor of under 5 points. I think that Lynn Bowden could end up being more used than DeAndre Washington. Mike Davis or Ayuk at flex. I would argue that Ayuk has a significantly higher ceiling than Mike Davis. Mike Davis, though, probably has a slightly higher floor. And this is the thing that if you're taking my advice in fantasy football, I'm going to continue to preach that this is a game about a range of outcomes. And the range of outcomes for Brandon Ayuk is very intriguing. I mean, the 90th percentile outcome for Brandon Ayuk is 30 fantasy points. Mike Davis does not have that in his 90th percentile range of outcomes this week, but I do think Davis is going to go over 10 points. Matt Ryan or Taysom Hill? I would probably lean towards Taysom Hill with Julio Jones out. I'm not trusting Matt Ryan. Kiki or Crowder? If Crowder plays, I would go Crowder. We're going to have to see more reports about Crowder before these games at 1 o'clock, though. And everyone, if you're watching live on YouTube right now, hit that like button. Really do appreciate that a lot. We're starting this morning. Everyone watching right now, we're starting this morning with 1,850 YouTube subscribers. We're going to be trying to pass that 2,000 mark today. I think we can do it. That's the goal for today, passing 2,000 YouTube subscribers. Wayne says he's promising to use the WalterPicks app next year. Yes, if you haven't checked out the WalterPicks app yet on the iOS App Store, I've spent over 400 hours, 3+ years building the algorithm and the app. So definitely would appreciate you trying it out. You might get an iPhone just for it. We will be on Android for the start of next season. How you feel about DeAndre Swift? I think he has an intriguing upside, but DeAndre Swift has a really low floor to me this week. I think that he could end up being eased back. Yo, Sam, knew Jamison Elite Crowder would come through last week. Yeah, Jamison Elite Crowder has never had 3 bad games in a row. So we knew Jamison Elite Crowder was going to do well last week. 2 touchdowns. It was great to see him bounce back a little bit. It is very impressive how good he's been despite having to deal with Adam Gase. Allen or Tannehill, and why? Yeah, I've seen Josh Allen questions a lot. And here's why I'm answering Josh Allen to almost every single Josh Allen question today. The reason I'm answering Josh Allen is Josh Allen is top 5 in the NFL in passing yards per game, in yards per attempt, in completion, deep ball completion percentage. He is also top 5 in carries per game, red zone carries per game. He's 3rd in rushing touchdowns. He's up against the Steelers defense. The weakness of the Steelers defense is their secondary. It's the reason why the Bills are better than the Steelers. And I think that you have to be playing Josh Allen. I love Ryan Tannehill, by the way. He has a really high ceiling, though there's a chance that in this Titans game, that the Titans get an early lead, and then we see Derrick Henry rush for 200 yards against a horrible Jaguars defense. So I think that Ryan Tannehill has a significantly lower floor and similar ceiling to Josh Allen. I'm playing Josh Allen. He's a top 5 quarterback option this week. I don't think you can be benching Josh Allen in the fantasy football playoffs. What do you think about Alvin Kamara? Yeah, I got thoughts about Alvin Kamara, guys. Alvin Kamara's floor is a lot lower. It's a lot lower with Taysom Hill playing. He is seeing the least receiving work he's seen in his career under this current offense that he's in, but he is still good enough to go for 80 yards and a touchdown. So I think you still have to be starting him. You just have to lower your expectations a little bit. I'd be playing Corey Davis over Deebo Samuel. So I have Kenyon Drake, CEH, Mike Davis, and DeAndre Swift. You use the WalterPicks app, but we want to know my opinion. Yeah, I would probably rank those guys as Mike Davis number 1. And then after that, I honestly would probably go with DeAndre Swift because I think he has the most ceiling out of those guys. Beasley or Amari Cooper? That is a close one. I would probably lean towards Cole Beasley over Amari Cooper. And that one, it doesn't feel good coming out of my mouth because obviously Amari Cooper is a more talented wide receiver. But Cole Beasley, guys, is in a fantastic matchup this week. He's coming off one of his best games of his season. I scored 200 last week and secured a bye. That's what I'm talking about, man. J.D. McKissick or Amari Cooper? Definitely Amari there. I don't know if Antonio Gibson will be back. Mike Evans over Jonathan Taylor and Robbie Anderson. That's a sketchy one. I do really like Jonathan Taylor today. I think Jonathan Taylor is in a fantastic spot to win people their first playoff matchup of the fantasy season. Jonathan Taylor is up against a Raiders defense that just allowed 200 yards to the New York Jets rushing attack on just first and second downs, just on early downs. That's how much yards they allowed against the run last week. I mean, the Raiders defense is bottom 5 in the NFL at stopping the run. I think Jonathan Taylor is going to have a field day. Big Ben or Matthew Stafford? WalterPicks had it really close. First of all, Billy, thanks for trying out the app. That's the best way to ask your start sit question because I built an app that gives you the most accurate median projections. It also simulates each week 10,000 times to give you boom and bust probabilities for every player. And Billy, personally, I would definitely be going Big Ben over Matthew Stafford. The Bills secondary has actually not been as good as you would think either. And guys, if you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube yet, you got to hit that subscribe button. If you're watching live on YouTube right now, hit that like button. Really does help us out a ton. Appreciate everyone who's hitting that like button on YouTube. Takes like 2 seconds. Kyler or Allen? Kyler Murray's injury has clearly hindered his performance. I would for sure be going Josh Allen. Kruby, I did Deontay and Gurley for Ridley and David Johnson. Yeah, I think that was pretty fair. Jacobs or Gallman? I would probably go Josh Jacobs. Lamar or Tannehill? App leaned toward Lamar. Yeah, I would lean towards Lamar as well. I was saying it last week. I was right last week. He had I think he was 0.5 away from 30 points. He's going to be something similar this week. Lamar's rushing ability and the amount that he's running the ball gives him such a high floor and ceiling in fantasy that you really can't be benching Lamar Jackson. Cooper or Ayuk? I would lean towards Ayuk. I'm playing Lamar over Justin Herbert as well. The app will be on Android by the start of next season. Thoughts on Cam Akers? Yeah, Cam Akers, we cashed in with Cam Akers this week. He was identified as an exploitable player prop on Thursday night, and he cleared his prop. We were betting on him over 50 rushing yards. He had that in the very first drive. It was like 3 minutes into the game, Cam Akers had 65 rushing yards. It was a great time to be betting on Cam Akers. I would be playing Tom Brady over Justin Herbert as well. I think Tom Brady, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, all three of those guys are top 10 options this week. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen, though, are two guys that I would be starting over everyone I just mentioned. Logan Thomas or Evan Ingram? I would probably go Evan Ingram over Logan Thomas. And I know Logan Thomas just had a huge day. A.J. Brown, Swift, or Mike Davis? You can't be benching A.J. Brown. You cannot be benching A.J. Brown. Corey Davis or Robbie Anderson? Listen, the thing about Robbie Anderson this week is without DJ Moore in the lineup, I know Curtis Samuel is back now, but without DJ Moore in the lineup, we can project Robbie Anderson for 10 targets. And being able to project him for 10 targets gives him an extremely high ceiling. I would argue Corey Davis still has a higher floor than Robbie Anderson. Corey Davis, again, he's gotten over 10 fantasy points every single week this season except for one. 9 out of 10 games that Corey Davis has played, he's gotten over 10 fantasy points. So if you're playing Corey Davis, you're locking in at least 10 fantasy points. But if you are playing Robbie Anderson, you're opening yourself up to the upside of 30-plus fantasy points. So I would probably lean towards Robbie Anderson. Debo or Jarvis? I would probably go Debo over. I really don't trust Jarvis Landry. I feel like any given week now, Jarvis Landry is really going to disappoint us, and it's not going to be surprising to me if that is this week. And guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. Helps me out so much. Takes you 2 seconds. Just hit that quick like button. Really do appreciate it. Jacobs or Debo Samuel? I would go Jacobs. I don't think you can really be benching Josh Jacobs in his first week back. Yes, Cam Akers is going to be a great running back 2 option for the rest of the season. Corey Davis, James Conner, or DeAndre Washington? I would rank them in that order. Corey Davis, James Conner, then DeAndre Washington. James Conner is up against the Bills defense that has struggled to stop the run. I think James Conner is going to have a very good day in his first game back, but Corey Davis is the best floor ceiling option there. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, guys. Week 14 of the NFL season. It's the first week in most leagues of the fantasy football playoffs. Jameson, Elite Crowder, or DJ Chark? Honestly, with the injury picked up midweek by Jameson Crowder, I think you're safer going with DJ Chark. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone's as excited for football to get started as I am. I'm going to be live up till 12:55 today, 5 minutes before kickoff. I will be live up until then. You'll see me gain energy throughout the show as we get closer and closer to football. Cooks is out now. Brandon Cooks, dealing with a foot and neck issue, is not expected to play today. That is Brandon Cooks. We got to update the app with that one. Brandon Cooks is out, and that will increase Kiki QT's role in the offense. We can expect Kiki QT to play 100% of the snaps today for the Houston Texans. And that is a big deal in fantasy football. Kiki QT now a solid wide receiver 2. Brandon Cooks now projected for 0 points in the WalterPicks app. We got to update Kiki. And Kiki QT also now becomes a fantastic option on DraftKings, FanDuel, and DFS. Yeah, QT is pretty much a must start at this point. He's the clear number one wide receiver tethered to Deshaun Watson, top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Definitely A.J. Brown over Cole Beasley, guys. How you doing, my man? Jack, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Antonio Gibson, replacement. Peyton Barber, DeAndre Washington, or Ty Johnson. Frank Gore is looking like he's going to play. And Peyton Barber is one of the least talented running backs in the NFL. I want nothing to do with Peyton Barber today, guys. I would be going with DeAndre Washington over out of those 3 options. Evan Ingram or Mark Andrews. I don't think you can be benching. You can't bench Mark Andrews. You cannot be benching Mark Andrews. His ceiling is too high at the tight end position to be benching him. Lamar or Kyler? Kyler Murray's injury has clearly hindered his performance. I would be playing Lamar Jackson over Kyler Murray. I don't think you can be benching. You can't bench Lamar Jackson. You can't bench Josh Allen. I don't think you can really bench Tom Brady this week. Kirk Cousins and Ryan Tannehill are also all really good options. Big Ben is up there as well. All of those guys are great, great starting options this week at the quarterback position. You're really not going wrong with any of them. But Lamar Jackson's rushing upside makes him must start in fantasy football. You have to be starting Lamar Jackson. Don't overthink it. I'm 100% going Kiki QT over Curtis Samuel, Ridley or Chubb. You got to get both those guys in your lineup. Curdy, both those guys, Eckler or Kamara, I would lean towards Austin Eckler given Kamara's lack of receiving volume in the Saints offense. Austin Eckler has top 5 upside this week. He's going to win a lot of people week 14. Austin Eckler has tremendous upside, more upside than most other running backs on today's slate. I also think Derrick Henry is going to have the biggest game of his season, and that is going to solidify why we were buying Derrick Henry for the fantasy playoffs. I mean, there's no better matchup for Derrick Henry than he's going to get over the next 3 weeks. I appreciate everyone who's watching live on YouTube right now. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button if you haven't hit it yet. I'm going to try to get to all of your questions. No, Marcus, I don't like Jalen Hurts in DFS at all. I do think that Jalen Hurts has just such a low floor against a Saints defense. This is one of the worst possible matchups for Jalen Hurts to be starting in his NFL career. He's up against a New Orleans Saints defense that has one of the best running defenses of all time, not even this season, of all time. They are on historic pace in terms of their ability to stop the run. And that is supposed to be what Jalen Hurts brings to this offense. It's the dynamic he's supposed to be bringing is this rushing ability. And Miles Sanders talking about how much he's going to like running the read option. Good luck running the read option against this Saints defense today. Yes, we do have a free prop pick coming today. It's going to be coming out around 10 a.m. today. Definitely come back and tune in for the free prop pick of the week. We nailed it with Nick Chubb over 8 receiving yards last week. He had 16 in the first drive. I'm very confident about our free prop pick of the day once again this week. I would be playing Lamar Jackson over Big Ben. I really don't think you could be benching Lamar Jackson. Rashad Perriman is a good option this week, guys. Rashad Perriman is going to see at least 2 deep targets against a Seattle Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game, 2 wide receivers this season. We already know Denzel Mims is out, and Denzel Mims is the player that Rashad Perriman competes with for targets, especially deep down the field. Now, Jamison Elite Crowder also questionable to play today. Rashad Perriman is one of the best sleepers of the week. I'm starting him in multiple fantasy matchups. I'm starting him in DFS this week. Rashad Perriman has a very, very good chance to go over 10 fantasy points, and he also has a really good chance to go over 20 fantasy points. Given his salary and given his role in the offense against this Seahawks defense, I mean, you have to be trusting Rashad Perriman today. Love the app. Had Baker versus Tua super close. Who you got? Yeah, that's a very, very close one. Both those guys come with a lot of risk, Robert, but I would probably be leaning towards Baker Mayfield over Tua Tagovailoa. Tua has an extremely difficult feat today. He's going up against the Chiefs team that their secondary, especially with Tyrann Mathieu coming back, their secondary is actually very good. I think Tua could really, really struggle today. I would probably lean Baker, who has been really, really hot of late. Godwin, Crowder, A.J. Brown. I would probably be leaning A.J. Brown over all of those guys, though I do really like Chris Godwin as well. Montgomery or Ezekiel Elliott, that's a really close one. You want to be starting both of those guys if we're being honest. I would probably lean towards David Montgomery, who's been on an absolute tear, over 25 fantasy points in each of his last 2 games. Now he's up against the Houston Texans defense that's allowing top 5 fantasy points per game to the running back position. Duke Johnson or Ty Johnson? Definitely Duke Johnson. You're the best, Sam. Thanks. Chark or McLaren? I would be leaning towards McLaren over DJ Chark. McLaren still is one of the safest wide receivers in all of fantasy football. Deebo Samuel or James Conner? I really do like James Conner this week. And again, guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. We got 45 people watching. Let's get 45 likes. I would appreciate that a ton. Helps more than you probably realize. Ronald Jones, Jacobs, or Sanders? I would honestly probably go with Josh Jacobs, then Ronald Jones, then Miles Sanders. I want nothing to do with Miles Sanders this week, guys. Miles Sanders is up against the best running defense in the past decade, and he now has Jalen Hurts running the offense. Who knows what that's going to look like? And we have seen now Jordan Howard stealing first down snaps away from Miles Sanders. We've seen Boston Scott stealing third down snaps away from Miles Sanders. It is really hard to trust Miles Sanders, guys. I would not be trusting Miles Sanders in my lineups in the fantasy football playoffs. Free prop pick of the week. Yes, we see people coming back for the free prop pick of the week, and it's not surprising because we've now gone 12 out of 15 giving away free prop picks this season. I mean, 12 out of 15. That is an absolutely insane efficiency rate. We are giving away free player prop picks at an 80% accuracy with my most confident prop pick of the week. They are targeting to start Wentz today. Is that true? I did not see that from Shefty. The thoughts on MT and Gordon. I think both of those guys can have good days today. I think Melvin Gordon is in a really, really good spot today. A.J. Brown, McLaren, and Allen Robinson start 2. A.J. Brown is a must-start player. You have to have A.J. Brown in your starting lineup. Allen Robinson, I think, gets the slight nod for me over Terry McLaren as well, but those are 2 really comparable players. But you have to have A.J. Brown. His upside is just too high to not have him. Giovanni Bernard or Dobbins or Jeff Wilson? I would probably rank those guys in that order. Giovanni Bernard is not a guy I usually like, but he's in a fantastic matchup today against a Cowboys defense that is one of the worst run defenses in the NFL. If you watch that game, Ravens versus the Cowboys, I mean, everyone in the stadium knew that the Ravens were running the ball, and the Dallas Cowboys could not stop them. They are an atrocious run defense, and Giovanni Bernard is probably going to go for at least 1 touchdown today. Gronk, Edith, I do like Gronk today. Josh Jacobs or Robbie Anderson. I'd probably lean towards Robbie Anderson. Free prop pick of the week is going to be coming out at 10 a.m. Come back at 10 if you want the free prop of the week. Set a little timer on your phone. 38 minutes. Adam Thielen or Terry McLaurin. You can't be benching Adam Thielen today. You cannot be benching Adam Thielen, guys. Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson, you got to lock both of those guys into your lineups. I would be playing Claypool over Higgins. I don't trust the Bengals offense outside of really Giovanni Bernard today, who I'm willing to start as a running back two, like a back-end running back two. I want nothing to do with any of the Bengals offense. Can you be confident in starting Josh Jacobs? Confident might not be the word I would use, but you still have to be starting him given his floor and how much he touches the ball in that offense. You kind of have to start him. Like there's no decision to be made. You're going to be killing yourself if you have Josh Jacobs, your first or second round pick, on your bench in the fantasy playoffs as he gets 20 touches and 20 fantasy points. Gallman or Corey Davis, that one's easy. For sure, Corey Davis, guys. Corey Davis over 10 fantasy points in every single game that he has played this season except for one. Zeke or Anderson, Cole. I would lean towards Ezekiel Elliott over Robbie Anderson in terms of his floor. But in terms of ceiling, Robbie Anderson, I think, has a better ceiling. And I want to make sure I'm very clear today, because today is the first day in most leagues for the fantasy football playoffs. And this could be probably for around 35% of you, 35 to 40% of you. This could be your last day of fantasy football this season. That is a very sad thing to realize. So I want you to know that in the fantasy football playoffs, you got to get all the information you can possibly need to make your start-sit decisions. Your whole season can come down to making the right or wrong start-sit decision. That being said, once you get all the information that you could possibly need, you got to, at some level, trust your gut on who to start, because this is the decision that could make or break your season. Does the WalterPicks app do ESPN draft projections? I don't know what you mean by draft projections. We do help people with their drafts in fantasy. Just use your app. Thanks, man. McKissick or Mike Davis, because Gibson is out. And Pittman or QT. I would probably go Mike Davis over McKissick, and I would go QT over Pittman. Guys, Brandon Cooks is out, and that makes Kiki QT a fantastic option. Hey, Sam, who's the player prop today? Good question, man. Come back at 10 a.m. when I'll first be releasing the free prop pick of the week. I'm pumped about the free prop pick of the week. I got a lot of money risked on the free prop pick of the week. We got 80% accuracy on free prop picks this season. Really, really impressive what we've done with our free prop picks this year. We've also had 68% accuracy on over 200 player props now. This is going to be, I think this week, we are passing our 200th player prop pick. Very, very exciting milestone for the WalterPicks brand. We've had over 130 correct picks on over 200 player props identified using artificial intelligence and machine learning to identify exploitable player prop picks. That's exactly how the algorithm works. Chris Carson or Michael Thomas? I would lean towards Michael Thomas over Chris Carson. We still have not seen Michael Thomas do anything against any team other than the Atlanta Falcons this season. I want to see him do something against a non-Atlanta Falcons team. Taysom Hill or Cousins? App says it's 50-50. Marcus, this one's actually pretty easy for me. I like Kirk Cousins significantly more than I like Taysom Hill this week. The strength of the Philadelphia Eagles is also that their defensive line. I think Taysom Hill could struggle today. Brashad Perriman or Tim Patrick? Definitely Brashad Perriman for me. Mike Evans or Gallman? Definitely Mike Evans. Hey, man, just sub to your YouTube. Jacob, thanks, man. Start Beasley or Kiki QT. I would lean towards Kiki over Cole Beasley. And, guys, we started at 1,850 YouTube subscribers this morning. We're trying to pass 2,000 today. That is my personal goal. So if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube yet, you got to go subscribe. You got to go like. We're live on YouTube and TikTok right now. Appreciate everybody that's tuned in. I'm getting hyped as well, Kobe. We are inching towards the start of the first week of the fantasy playoffs. Rojo, Swift, or Miles Sanders? Well, let me first go on a rant about Miles Sanders for a second. He's up against the best run defense in the NFL this week. He just came off a game against one of the easiest run defense, which was the Green Bay Packers. He did nothing in that game, splitting a lot of his snaps with Boston Scott and with Jordan Howard. I want nothing to do with Miles Sanders this week. Miles Sanders to me is almost a must bench, really, regardless of your situation. You still have one more week for the playoffs. That's different in your league. Again, most leagues started this week, but I do think Ronald Jones is a better play than Miles Sanders. New subscriber, Robert, good to see you, man. Mike Davis or Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I would lean towards Mike Davis over CEH this week. Watson or Brady. I don't think you can be benching Brady. And with Deshaun Watson, without most of his receiving weapons, I think it's Brady for sure. Who should I start at defense? Green Bay or Tampa Bay? Probably Green Bay. Swift or Jacobs? I would go Jacobs. Mostert, to me, comes with a lot of risk. This is the thing with Mostert. He's going to see a lot of carries if the 49ers get a lead. But if they don't, like they didn't last week, Mostert's going to fall to the background. He really is not involved in the passing game at all. And so he comes with a low floor. He has a high ceiling, but a low floor. Mike Smith, CEO. Good to see you, my man. Allen or Brady? I would lean towards Josh Allen over Tom Brady. I'd go Antonio Brown over Sterling Shepard, too. Yeah, I do believe that McCaffrey will play Week 15. Sounds like he wants to come back. I'm not really sure why. There's really no incentive for him to come back. I'd play Mike Williams over Devontae Parker. I'm not very interested in the Miami Dolphins offense today, guys. They have a tough matchup against a good Chiefs defense. Josh Allen or Justin Herbert? That is the money question of the day. Happy Sunday, everyone. Josh Allen or Justin Herbert? This is a question I'm seeing over and over and over again, and I'm answering it the same way every time. It is Josh Allen. Josh Allen has too high of a floor-ceiling combination to not have him in your starting lineup. Josh Allen is a top 5 option. Justin Herbert has a very good chance to have a very good day against an Atlanta Falcons defense that is not scary whatsoever. Though they have been much improved over the last month, I would still be going Josh Allen in this situation. Josh Allen, top 5 in rushing attempts per game, top 3 in red zone rushes per game. He's top 5 in passing yards per game. He's up against the Steelers defense, allowing their weakness is very clearly their secondary. I'm going Josh Allen. Mike Evans, James Conner, Landry, or Debo. App says Evans. I would lean towards Evans there as well. Beasley, QT, or Antonio Brown. Ian Schwam. This is one of those tough decisions a lot of people are going to have to make this week for their flex. And I would personally rank those guys as QT number 1, Antonio Brown number 2, and Beasley number 3. Though they're all pretty good. They're all pretty good flex options. Thoughts on Tannehill, Brown, and Davis stack? Yeah, I love that stack. I think that stack is going to perform very well once again today. The only chance that Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis struggle this week is if Derrick Henry and the Titans offense gets an early lead and we just see Derrick Henry get 30 to 40 carries on pace for 200 plus yards in a game. And that's very possible, though I think that Tannehill, Corey Davis, A.J. Brown are going to combine for a pretty good day against a very bad secondary for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Gurley or Mostert? You can't be playing Gurley. Gurley is a must sit this week. Jefferson or Thielen? Both. You got to get both into your lineup. When you play against Mahomes, Devontae, and Keenan Allen first week of playoffs, that is brutal. Tonyan or Hawkinson at tight end? I really do like Hawkinson today again with Kenny Golladay out. I like Tonyan a lot as well. DJ Chark or James Conner? I would lean towards James Conner. Kiki, Beasley, or McKissick? I would argue that Kiki QT is a solid wide receiver 2 this week with Brandon Cooks out. Yet again, we are seeing this Houston Texans wide receiver core get absolutely depleted. Stafford versus Rivers. That's a close one. I would probably lean towards Stafford there. And guys, I appreciate everybody that's tuned in. If you're watching live on YouTube right now, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers in under a month. You can help us do that. Go to YouTube. It's linked in our TikTok account. Eckler or Josh Jacobs? Guys, you can't be benching Austin Eckler today. He must be in your starting lineup. Like, must. You cannot be benching Austin Eckler. His ceiling is just too high. Who do I flex? McLaren or Swift? Definitely McLaren. DeAndre Swift has upside. Don't get me wrong. We got to like DeAndre Swift's upside, especially as the season goes on. He's the clear starter for the Lions, but in his first game back, he has increased risk. They clearly want to give Adrian Peterson the ball at the goal line, and I think Kerryon Johnson's still going to be involved as well. So DeAndre Swift is by no means a lock this week. McKissick or JT or Anderson, I would rank those guys in the reverse order there. I would go Anderson, JT, then McKissick. QT or Ebron at flex, definitely QT, definitely Jacobs over Gallman too. I know you're scared that Jacobs could leave the game, but he's starting. And the fact that he's back is a good sign for his health. I'm okay starting Josh Jacobs over a guy like Wayne Gallman. And I believe it's confirmed that Josh Jacobs is playing. And also, good news, especially in the first week of the fantasy playoffs for most people, after today's round of testing, per Adam Schefter, NFL has given the clear for all of today's games. All games are on. And also great news is that we have 7 games in the early slate today and 6 games in the late slate. Crowder is not playing. Is that officially confirmed? Let's see here. What am I seeing? You got to name your source. Crowder is out. Ravi, where are you seeing that source? Chubb over Zeke every time. Yeah, guys, Nick Chubb, he's my number one ranked running back in the NFL. Just posted a YouTube video. Again, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube yet, we're going to be posting a lot of long-form content about NFL, about fantasy football. We're going to get into some fantasy basketball maybe as the basketball season gets started. And we're going to be helping you a lot with DraftKings, FanDuel, DFS advice. You got to go subscribe to our YouTube if you haven't subscribed yet. We are live on TikTok and YouTube right now. I recently posted a video about my top 10 running backs. You can see it behind me here. Who's that top 10 running back? And my number one running back in terms of talent and productivity this season is Nick Chubb. Guys, Nick Chubb has been, and it's not even close, the most efficient running back in the NFL this season. It has been absolutely insane how efficient Nick Chubb has been. And the craziest part about the Browns offense and how efficient Nick Chubb has been is they are facing the most stacked boxes, the most defenders in the box in the NFL. Yet they're running it at the highest rate in the NFL into stacked boxes, and they're getting the most yards per carry in the NFL against defenses that know they're running the ball. The defense knows they're running, and they still cannot stop Nick Chubb. That is how good that offensive line is. That is how good Nick Chubb is. That offensive line is just insane. And let's hype up David Montgomery for a second, because David Montgomery was the obvious buy low. Love the Ali A type pick for your vid. Thanks, Marcus. David Montgomery was one of the most obvious buy low candidates about 2 months ago, where he was seeing over 90% of the snaps for the Chicago Bears. And I'm whispering because I'm excited. David Montgomery was seeing over 90% of the snaps, the most volume in the receiving game he had ever seen in his career once Tariq Cohen was injured. The issue with David Montgomery was he could not find the end zone. He only had 1 touchdown in his first 10 games this season. He was averaging like 150 yards per touchdown, and yards are usually very correlated to touchdowns. And now the touchdown regression is starting to hit just at the right time. And David Montgomery, we knew he had the second easiest playoff schedule in the NFL, only behind King Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry and David Montgomery, guys, they are going to win people fantasy football championships, and it's going to start today. It is going to start today. David Montgomery is probably going to have his 3rd straight game over 25 fantasy points today. The app says Ridley over Chubb. Ridley does have an extremely high upside today. I would argue Nick Chubb has a significantly better floor than Calvin Ridley. Like if you want to lock in 15 fantasy points, you're going with Nick Chubb there. But there is very few players with a higher ceiling than Calvin Ridley today with no Julio Jones. Calvin Ridley could see 10 plus targets, and that gives him really more upside than almost every single player. I was seeing in the chat that Jamison Crowder is out today, though I have not officially confirmed that on my Twitter feed with my verified sources here. I've not seen Jameson Elite Crowder is officially out yet. Brandon Cooks or Claypool. Guys, Brandon Cooks is out, injured today. Kiki QT is now a wide receiver too. DraftKingsNation.com says Crowder is out. Let's see this. Let me refresh. And it was concerning with Jameson Elite Crowder picking up a midweek hamstring injury. It's not going to surprise me when we do confirm this with Jameson Elite Crowder officially being out. James Conner or McLaren? I would go McLaren. Kiki QT dropping 20 points. Lauren, definitely possible, Lauren. Melvin Gordon or Ronald Jones? Both of those guys, very intriguing options for me this week. Melvin Gordon has a fantastic matchup against the Panthers. Guys, no running back has gone under 40 rushing yards with at least 8 carries against the Carolina Panthers. We know Melvin Gordon, minimum, like bare minimum, he's getting 50 rushing yards today. It gives him a really good floor. And I think he has a pretty intriguing ceiling as well. Melvin Gordon is a pretty good option this week. Ronald Jones, to me, has also a really high ceiling, though I think he has a lower floor than Melvin Gordon. I have a feeling this Tampa Bay Vikings game is going to be a complete shootout. I think Tom Brady and Kirk Cousins have great days today. Pittman or Mike Davis? I like Mike Davis a little bit more than Pittman. Tough to see Brandon Cooks out this week. It has been a tough going for Deshaun Watson, keeping his wide receivers out there. I love the app. Thank you, man. If you haven't checked out the WalterPicks app yet on the iOS App Store, I've spent over 400 hours building this app. I've spent over 3 years, coming up on 4 years now, building this algorithm. The algorithm uses artificial intelligence and machine learning. We named the algorithm Walter. My name's actually Sam. I named the app after our algorithm Walter, and it has more accurate projections than ESPN, Yahoo, and any other projection sources that you are using. I love Sunday mornings, guys, and I live for this. And this is the biggest week of the season. Every week from here on out is the biggest week of the season, and you have to be making the right start sit decisions. These decisions can decide whether you're out this week or whether you win the fantasy football championship. That's the gravity of these start sit decisions. And in the WalterPicks app, completely free to download on the iOS App Store, I gave everyone 25 free start sit comparisons. What you get in a start sit comparison is median projection using artificial intelligence and machine learning. You get 10,000 simulations of each week, giving you boom and bust probabilities for every player, and you get matchup rating. There's really nothing else you could possibly need. DraftKings Nation is reporting that Jamison Elite Crowder is out this week, which is definitely disappointing news. It gives a huge bump up to Brashad Perriman. Braxton Berrios is now a pretty good sleeper this week as well. Braxton Berrios and Brashad Perriman, these are guys that are available in a lot of leagues that you can be starting this week. Both of them are probably going to see 10 plus targets, and they're up against a Seattle Seahawks secondary allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. There's been no secondary worse than the Seattle Seahawks. So both, oh my God, Frank Gore is playing. Yes, he is playing. Frank Gore, the timeless wonder. I mean, what an absolute beast. And it's going to be brutal, by the way. The New York Jets are going to give Frank Gore 10 to 15 carries again. Ty Johnson, after his great game, clearly more talented than Frank Gore at this point, is going to go back to a secondary role in this offense. So you can't be trusting Ty Johnson at all anymore. Deshaun Watson's top weapons this season: Will Fuller, suspended. Brandon Cooks, out this week. Randall Cobb, on IR. David Johnson, out this week. Kenny Stills, cut from the team. What does Deshaun Watson do? What did he do to deserve this, guys? Herbert or Tannehill? I would lean towards Justin Herbert over Ryan Tannehill. It is extremely close. I think that they're very similar plays this week. The difference for me is that Ryan Tannehill, again, fantasy football, it's a game about a range of outcomes. No one's accurately predicting exactly what's going to happen every week. Anyone who says they are is lying to you. But thinking about the range of outcomes for a player is the right way to think about things. Let's think about the range of outcomes for both Justin Herbert and Ryan Tannehill today. Both of them on the higher end of their range of outcomes, 90th percentile range of outcomes, have over 35 fantasy points within their ballpark. Both of them are playing extremely efficiently. Herbert's obviously had 2 down weeks, but now he gets a Falcons defense that he's almost definitely going to bounce back against. And Ryan Tannehill also has extremely high upside. He's been one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL, though there is a scenario in that Titans-Jaguars game, a range of outcome, where the Titans get an early lead and they run the ball play after play after play, and Ryan Tannehill only has to attempt 15 passes in the game. That's not happening for the Los Angeles Chargers. That's not a range of outcome for Justin Herbert. So I would argue Herbert is a safer option than Ryan Tannehill. And I just broke down exactly why. I hope you guys like that explanation. And Tom Brady over Justin Herbert is something that I can get behind. I think Tom Brady is going to have a fantastic day. He has an extremely good track record coming off of bye weeks. Corey Davis or Kiki QT, I would probably lean towards QT over Corey Davis. I mean, QT is a fantastic option this week, guys. Big problem at running back. Yeah, there's a lot of problems at running back for people. You got to start Clyde. People are deciding, do I start Clyde Edwards-Helaire? Do I start DeAndre Swift? What about J.D. McKissick? He should get a lot of targets. DeAndre Washington or Ty Johnson. Ty Johnson, guys, send him back to the waiver wire. Frank Gore is back from the grave yet again. I think that in your situation, Alex, I would be starting Clyde and DeAndre Swift. At least one of them is probably going to have a big game. Mike Evans or Nick Chubb. I would lean towards Nick Chubb. A.J. Brown or Calvin Ridley. You got to get both those guys in your starting lineup. I would probably go Calvin Ridley, though. Josh Jacobs or Mike Davis. I would lean towards Josh Jacobs over Mike Davis. Mike, the DFS question. How do you like Herbert, Eckler, Allen stack? I do like that stack. I actually have one lineup, Mike, in DraftKings this week with the Herbert, Austin Eckler stack. Austin Eckler is one of the best receiving backs in the NFL, and we obviously know Keenan Allen's the top target for him. I like that stack a lot. And my lock that I have probably in my most lineups today is Brashad Perriman, because Jamison Elite Crowder is looking doubtful at best right now. We have Denzel Mims, Brashad Perriman's top competitor in the offense for the deep targets, also out today, and he's up against a Seahawks secondary, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. I mean, Perriman's ceiling for his price in DFS today is just too high. It's just too high to ignore. Clyde or DeAndre Washington. Oh, God. I would probably lean towards Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I don't love DeAndre Washington that much today. I think that Lynn Bowden is going to get around half the work. You're starting Michael Thomas. So will they stack Taysom Hill or Kyler Murray? I'd probably go Taysom Hill over Kyler Murray. And yeah, you can stack him with Michael Thomas. He is clearly the top target for Taysom Hill. Backyard Heroes, it's playoff time, baby. It is time for the fantasy football playoffs. I don't think you guys will see me this excited. I don't think if you've been tuned in since the beginning, and you know, especially if you've been in our previous live streams, I get more and more excited as we get closer to 1 o'clock, and I feel like I'm already at like my 12 o'clock excitedness. So who knows what it's going to be like as we get closer to kickoff today. I love fantasy football. I always get sad when we get near the end of the season, and there's nothing better than the fantasy football playoffs, guys. We got to enjoy this moment in this day. Davis, Gordon, or Jacobs, I would probably rank those guys as Melvin Gordon number one. Melvin Gordon's up against the Panthers defense, guys. That's one of the worst rushing defenses in the NFL. Melvin Gordon's going to see at least 15 carries today. I won't be surprised if he goes over 100 total yards. And I think that Mike Davis is a slightly riskier option than Josh Jacobs. I would probably lean Josh Jacobs over Mike Davis. Jonnu Smith or Hayden Hurst, both of those guys, very, very similar options. I would probably lean away from Clyde in that situation. Antonio Brown or Crowder. We got a report, though it's not verified by any of the big sources yet, that Jamison Elite Crowder is not playing today. And I think that is probably likely true. Perriman or Landry. Oh, this is what it's going to come down to with the Brashad Perriman stuff. And I think I would go Perriman over Landry. And that's a bold take. I think most fantasy analysts would disagree with me on this one. Landry coming off 2 good games. It's the fantasy playoff backyard heroes. You're thinking about Lockett, Gallman, Evans, MT. Let's get this dub. Let's get these dubs, guys. Let's advance to round 2 of these fantasy playoffs. And I think you've got to go with Lockett and Mike Evans there, man. Both those guys have really, really high upside. Perriman or Mike Davis? I would probably go with Perriman over Mike Davis. Is JT a Walter certified play? Yes, guys. Jonathan Taylor has my stamp of approval today against a Raiders defense that just allowed over 200 rushing yards to the Jets on just first and second downs last week. Let me repeat that in case you just missed that stat. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed over 200 rushing yards to the New York Jets on just first and second downs, just early downs. I mean, Jonathan Taylor is going to absolutely feast today, guys. He's definitely has the Walter certification for solid play this week in all formats. He's going to advance people to the second round of the fantasy playoffs. Brashad Perriman or Devontae Parker. I would probably lean Brashad Perriman over Devontae Parker, who has a tough matchup against a good Chiefs secondary. Michael, thanks for being a premium subscriber in the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store. What you get for being a premium subscriber? You get access to exploitable player prop picks every single week. We've got 68% accuracy on over 200 prop picks dating back to last year. We've also started our DFS product. We have a lineup optimizer that uses linear programming to help you absolutely dominate on DraftKings and FanDuel. You can start your 3-day free trial if you're interested in the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store, completely free to download, completely free to try out. Definitely recommend the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. I've spent over 400 hours building the app. 2 questions, Brady or Herbert? I would lean towards Brady, but it's close. Boyd, Juju, Corey Davis. I would lean towards Corey Davis out of those 3 guys, Michael. Corey Davis, over 10 fantasy points in every single game except for 1 this season. And the Jaguars secondary, arguably the worst secondary in the NFL right now with all the injuries that they have. I like Antonio Brown's upside more than Ronald Jones. But Ruben, I'd be lying to you if I said Ronald Jones doesn't have a much safer floor than Antonio Brown. It's been pretty clear as the Bucs games have gone on, and who knows if this will stay true after their bye week, but it's been pretty clear that Chris Godwin, Mike Evans are still the top targets in that offense, and Antonio Brown's more of a complementary player to both of them. Perriman or Michael Thomas? Josh, you got to go Michael Thomas. Come on. AB or Boyd? I like AB more than Boyd. Premium sub, please answer. Hunt, Connor, or Gio for running back 2? I trust James Conner a lot this week. James Conner, guys, is up against the Buffalo Bills defense that has really struggled to stop the run this season. I do like James Conner this week as a solid running back 2 with running back 1 upside. I think James Conner has a pretty good chance to go over 100 rushing yards. Crowder is apparently, guys, Jameson Elite Crowder at this point he's not startable. We have rumblings of him being out, though it's not officially confirmed. And we do have him picking up a hamstring injury on Thursday. Never what you want to see. So Jameson Elite Crowder, extremely risky option this week if he's even playing at all. And it looks like I have not gotten the official report that he's out yet, though. Yo, Gronk or Jonnu. Sorry. I like Rob Gronkowski a lot today, guys. That Bucs-Vikings game, there's going to be a lot of points scored. And Rob Gronkowski has a very good shot at a touchdown. Mike Davis or Kiki QT at flex, I would definitely go Kiki QT. With Brandon Cooks now out, guys, Kiki QT is a solid wide receiver too. He's going to get at least 10 targets tethered to Deshaun Watson. I mean, he's a fantastic option. And guys, when I woke up at 4:30 this morning, because I almost got up without an alarm clock, I think at like a couple more minutes, I was getting up on my own. That's how excited I am for today. And I set a goal for myself to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. We were only 150 shy when I woke up this morning. This is where we're at, 1,850. If you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're already subscribed to us on YouTube and you hit that like button on our live stream, you're actually helping us gain more subscribers. So thank you. I appreciate that. If you're watching live on TikTok and you haven't checked out our YouTube channel yet, you got to go check that out. Premium subscriber here, Lockett, Keenan Allen, Ridley, or Corey Davis. I would rank those guys in this order. Calvin Ridley, number 1. Guys, you cannot bench Calvin Ridley. With Julio Jones out, you cannot be benching Calvin Ridley. Keenan Allen, you also can't bench. So those 2 are must starts. And when it comes to Corey Davis versus Tyler Lockett, it's a floor versus a ceiling option. Tyler Lockett's ceiling is over 40 fantasy points. There's very few players in the NFL with the ceiling of Tyler Lockett. And if you're on YouTube, guys, there's no need to spam the chat because Calvin Ridley is an obviously better play than Josh Jacobs. But I personally, you can guarantee yourself almost 10 points. Corey Davis has over 10 fantasy points in every single fantasy game except for 1 this season, 9 out of 10. 90% of Corey Davis's games has gone over 10 fantasy points. Tyler Lockett's either getting you 5 fantasy points or he's getting you 40 fantasy points. So that is the option. You're going with the floor or the ceiling. And again, fantasy football, it's all about a range of outcomes. And I'm definitely thinking that Mark Andrews' range of outcomes is a lot better than Robert Tonyan's. I think they have serious similar upside where Tonyan and Andrews, both of them fantastic options this week. But Andrews, his ceiling is in floor combination is just too hard to ignore. Download the WalterPicks app today. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, guys. I spent over 400 hours building this app. The season's coming to a close, but the app is not done yet. We got DFS advice for the rest of the season, leading up all the way to the Super Bowl. We'll have player prop picks that have had over 80% accuracy, over 200 picks dating back to last season. That's a positive ROI if I have ever seen one. Almost every single one of our premium subscribers in the WalterPicks app has paid for their premium subscription 3 times over with our DFS and player prop advice. Who is going to get more points today? Dalvin Cook or Derrick Henry? I mean, you really can't bet against Derrick Henry against this Jaguars team today. If Crowder is out, I need to fill my flex position. Braxton Berrios or Nyheim Hines? I would be going with Nyheim Hines over Braxton Berrios, though it is close. But again, Nyheim Hines, guys, the Raiders, let me repeat the stat because this is one of the craziest stats heading into week 14. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed over 200 rushing yards on just first and second downs to the New York Jets, to Adam Gase, Ty Johnson. Over 200 yards on just first and second down. That's how many yards the Las Vegas Raiders allowed on the ground on just early downs. Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines are both going to feast today, guys. McKissick, Lockett, or Godwin. I would rank those guys in the reverse order. I think the Bucs Vikings game, there's going to be a lot of points scored in that game. Makes Chris Godwin a great option. Mike Evans, even battling through injury, pretty good option this week. Rob Gronkowski has some of the highest ceiling among tight ends this week. Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson, also must starts this week in fantasy football. You got to get both those guys in your starting lineups. Yo, chill, bro. You're spamming too much. Yeah, Caesar. We don't need to spam. I'm allergic to spamming. That's me coughing to spamming. Yeah, no need to spam in the chat, guys. Kamara or Montgomery? Oh God, I would probably lean Montgomery, and that is not what I would expect to be saying in week 14. What your take on Duke Johnson? Duke Johnson has been a pretty big letdown in David Johnson's absence this season. I think that Duke Johnson, though, is pretty much the number 2 option in the offense with Brandon Cooks out, Randall Cobb out, Will Fuller out, Kenny Stills out. It's Kiki QT, and it is Duke Johnson for the Houston Texans. So Duke Johnson's probably going over 10 points, though I don't think he is that high of a ceiling this week. Why do you love Kiki QT this week? Well, he went for 140 yards. He saw the most targets in the offense last week, and Brandon Cooks is out. So Kiki QT is the clear number 1 option tethered to Deshaun Watson. Even in somewhat of a difficult matchup, he has a really, really high ceiling. I like him more than Deebo Samuel. I like him more than Antonio Brown. And to me, Antonio Brown has a similar ceiling, but Antonio Brown's floor is just not high enough for me to get behind in season-long fantasy leagues. He does have a very tough range of outcomes. We are now projecting Jamison Crowder to be out this week. Jets inactives today. Projecting Jamison Elite Crowder to be out. Usually not a good sign when you pick up a late hamstring injury, a calf injury, midweek. That's never a good sign for you. Guys, we're about an hour into the stream. We're 5 minutes away from releasing the free player prop pick of the week. We've had 80% accuracy on our free player prop picks this season. What is it? I think 12 out of 15. We've given away 15 free player prop picks. 12 of them have hit. Last week was Nick Chubb over eight receiving yards. I mean, who's setting that line? He had 16 receiving yards in the first drive. Yes, Perriman is a fantastic sleeper option now. Ty Johnson or Duke Johnson? Definitely Duke Johnson. Guys, Frank Gore is looking like he's playing. How do you check injury status? Luke, I refresh my Twitter feed and I check Roto World as my primary news source. What is Kiki's floor today compared to Mike Davis? That's a fantastic question. I think that Kiki QT's floor today is 8 targets. There's very few players with an 8-target floor. It gives him a fantastic floor. I would be very surprised if Kiki QT goes under 10 fantasy points. Mike Davis's floor, though, is also pretty high. I think it's a pretty similar floor to what Kiki has. We know Mike Davis is seeing at least 10 carries. He's seeing at least 3 targets. And so that gives him around a 10-point floor as well. I think that Kiki QT's ceiling, though, is much higher. When you are drafting running backs in fantasy, should you take into consideration a strong/weak offensive line or volume more? Well, the most predictive thing in fantasy football is volume, and it frankly isn't even close. And this isn't that surprising of a finding, right? The players that touch the ball more score more fantasy points. Boom, wow, mind blown, right? That's not that surprising of a stat, though. Using our machine learning and artificially intelligent algorithms, that's exactly what they tell us. Volume is the most predictive metric for fantasy points, and that is why you got to like Kiki QT this week. It is why Ezekiel Elliott is still ranked as a back-end running back 1 in our algorithm, because he's going to see 20 touches today against a not-so-scary Bengals defense. Boyd or Hilton? I would lean towards T.Y. Hilton over Tyler Boyd. I don't like that Bengals offense really at all. And the weakness of the Cowboys defense is their running defense, not their secondary. And I appreciate everybody who's tuned in right now. I hope everyone is as excited for me for week 14 of the NFL season. We are in the first week in most leagues of the fantasy football playoffs. Your start-sit decisions. What are you listening to? I'm listening to my own voice in these headphones, actually. Your start-sit decisions are going to make or break your season today. Do you offer internships, virtual/in-person, paid/not paid? We actually did hire some people this season as we started to grow. We are not currently hiring, though. There will be more posts in the future as we do hire. Mike Evans or Mike Davis at flex? I would lean towards Mike Evans. Deontay Johnson or Chris Godwin? I would go with Chris Godwin over Deontay Johnson. Mike Evans or Mike Davis? Yeah, I like Mike Evans more. I like Deontay Johnson over Tyler Lockett, though. Deontay Johnson has over 20% target share in every single healthy game that he's played this season. There are very few wide receivers you can say that about. So I do like Deontay Johnson a lot. Yes, you should be nervous about Kyler Murray, guys. His injury has very clearly hindered his performance. If you just watch the games, which, by the way, every single week, I go back and I rewatch every single game of the previous week at least once. It's in my routine to make sure I'm giving you guys the most accurate advice as I possibly can, and making sure that the WalterPicks app continues to have the most accurate projections on the face of the universe, more accurate than ESPN, Yahoo, PFF, Numberfire, any other source of projections that you could possibly find. We have now back-to-back weeks with Kyler Murray going under 200 passing yards. He only completed 53% of his passes last week. I mean, he really is struggling in terms of passing the ball. We've also kind of seen it limit his rushing volume. He's gone under 30 rushing yards in 2 of his last 3 games, under 35 rushing yards in 3 straight games, no rushing touchdowns in his last 3 games. Kyler Murray's floor and ceiling have been significantly lowered by his injury. Austin Eckler or Alvin Kamara? I'm going Austin Eckler over Alvin Kamara this week, guys. Austin Eckler has an extremely high ceiling against an Atlanta Falcons team today. Austin Eckler has upside of 5+ catches, and that gives him a higher ceiling than Alvin Kamara, who's been completely phased out of the passing attack for the New Orleans Saints. Gurley or Washington? Guys, Todd Gurley and Miles Sanders, they're must-sits today. You cannot be starting Todd Gurley. You cannot be starting Miles Sanders. Todd Gurley, the concern with Todd Gurley heading into this season was his knee. That was the concern. Just his knee. Looking at the bone in his leg of his knee, that was the concern. And the second that he popped up on the injury report with a knee issue is the second that Todd Gurley goes straight to our benches, guys. You can't be trusting him, and it's sad to say, but Todd Gurley is on the decline for his career. Drake or Josh Jacobs? I would go Josh Jacobs over Kenyon Drake. And guys, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, you got to go hit that subscribe button. We're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. I know we can do it. When I woke up at 4:30 in the morning, I checked out our YouTube channel. I said, we got to pass 2,000 today. We would be doing that in under a month. We started this channel just a month ago. We are live on YouTube. We are live on TikTok right now. If you're watching live on YouTube, you got to hit that like button. If you've already subscribed, really, that like button helps us out a ton. Wait, so do I start Ronald Jones over Antonio Brown? I think Ronald Jones is a much safer option over Antonio Brown today, but they have similar ceilings. And so for that reason, I would argue that Ronald Jones's floor is higher, but his ceiling is similar. So I would go Ronald Jones over Antonio Brown today. And again, thank you guys hitting that like button. We're almost at 100 likes, which is great to see. Premium subscriber here. Yeah, if you haven't started your premium subscription in the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. Yarshma, good to see you, man. I know you're a premium subscriber. You can start your 3-day free trial in the WalterPicks app today. We're giving away exploitable player prop picks every single week, 68% accuracy on over 200 picks dating back to last season. You can get those completely free in the WalterPicks app if you start your 3-day free trial. And it is time to announce our DFS lineup optimizer that uses linear programming to give you the optimal lineups based on the players that you want to play in DFS. We have had people win thousands of dollars already with this DFS lineup optimizer, which, by the way, recommended everyone last week to play Darren Waller. Almost every single person, every single WalterPicks subscriber that was on DraftKings and FanDuel last week had Darren Waller in their lineup, and every single person cashed. It's 10. Where is the free prop pick? I'm very excited to give this free prop pick away, guys. This prop pick is an absolute lock today. And there's a few locks. I think we actually have 2 locks in the WalterPicks app today on the iOS App Store for our exploitable player props. And here is my absolute lock of the day. You got to go lock this one in. It is Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Hear me out on this one. In Phillip Lindsay's 8 games playing alongside Melvin Gordon this season, Lindsay is averaging 9 rushing attempts. Keep that number in mind, 9. And he's averaging 42 rushing yards per game. He's averaging 42 rushing yards per game in games where Melvin Gordon also played. His over-under today is 27 rushing yards. This week, he's up against a Carolina Panthers defense that ranks 7th worst against running backs. Every single running back that has played the Panthers and has had at least 9 rushing attempts has gone over 30 rushing yards. I'm going to say this again in case you missed that. Every single running back that has had at least 9 rushing attempts against the Carolina Panthers has gone over 30 rushing yards. Let's go back. What is Phillip Lindsay averaging per game with Melvin Gordon also playing? 9 rushing attempts. He's up against the Carolina Panthers. They set this line at 27, guys. Phillip Lindsay is going over 27 rushing yards today. He's probably going to do it before he even gets to his 9th carry. But by the time Phillip Lindsay reaches his 9th carry, he's clearing 27 rushing yards. Lock it in. Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. He's not a fantastic fantasy option this week, but this is why player prop picks are so fun, because 27 rushing yards is not a lot for a guy like Phillip Lindsay. I'm locking in Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Lock it in, everyone. Free prop pick of the week. Dang, Sam, starting off with high energy instead of going up. Yarshma, this is week 14. It is the first week of the fantasy football playoffs, and I appreciate you because you've been on our live streams before. And you know I start this live stream around 8:45 a.m. in Eastern time, and I go right up for 4 straight hours up to the 1 o'clock games, the first games of the day. And usually my energy starts low as I'm waking up and drinking my first coffee of the day. But as we get closer and closer to game time, I get more and more excited. This week, though, I feel like I'm already at my 1 o'clock energy. So who knows where this is going as we get closer and closer to the games. I'm going to start absolutely getting energized. Lockett or Metcalf? It's definitely Metcalf over Lockett. That's pretty clear at this point. Wilson or Watson? That is Carson. You can't be trusting Deshaun Watson today with all of his weapons out. Brandon Cooks out. Will Fuller suspended. Kenny Stills cut. Randall Cobb on IR. His number 1 option is Kiki QT. His number 2 option is probably Duke Johnson or Jordan Akins. I mean, he's got no weapons around him at this point. So Deshaun Watson can't be trusted. Meanwhile, Kiki QT is a solid wide receiver 2 option with wide receiver 1 upside today. You got to get Kiki QT into your lineups. DeAndre Washington, Melvin Gordon, or Giovanni Bernard at flex. I like Melvin Gordon a lot today for a lot of the same reasons I like Phillip Lindsay. Melvin Gordon is a fantastic option. I would be absolutely shocked if Melvin Gordon got less than 50 yards today. Good luck in your fantasy playoffs, guys. And this is one of my core pieces of advice for today. I got to keep repeating this to people today because it's the fantasy football playoffs. And because this could be your last week of the season, your decisions today could decide whether you make it to the championship or whether you're out in the fantasy playoffs. You got to get all the information you possibly can to make the best possible decision. That's why you should download the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store to get boom, bust probabilities based on 10,000 simulations of the week, to get our accurate median projections for every player based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, more accurate than ESPN and Yahoo over the last 2 years. But at the end of the day, you have to make your own decision today, guys. And if your gut is telling you something, you got to trust your gut in the fantasy playoffs, because the worst thing is to go against your own beliefs and have it backfire in the fantasy playoffs. You got to trust your gut today, guys. And that is not something I've really said all season, because I am someone who trusts the math, and my gut is to trust the math. But if your gut is telling you something else today, if your gut is telling you Antonio Brown is going to go off today, then get Antonio Brown into your lineups. This is the playoffs. This is some of the last decisions you will be making this season, either way, win or loss today. Ryan or Cousins. I do not trust Matt Ryan without Julio Jones. It's absolutely Kirk Cousins over Matt Ryan today. Kiki or Perriman. I like Kiki QT a little bit more than Perriman, though both of them are very, very good options. Best of luck to you, Sam, and all my fantasy bros in here. Nick, good luck to you as well in the fantasy playoffs. I'm glad that you've made it here, man. Miles Sanders or Giovanni Bernard? Rob, Miles Sanders is a must sit for me this week. You can't trust Miles Sanders. I don't care how much he says he's excited to run the read option with Jalen Hurts. He's up against a Saints defense that is historically one of the best run defenses of all time. You can't trust Jalen Hurts. You can't trust Miles Sanders. You have to be going with Giovanni Bernard, who's in a significantly better option. And it doesn't feel good because Miles Sanders is much better at the game of football than Giovanni Bernard is. But given their situations and given their matchups, you have to be going with Giovanni Bernard over Miles Sanders. McKissick, Swift, or Kiki QT. I'm going Kiki QT there. Kiki QT, solid wide receiver 2 with wide receiver 1 upside this week with Brandon Cooks out. He's going to see 10-plus targets, guys. Mike Evans or Rashad Perriman? Definitely Evans. Yo, Sam, Duke Johnson or Peyton Barber? Mike, thank you for asking this Peyton Barber question because, guys, you cannot be considering starting Peyton Barber in your starting lineups. That is not something I want you to go through emotionally. Watching Peyton Barber and rooting for Peyton Barber is going to be absolutely brutal for you. Bench Peyton Barber, send him back to the waiver wire, make him someone else's problem. Yes, the free prop pick of the week is Phillip Lindsay, over 27 rushing yards. He's averaging 9 attempts per game with Melvin Gordon this season, and every single running back that has had at least 9 rushing attempts against the Carolina Panthers has gone over 30 rushing yards. So lock in Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Should I start Diggs? Yes, of course. You have to start Stephon Diggs this week. And guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed yet. Really do appreciate that. And if you're watching live on TikTok, we're trying to pass 1,000. We're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. That was the goal I set for myself at 4:30 in the morning when I woke up this morning. We can do it with your help. If you go to our TikTok bio, click on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Really would appreciate that a lot. Zach Horowitz, good morning. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Curtis Samuel or Devontae? I'd probably go Curtis Samuel there. I'd probably go Curtis Samuel over Pittman as well. Godwin or Evans? I always lean Chris Godwin over Mike Evans, though it's a toss-up each week. Both of them should do well this week. I'd go Mike Evans over Kiki QT. Again, there's going to be a ton of points scored in this Buccaneers-Vikings game. I mean, we could see both teams go over 30 points. I think you've got to be starting Rob Gronkowski. I think you have to be starting both Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. Ronald Jones has a very high ceiling. Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, obvious must-starts. The only 2 players with more points in fantasy football than Justin Jefferson over the last month at the wide receiver position are Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill. End of list. Justin Jefferson is number 3 in fantasy points at the wide receiver position over the last month. I mean, you have to start him. What do we do about Watson? Yes, you should be starting Ryan Tannehill over Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson's without any weapons today. He's extremely risky. Deontay or Godwin or Anderson? I'd probably go Godwin out of those players. Tannehill or Herbert? I would lean towards Herbert. And I explained this one earlier on the show, but you got to think about things in terms of a range of outcomes and a different range of possibilities for a player, because obviously nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. Anyone telling you they know exactly what's going to happen is lying to you. And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to speak in terms of range of outcomes. And the range of outcomes for Ryan Tannehill is very wide, because there's a chance that with how bad that Jaguar secondary is, if the Jaguars can keep the game close, Ryan Tannehill is going to be a top 5 fantasy football quarterback this week, though there is a possibility that the Titans get an early lead and they lean heavy on Derrick Henry, and Ryan Tannehill only throws 15 passing attempts. Justin Herbert, meanwhile, he's almost definitely throwing at least 30 passing attempts today, so he, to me, is a better option than Ryan Tannehill. Landry or Claypool? I do like Landry over Claypool. Guys, James Washington has started to steal some work from Chase Claypool. Higgins, QT, or AB. I would rank those guys as QT number 1, Antonio Brown number 2, and Higgins number 3. I don't have any trust in that Bengals offense without Joe Burrow. Ayuk or Beasley. Very intriguing comparison there. I would lean towards Ayuk. And again, you can answer all your start-sit questions on the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. Completely free to download. I gave everyone 25 free start-sit comparisons. You're getting the most accurate projections in the universe completely free. And I'm doing that because it is the fantasy football playoffs, and I want you to have the best possible information to make your decisions. So go download the WalterPicks app, try it out, and then come back. Let me know what Walter was saying. Again, Walter uses artificial intelligence and machine learning to give you the most accurate projections. Samuel, Watkins, Perriman, Crowder. Pick 2. Carlos, it's looking like Jamison Elite Crowder is trending towards being out today. And so I would lean towards Perriman being a really good sleeper pick this week, especially in DFS. Rashad Perriman is very, very intriguing. I would be starting Kirk Cousins over Taysom Hill for sure. Allen or Tannehill. Guys, Josh Allen is a must start this week. You cannot bench Josh Allen. You have to play Josh Allen. Josh Allen has too high of a ceiling against a defense, a Pittsburgh Steelers defense, that's weakness is its secondary. It's been the weakness for them all season. It is why the Bills are going to beat the Steelers this week. Connor, Drake, or Godwin at flex. I would go Godwin for the upside. Watson or Taysom Hill. I would probably lean towards Taysom Hill over Deshaun Watson. Again, Deshaun Watson is in bench territory now. No Brandon Cooks. His top options, Kiki QT. Duke Johnson could be number 2. I like Kiki QT more than Cole Beasley, though. QT is going to get more targets than Cole Beasley gets. Akers or Gordon rest of season. Akers, man. Cam Akers, man, did he look good on Thursday night. We called his player prop, by the way, identified by our artificially intelligent algorithm. It told all of our premium subscribers to go bet on Cam Akers on Thursday night. We all cashed in on that one on the first drive. Hey, Sam, I'm in a pickle. Who do I start? Amari Cooper, Jonathan Taylor, or Kiki QT? Jonathan Taylor is in a fantastic spot today, guys. And there is a little concern. There is a tiny bit of risk with Jonathan Taylor, who his volume was not as high as we were hoping for last week. He saw his snap share decrease, his carry share decrease, his target share slightly decrease from week 12 to week 13. But you have to like the spot that Jonathan Taylor is in this week, guys. I'm going to repeat the stat multiple times today because it is absolutely insane. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed over 200 rushing yards to the New York Jets on just first and second downs last week. I'm going to say that again in case you missed it. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed over 200 rushing yards on just first and second downs to the New York Jets last week. And that's who Jonathan Taylor gets to play this week. That's who Nyheim Hines gets to play this week. Both of them very, very good options this week. So I'm starting Jonathan Taylor in most situations. His upside is impossible to ignore. And again, guys, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, you got to go do that. If you haven't hit that like button and you're watching live on YouTube, it takes 2 seconds. Hit that like button really quick. Helps us out a ton. Hit that subscribe button. If you haven't subscribed yet, it's on WalterPicks app. It's telling me to start Mike Davis or Corey Davis over QQT. So I don't know, even though Cooks is out. DJ Moore is out as well. QT versus Corey Davis is an interesting decision to have to make this week. I'd argue QT has the higher ceiling. Corey Davis has the higher floor. Calvin Ridley for sure over Tyler Lockett, guys. Calvin Ridley has to be has to be in your starting lineup. A-Rob or Montgomery? App says A-Rob. Yeah, I would argue Allen Robinson has the higher ceiling, but I would probably lean towards David Montgomery over Allen Robinson. David Montgomery over 25 fantasy points in back-to-back weeks, and he's going to feast again today against a Houston Texans team that could struggle to put up points now with a depleted offense and has been bottom 5 in terms of fantasy points per game allowed to running backs this season. I would probably go David Montgomery over Allen Robinson. Walter, please, who do I start? Kiki or Marquise Brown? And Joey, it's definitely Kiki QT. And by the way, my name is not Walter. I built an artificially intelligent algorithm. I named him Walter, then built an app on the iOS App Store about Walter called WalterPicks, where you can get all of his projections. My name's actually Sam. Classic mistake, though, so no worries at all. What do you think about Todd Gurley? I want nothing to do with Todd Gurley. How do you think Waller will do today? Obviously, he's not going to do quite as well as he did last week. Guys, Darren Waller had the 6th best fantasy performance at the tight end position of all time last week, 200 yards and a TD. I mean, he was absolutely insane. And by the way, he was the only tight end recommended in the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store in terms of DFS advice last week. We all cashed in with Darren Waller if you were a premium subscriber to the WalterPicks app. And today, I do think that Darren Waller can continue having a very good season, but we can't expect 200 yards, of course. Trubisky or Cousins? Definitely Kirk Cousins. Guys, there's going to be a ton of points scored in that Vikings versus Bucks game. I think I would lean towards Chris Godwin over Robbie Anderson, though it's very close. And I want both of them in my starting lineup. I would go Robbie Anderson over Corey Davis. Irv Smith or Hayden Hurst? I mean, Irv Smith apparently is going to be somewhat limited today, but there's only 2 tight ends on the roster with Kyle Rudolph out. Irv Smith is a solid tight end 1. I think we have him ranked around tight end 11 or tight end 12. I like Irv Smith today. Lamar or Tannehill? There's a few players this week that you just can't bench. And Lamar Jackson is one of those players. You have to be starting Lamar Jackson. Sam, please help. I'm playing the 1 seed. Justin Herbert or Josh Allen? I'm going with Josh Allen. I think Josh Allen has too high of a ceiling to be benching this week. Love the app. QT or Mostert? I would go QT. Matt, good to see you, man. Perriman or Shepard? I would lean Brashad Perriman, Matt. And the interesting thing with Brashad Perriman is I'm not so sure Jamison Elite Crowder being out is actually going to help him that much, but Denzel Mims being out definitely helps him because they are very similar players in that offense. They're the ones seeing the deep targets in the offense. And Matt, they're up against the Seattle Seahawks defense that's allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. It would be pretty surprising to me if Brashad Perriman scored less than 10 fantasy points today. I need Hunt or Perriman. I would lean towards Perriman over Hunt. It's close, though. It is definitely close. Pumpkin and Hulk, thank you. Higgins or AB? I would go AB. Again, I don't trust that Bengals offense. Not sure how I feel about starting Cousins over Hill today. I like Kirk Cousins a lot more than Taysom Hill today. I feel pretty confident about that one. Again, I think a Vikings-Bucks game is going to be extremely high scoring. I do think that game is there's a chance both teams go over 30 points. Hey, Sam, I've been here for a while. Thanks for tuning in, Mateus. McLaren, Connor, or Michael Thomas? I would probably go with Michael Thomas and McLaren there. Hines or Gurley? I would go with Hines over Todd Gurley. Guys, Todd Gurley's must sit. Along with Miles Sanders, Todd Gurley cannot be trusted in your fantasy lineups. Cousins or Brady? I would lean towards Tom Brady over Kirk Cousins just because the Bucs are a more pass-heavy team than the Minnesota Vikings. Deontay or CeeDee Lamb? I would go Deontay Johnson. A.J. Brown or Corey Davis? I go A.J. Brown over Corey Davis, though both of them should do very well. Lamar or Taysom Hill? I like Lamar Jackson a lot more than Taysom Hill. A.J. Brown or Calvin Ridley? I would go Ridley. A.J. Brown or Chris Godwin? I would go A.J. Brown. But again, A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Calvin Ridley, all 3 of those guys are going to have fantastic weeks this week. And again, if you're watching live on YouTube, we're only 8 likes away from passing 100 likes. Help us get there. You could be our 100th like on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, you got to go do that. We're almost at 2,000 YouTube subscribers. That was the goal I set for myself this morning at around 4:30 when I woke up today, and I am pumped because it is the first week of the fantasy football playoffs, week 14 of the NFL season, guys. The time has come to win our fantasy football championships. I could not be more excited. How do you think Dalvin will do this week? I think Dalvin Cook will have a very good week, even against a tough run defense that is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I would be playing Mike Davis over J.D. McKissick. 100 likes, Johnny. We're almost there. We're 2 away. If you're watching live on YouTube, be our 100th like. Would appreciate that a ton. Ebron or Hurst? I would lean towards Ebron over Hurst. Definitely Kareem Hunt over Adrian Peterson. Hines or Duke? Pumpkin. Thanks, man. Yeah, I would definitely go Nyheim Hines over Duke Johnson. And the reason is they're up against the Carolina. Nyheim Hines is up against a Las Vegas Raiders defense that just allowed 200 rushing yards to the New York Jets on just first and second downs. So you got to be going with Nyheim Hines over Duke Johnson. Even though Duke Johnson is going to touch the ball more than Nyheim Hines, I like Hines over Duke this week. How do you think Kiki will do this week? I think Kiki QT is a solid wide receiver 2 with wide receiver 1 upside. I think he's getting at least 10 targets. So you got to love Kiki this week. Herbert or Murray? I don't trust Kyler Murray. Given that injury, I would go with Justin Herbert. I'd go Clyde over Todd Gurley. Goddard or Logan Thomas? I would probably lean towards Logan Thomas. I don't trust Jalen Hurts to do much this week. Mike Evans or Justin Jefferson? Justin Jefferson for sure. Again, the only 2 players with more fantasy points at the wide receiver position than Justin Jefferson over the last month are Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill. End of list. Justin Jefferson needs to be in your starting lineup. McKissick or Hunt? James, I would go Hunt over McKissick. McKissick should see a lot of volume in the passing game, but his ceiling is still not that exciting to me in that offense. Parker or Davis? Definitely Corey Davis. And wow, look where we are. Ex-teammates. I mean, not ex-teammates, but pretty much identical breakout situations for Corey Davis and Devontae Parker where they broke out late in their career. I like Corey Davis more than Devontae Parker this week. Kenyon or Nick Chubb? Guys, you could not bench Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb is an auto lock into your starting lineup. Lockett, Debo, or QT? I would rank those guys probably as Lockett number 1, QT number 2, and the third player number 3. Jefferson or A.J. Brown? Both of those guys need to be in your starting lineups, guys. They have to get into your starting lineups. Pick one. Higgins, AB, DeAndre Washington. I would go Antonio Brown there. I'm not going to be surprised at all if Antonio Brown has a huge day coming off the bye week for the Buccaneers. DeAndre Washington or Cole Beasley? I'd go Beasley. DeAndre Washington, guys, has a lot of risk. He has Devontae Booker bust potential this week. DeAndre Washington could very easily split snaps with Lynn Bowden. He's up against a pretty good Chiefs defense. The Dolphins could get behind early in this game, which would also lean more towards Lynn Bowden over DeAndre Washington. So he's risky. Judy, Gage, Parker, or Higgins? Absolutely, it's Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy is going to bounce back this week, guys. He's had 3 straight down performances, but I do think he's a must-start this week. Anyone with the WalterPicks app, run this one for me. PPR, Michael Thomas, Evans, or Corey Davis? That's a tough one. Someone run that for him. Dobbins or Miles Sanders? You can't start Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders is a must-bench this week against a New Orleans Saints defense that is historically one of the best run defenses of all time. You can't start Miles Sanders, so I would go Dobbins. Mostert or McKissick. In a PPR league, you can argue McKissick over Mostert. Stephon Diggs, by the way, is also a must start. Tight end Cameron Brate is expected to play despite being questionable. I don't think that limits Rob Gronkowski too much. Melvin Gordon is a fantastic option today as well. Guys, Melvin Gordon is up against a Panthers defense that's really not stopped anyone on the ground this season. Melvin Gordon's for sure going over 50 rushing yards. DeAndre Washington or Ty Johnson? It's Washington because Frank Gore is probably going to be playing this week. Judy or Hunt? I like Judy a little bit more than Hunt. MT or Lockett for this week? I would lean towards MT over Lockett. DeAndre Washington or Miles Sanders. Oh, God. I think there's a situation where you probably have to go Miles Sanders, but it's really close. And again, Sanders is not in a good option. Koo is the absolute GOAT. Yeah, Younghoe Koo is going to win fantasy championships. Gallup or Devontae Adams? Is that a legit question? I can't believe you spent any moment of time typing in that question. Devontae Adams, the number one wide receiver in the NFL. Akins or Goddard? Atkins or Goddard? I don't know if it's Jordan Akins or Atkins, but I'd take him over Goddard. With Jalen Hurts starting, Dallas Goedert's ceiling and floor extremely lowered. Debo or Ayuk? You got to go Ayuk, I guess, at this point over Debo. Last week it was Debo over Ayuk. This week I'm going Ayuk over Debo Samuel. Brady or Watson? If you have Kiki, I would go Brady and still start Kiki. Brady has a much, much safer floor and ceiling than Deshaun Watson without most of his weapons. Thoughts on Josh Jacobs? I think Josh Jacobs is going to be a running back one this week. Even in somewhat of a tough matchup, he's probably going to see 20 touches. Hines or Montgomery? Definitely David Montgomery over Nyheim Hines. Guys, Montgomery has gone over 25 fantasy points in back-to-back weeks now. This could be his third straight week over 25 fantasy points. He's in a really good matchup again against a Houston Texans defense, allowing top 5 fantasy points per game. And then on the other side of the ball for the Houston Texans, if we try to project the game flow in this game, Deshaun Watson has the worst supporting cast this week than he has his entire NFL career. That's not good news for Deshaun Watson and that offense. And it even helps David Montgomery even more if that Houston Texans offense can't keep up. Duke Johnson or J.K. Dobbins? I'd probably lean towards Duke Johnson over J.K. Dobbins. Against the Pittsburgh Steelers run defense, the Steelers run defense is no joke. Even with those linebackers out, I would probably go with Duke over Dobbins. Deontay or Davis? I do really like Corey Davis. I think I would go Corey Davis. Kiki or Godwin? I'm starting Brady. Yeah, I would go Godwin. Hey, Sam, just woke up. I've been up since 4:30, man, going strong for week 14 of the NFL season. I could not be more excited for football to kick off. We got, 2.5 hours until kickoff. I've been on this live stream for about an hour and a half now, and I'm starting to gain energy as we get closer and closer to these games. I could not be more excited for the first week of the fantasy playoffs. By the way, update on my leagues really quickly. I'm in 6 high-stakes fantasy leagues. That's thousands of dollars on these fantasy leagues. And in 4 of them, I took Clyde Edwards-Helaire as my first pick, and I still made it to the playoffs in 4 out of my 6 high-stakes fantasy leagues. And I'm starting in 3 of the 4 fantasy matchups in the playoffs in these high-stakes leagues. I'm starting Brashad Perriman today for the New York Jets. Denzel Mims out. Jamison Elite Crowder trending towards being out. They're up against the Seattle Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. I mean, Perriman's in a pretty good spot this week, guys. He's almost definitely going over 10 fantasy points. Justin Jefferson for sure over Robbie Anderson. Again, there's only 2 players that have scored more fantasy points at the wide receiver position than Justin Jefferson over the last month. Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill. That's pretty elite company for Justin Jefferson. Over 100 likes on YouTube. Love to see it. Definitely hit that like button and subscribe button on YouTube if you have not yet. Robbie Anderson over Cole Beasley for sure. Watson over Trubisky. I would probably still play Watson over Trubisky. Perriman or Michael Thomas? That's where we draw the line, Nick. You still got to play Michael Thomas over Brashad Perriman. Giovanni Bernard or Brashad Perriman? I would go Perriman there. Mike Evans or Deontay Johnson? I like Mike Evans. Are you live on YouTube? Yes, I'm live on both YouTube and TikTok right now. We started this morning with 1,850 YouTube subscribers. We're trying to pass 2,000 today, a very doable goal that I set for myself at 4:30 in the morning as I woke up pumped for the first week of the fantasy football playoffs. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, guys, you got to subscribe. We're posting some longer form content, my top 10 rankings for each position. We're going to be posting some daily fantasy football. We're going to have even some basketball daily fantasy advice coming out. Corey Davis or Amari Cooper? I would go Corey Davis. Prop bet, Michael, the free prop pick of the week. By the way, we've had 80% accuracy, 12 out of 15, giving away free prop picks of the week on these live streams. And the free prop pick of the week this week is Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Phillip Lindsay's averaging 9 rushing attempts and 40 rushing yards per game in games where Melvin Gordon also played. If we look at this Panthers defense that they're playing against, the Panthers have given up over 30 rushing yards to every single running back that they've played this season that had at least 9 carries against them. So Phillip Lindsay averaging 9 carries a game up against a defense that's allowed over 30 rushing yards in every game against someone with at least 9 carries, and his over-under is 27. Lock in Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards today. What's your opinion on James? What's your opinion on James Conner this week? I do think that James Conner is a solid running back 2 option this week. I think he's going to do well against a Bills defense that has actually been struggling to stop the run this season. I think James Conner is pretty much a must start if you have him. You drafted him in the first 2 rounds. Why don't you like him so much? Watson makes great games even with little options. Johnny, I think Deshaun Watson's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, but you can't deny that having worse options does not help him. I think he can still do well, but I do think that he could struggle a little bit more than some of these other guys. Respect the prop. A lot of defense experts are ranking Panthers as top 10 opinions. Yeah, I don't think the Panthers are as good of an option against this Broncos team, who's really the healthiest they've been in over a month. I don't think that the Panthers are going to excel today. And if the Broncos can establish the run like I think they're going to, then I'm not that in love with the Panthers. A lot of experts are ranking them as a top 10 defense. I'd probably have them in the 11 to 15 range in terms of defenses today. I have Chubb, Carson, and Connor. Which 2 do I start? I would lean towards Nick Chubb and probably James Conner. I think Chris Carson, guys, has a lot of risk. We don't know how healthy he is. Perriman or Godwin? Definitely Godwin. I would probably go Kiki over Deebo Samuel, though. Peyton Barber or Antonio Brown or Corey Davis. Guys, send Peyton Barber back to the waiver wire. Peyton Barber is one of the least talented running backs in the NFL. I don't want you to go through that emotional trauma of watching Peyton Barber today and rooting for Peyton Barber. You got to be starting Corey Davis over Peyton Barber 1,000%. Claypool or Sanders? Miles Sanders is pretty much a must sit for me in any situation where you have any reasonable option over Miles Sanders. Same thing with Todd Gurley. You got to be sitting those guys because Miles Sanders is up against a run defense that's one of the best run defenses of all time. The Saints defense is no joke, guys. Premium sub, YouTube sub. Michael, thanks, man. Chase Edmonds or Fournette. Oh, those are tough options. I would probably lean towards Chase Edmonds over Leonard Fournette today. D-Hop or A.J. Brown at wide receiver 2. Honestly, today, A.J. Brown over DeAndre Hopkins. The New York Giants have not given up a single top 24 wide receiver week in the last month to wide receivers. This secondary is actually a lot better than people realize. That's how they were able to beat the Seattle Seahawks, by the way. And don't be surprised, guys, if the New York Giants upset the Arizona Cardinals today in their bid to continue to fight for that NFC East spot. The Giants' defense is low-key good. And I think that you have to take that into consideration with DeAndre Hopkins this week. I would be playing Deshaun Watson over Tua. I don't trust Tua at all. I like Perriman a lot more than DeAndre Washington this week with no Denzel Mims. Perriman has a fantastic matchup against a Seattle Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. Denzel Mims is his only competition for deep targets in that offense. Perriman's going over 10 fantasy points today. He's a fantastic option on DraftKings, fantastic option on FanDuel. He's a good option in your season-long leagues in the playoffs as well. Ridley or McLaren, you can't bench Ridley. With no Julio Jones, you cannot be benching Calvin Ridley. And I like the Panthers defense more than the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, who to me is going to struggle to stop Josh Allen this week. Duke Johnson or DeAndre Washington? I would go Duke Johnson there. Antonio Brown or Marvin Jones? You can't be benching Marvin Jones. Guys, Marvin Jones has had a very large target share in every game without Kenny Golladay. Someone says weather update. Yes, I love when people ask about the weather update because in week 12, I auditioned as a weather reporter on this live stream when that was the crazy wind week. Let me give you a quick recap. And by the way, no news stations have still reached out to me. Pretty disappointed. I thought my audition went pretty well. But the research that I have done on how weather impacts NFL performance is that there is a statistically significant impact on offenses, mainly on passing attacks, when there are winds over 25 miles an hour. Wind over 25 miles an hour is reason for concern. Almost everything else is not reason for concern. Cold weather, rain, snow, wind under 25 miles an hour. These guys are professionals. They can play through that. Don't worry about any of the weather today because there is no wind over 25 miles an hour. Another week that we are in the clear and that I don't need to audition as a weather reporter again like I did in week 12. Again, surprising. I haven't had anyone reach out to me yet about my audition as a weather reporter. Let's get back to some of your start-sit questions, guys. And if you're watching live on YouTube, I appreciate you. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. We're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. That was the goal I set for myself at 4:30 in the morning. Rodgers or Russell Wilson? You can't be benching Aaron Rodgers with the streak that Aaron Rodgers is on, leading the NFL in touchdown rate, which I usually would expect to decline. The way that Aaron Rodgers has been throwing the ball deep, top 3 in the NFL, you can't be benching Aaron Rodgers. Sanders, Booker, or Davis. Again, Miles Sanders is a must sit this week. I like Mike Davis more than Miles Sanders. Stafford, Hill, or Rivers. I would probably go Stafford, then Rivers, then Hill. I think that Taysom Hill has some risks this week against a Eagles team whose big strength is stopping the run. I think the Eagles defense is actually a pretty sneaky option in DFS this week at a pretty low price. And again, if you're watching live on YouTube, let's see if we can get to 200 likes. Hit that like button. It takes you 2 seconds. Really do appreciate that. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed yet. J.K. Dobbins or Duke Johnson. I like Duke Johnson just a little bit more than J.K. Dobbins, as J.K. Dobbins could struggle against a good Pittsburgh Steelers run defense. Bills -10. Is it stupid to bet on Bills -10? One of my bold predictions of the week is that the Bills beat the Steelers by 10 or more points. So I actually like the bet if you're getting pretty good odds there. I think that the Bills offense matches up pretty well with the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Do you like Gallman starting over guys like James Conner? No, I would start James Conner over Wayne Gallman. Wayne Gallman has been great, by the way. Had his best month of his career over the last month, but I don't love him today. I would go with James Conner. What's the prop pick of the week? The free prop pick of the week. And by the way, we've had 80% accuracy giving away free prop picks this season. 12 out of 15. Last week it was Nick Chubb, over 8 receiving yards. He had 16 receiving yards in the first drive. Today, the free prop pick of the week is Philip Lindsay, over 27 rushing yards. Listen to this. He's averaging 9 rushing attempts and 40 rushing yards per game in games where Melvin Gordon also played. He's up against the Panthers defense that has allowed over 30 rushing yards to every single running back this season that has had at least 9 carries against them. So Philip Lindsay averaging 9 carries a game up against a defense that's allowed over 30 rushing yards to every running back that's gone over 9 carries, and his over-under is 27. Lock in Philip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Today, it is the lock free player prop pick of the week. I like A.J. Brown more than Corey Davis, but both are fantastic options today, guys. And I think that one of the highest scoring games of the week is going to be the Minnesota Vikings versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's one of the best games to be stacking on DraftKings and on FanDuel. Tom Brady, Kirk Cousins, both pretty good options today. I think that both of those teams can go over 30 points. Higgins or AB? I like Antonio Brown a little bit more than Higgins. Guys, Justin Jefferson needs to be started over everyone. The only 2 players with more fantasy points at the wide receiver position than Justin Jefferson in the last month are Devontae Adams and are Tyreek Hill. That's it. End of list. Gronk or Tonyan? I would go with Gronk over Tonyan, but both are really good. The free prop pick of the week is Philip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Chris Carson or Hines? I would go Carson. Though, again, listen to this insane stat. There's a lot of reason to like Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines today. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed 200 rushing yards against the New York Jets on just first and second downs. We're talking about the Jets here. The Raiders allowed 200 rushing yards on just first and second down. I think Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines are going to feast today, guys. And if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. Let's get up to 150 likes on this live stream. The prop pick of the week, Harry, is Philip Lindsay's going over 27 rushing yards today. Lock it in. I don't think it's that stupid to be playing Ronald Jones over Josh Jacobs. I would argue that Jones actually has the higher floor with Josh Jacobs coming off of an injury. What do you think about Josh Jacobs? I think he has a pretty good chance to finish as a running back 2 this week, even in somewhat of a hard matchup. Josh Jacobs should be in most starting lineups, but I actually do like Ronald Jones a little bit more than him. And again, I don't know how you wake up at 4:30. I wake up at 4:30 because I have the best job in the world on Sundays. I get to talk about football for 4 straight hours, and then I watch football all day. It's an amazing day, best day of the week. I can't wait to wake up on Sundays. I just pop right out of bed. It's fantastic. And I do think that you got to lock in Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards today. He's going up against a Panthers defense that's allowed over 30 rushing yards to every single running back this season with at least 9 carries. Lock him in. Kiki, Boyd, or Parker. I would probably lean towards Kiki QT. Guys, starts this week, sneaky starts based on injuries and their new roles in their offenses are Kiki QT and Brashad Perriman. Brashad Perriman, guys, has no competition for targets this week. Denzel Mims is his primary player that he competes with for deep targets, and he's up against a Seattle Seahawks defense allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. Perriman's one of my favorite sleepers of the week. And if you're watching live on YouTube, guys, hit that subscribe button. If you're not subscribed yet, we're going to be posting a lot of long-form content to help you dominate on DraftKings, dominate on FanDuel, dominate and win your fantasy football leagues, and to help you dominate player prop bets. That is what we are here to do. Gallman or Ronald Jones. I like Ronald Jones over Gallman. I would be willing to start Ronald Jones over Josh Jacobs today, guys. And there's still no official confirmation that I have seen that Jamison Elite Crowder is officially out. Though what I have read this morning is that he is trending in the direction of being out today. That is Jamison Elite Crowder only raising the ceiling for Brashad Perriman. Perriman or McLaren? Definitely Terry McLaren. Perriman is a sleeper. McLaren is a stud. You can't be benching Terry McLaren. Lazard or Perriman? I like Perriman more than Alan Lazard. Gio or Duke? I like Gio a little bit more than Duke. Giovanni Bernard up against a Dallas Cowboys defense that cannot stop the run at all. Guys, we're only 20 likes away from 150 likes on the stream. Hit that like button. It takes 2 seconds. Everyone just go take the next 2 seconds. Hit that like button. Helps us out probably more than you realize. Really would appreciate it. Thielen, McLaren, or Michael Thomas? I like Thielen a lot today, guys. Here's a quick list of players that you need to get in your starting lineup if you have. Like, you cannot bench these players. Adam Thielen, Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, and Mike Evans. All 4 of those guys need to be in your starting lineups. A.J. Brown and Corey Davis, find a spot for both of those guys. They are going to have fantastic weeks. Jonathan Taylor needs to find a spot in your starting lineup up against a Raiders defense that just allowed 200 rushing yards on first and second down to the New York Jets last week. You got to get Jonathan Taylor in your starting lineup. Brashad Perriman is a pretty good flex option as a sleeper this week. Does Dalvin go off? Tommy, probably not this week, though I think he can still do pretty well. I would go Ezekiel Elliott over Ronald Jones. Guys, Ezekiel Elliott is in a pretty good spot this week. I think he's going to finish as a running back too. He has pretty good touchdown upside. I'd be surprised if Zeke does not have at least 1 touchdown today. Walter, what's up? My name's actually Sam. I built an artificially intelligent algorithm. I named that algorithm Walter. You can get access to those artificially intelligent projections in the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store. You can get access to those projections today. If you have not downloaded the app yet, it's completely free to download. And I gave everyone 25 free start-sit comparisons. You can start the free 3-day free trial today as well to get access to all of our player prop picks for the day. We've identified, I think, 7 or 8 exploitable player prop picks today. There's a lot to bet on today with the player props. I'm very confident in everything that we've identified today. CEH over 39.5 rushing yards. It's not horrible, but we know the Chiefs want to establish the pass, not the run. What is up with Crowder? He picked up a calf injury on Thursday in practice. Not what you want to see. Midweek injuries are never a good option. So I'm nervous about Jamison Elite Crowder. I think you've got to find different options. There's a chance he doesn't play. Thoughts on Kyler and Ayuk? I like Ayuk a lot. I think you've got to find a spot for him in your lineups, but Kyler Murray, guys, his injury has very clearly affected his play. He's a lot riskier than he once was. He has under 35 rushing yards in 3 straight games. He's clearly not running the ball as much. No rushing touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. And he's also clearly limited in his velocity when he's throwing the ball. So Kyler Murray is a guy that you got to be looking for better options out there. And I would be playing Jonathan Taylor over Mike Davis 100%. And the free prop pick of the week, again, for those of you asking, it's Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Lock that one in. With Daniel Jones returning, Evan Ingram is a top 5 tight end option this week. I like Noah Fant a lot, but I would be going with Evan Ingram over Noah Fant. Guys, we're 2 likes away on YouTube from 150. Who wants to be 150th like? Hit that like button. Really does help us out a ton. Thoughts on DeAndre Washington? I think DeAndre Washington is going to be this week's Devontae Booker. I think he's going to be a bust. I think that Lynn Bowden has just as good of a path to touches as DeAndre Washington does. Lynn Bowden, the better receiver than DeAndre Washington. Lynn Bowden actually played wide receiver in college. Best place to put in player prop picks. Yes, Sebastian, check out DraftKings and FanDuel Sportsbook if you're in a legal state. Also, if you aren't in a legal state, there's some ways you can legally bet on these props. Check out apps like Underdog Fantasy. Check out apps like Prize Picks. Both those apps, you can bet on props legally no matter what state you're in. What do you think, McKissick or Ayuk? I would definitely go Ayuk over McKissick. I'd go Ayuk over Deebo Samuel. I would go Hines over DeAndre Swift today. And this is one that a lot of people will disagree with me on today. But guys, Nyheim Hines and Jonathan Taylor are up against a Raiders defense that just allowed 200 rushing yards only on first and second down to the New York Jets. I mean, Hines and Jonathan Taylor are in fantastic spots. And guys, we set the goal to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. We only needed 150 more when I woke up. Someone let me know. I think we're only 80 likes, 80 subscribers away from 2,000. We've already gotten half the way there, and we are less than half the way through the stream. So we're setting a good pace for ourselves. I am pumped for some Week 14 football. Packers money line, Titans money line, Chiefs money line, Seahawks money line. How does that parlay sound? I think one of those teams is probably going to blow it, and it won't be surprising to me if it is the New Orleans Saints. Yeah, there's no need to spam in the chat. I'm going to try to get to all of your questions. Rank these tight ends: Jordan Akins, Jordan Reed, or Jimmy Graham. I would rank those guys in that order. And guys, Cole Kmet for the Chicago Bears has taken over the starting tight end job over Jimmy Graham. I like him. Cole Kmet is a better option than Jimmy Graham at this point. Hines over Swift. Do I make that move, Sam? Again, Tommy, you got to trust your gut in the fantasy football playoffs, but personally, I like Hines more than Swift today. Curtis Samuel, Marvin Jones, or Kiki QT? I would probably go Kiki QT, then Marvin Jones, then Curtis Samuel. You're starting Taysom Hill over Kyler. I think both those guys have a lot of risk this week. I'm okay with starting Taysom over Kyler, though. Marvin Jones or Bernard? I would go Marvin Jones. Marvin Jones over 20% target share in every game that Kenny Galladay has been out. Ayuk or Samuel? I like Ayuk more. I like Jonnu more than Goddard. Goddard is really risky this week with Jalen Hurts starting at quarterback. He comes with a lot of risk. And guys, again, if you're watching live on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. Hit that like button. It takes 2 seconds. Helps us out more than you realize. Just 2 seconds. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button as well. Gallman, Swift, or McKissick? I would rank those guys as Swift, then Gallman, then McKissick. Allen or Herbert? Josh Allen cannot be benched this week, guys. Do not bench Josh Allen. Perriman or Amari Cooper? I'd go Amari Cooper. But again, I do really like Rashad Perriman. Murray, Big Ben, or Tannehill? I would go Tannehill number 1, Big Ben number 2, Murray number 3. I'm playing Taysom Hill over Kyler Murray today, guys. We've seen the injury impact Kyler Murray's performance. That is very, very clear at this point. Guys, we're only 40 likes away from 200. I know we can get there. Hit that like button if you're on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we're going to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. I'm considering our first 2,000 YouTube subscribers are OG, original YouTube subscribers. So definitely hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. Perriman or Hines? I like Perriman, Allen, more than Nyheim Hines. Ayuk or Chark? I would lean towards Ayuk over DJ Chark. Kmet or Duke Johnson? Definitely Duke Johnson. I mean, tight ends are never a position I want to be starting in my flex. Ridley or Corey Davis? You cannot bench Calvin Ridley. Do not bench Calvin Ridley. Do not bench Justin Jefferson. Do not bench A.J. Brown. Do not bench your studs. Don't bench Terry McLaurin. Do not bench Chris Godwin or Mike Evans. All of these guys, have to be in your starting lineup. Do not bench Josh Allen. Do not bench Lamar Jackson. This is the guys that got you here. You have to trust them. Go with David Montgomery. You can't be benching him. You have to trust your studs in good matchups. Josh Allen is a guy that is locked into your lineup. I don't like DeAndre Washington this week, guys. To me, DeAndre Washington is this week's Devontae Booker. He's up against a Chiefs defense that is actually pretty good. And Lynn Bowden is a better receiver than him. It's not going to be surprising to me if DeAndre Washington gets under 5 fantasy points. I feel like I can't sit Carson for Connor. If you feel like that, Marcus, you got to stick with Chris Carson. Again, it's the fantasy football playoffs. Your start-sit decisions today will decide whether you lose or whether you win, whether you move on or whether your fantasy season is over. So you got to trust your gut at some level. Ben, how's it going? Good morning. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but do you think Duke Johnson over Miles Sanders? Yes, Miles Sanders is a must bench for me this week. I would go Duke Johnson over Miles Sanders. And I think that's what you assumed I was going to say, because Miles Sanders is up against a historically good run defense. The New Orleans Saints are going to make Jalen Hurts' first start very difficult, guys. This is one of the best run defenses in the history of the NFL. Jalen Hurts is not in a good spot in his first start. Miles Sanders is going to struggle today as well. Do you like Gabriel Davis? Yes, I like Gabriel Davis. Gabriel Davis playing over 90% of the snaps since John Brown is out. Sam, I have to play Debo at flex because Cooks, Moore, and Gaskin are all out. Matt, brutal outs this week for the first week of the playoffs. Debo Samuel, though, should still do pretty well. I think you can be a little worried because you would have much rather had Brandon Cooks, but Debo Samuel's a pretty good fill-in. Watson or Tannehill? I like Tannehill more than Deshaun Watson. Guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, we're only 30 likes away from passing 200 likes. Let's see if we can do it before 11 o'clock. Hit that like button. Really do appreciate everyone who's tuned in. Favorite DraftKings plays today? Yes, Brashad Perriman is a fantastic sleeper on DraftKings today. I think he is one of the best lower-priced wide receivers against a Seattle Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game to the wide receiver position. No Denzel Mims to compete with for deep targets. Brashad Perriman is in a fantastic spot today to outperform his current salary. Cole Kmet over 23.5 yards. Yeah, that's probably going to hit. Cole Kmet also as a minimum price tight end on DraftKings. He's an interesting option. He's the very clear number 1 tight end for that offense. And he returned 4x value on DraftKings just last week. Hey, Sam, Landry or Gallman? I'd probably go Jarvis Landry there. Ayuk or Zeke? I think Ezekiel Elliott's a really safe option. I like Zeke on DFS this week too. Zeke stacked with the Cowboys defense is a very interesting stack for me. A pretty affordable stack this week, probably the most affordable in Ezekiel Elliott's entire career. So I like the Zeke Cowboy stack. Zeke has 2+ touchdown upside still in this offense. Gabriel Davis, Gallup or Perriman? I would rank those guys as Perriman number 1, Davis number 2, and Gallup number 3. Russell Gage, or Chase Edmonds? Probably Russell Gage with no Julio Jones playing. Pittman or Tyler Boyd? I would lean towards Pittman. Guys, we're 24 likes away from passing 200 likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button. Really appreciate that a lot. I'm going to run through some guys that you have to be starting today. You have to be starting Justin Jefferson. You have to be starting Adam Thielen. You have to be starting Chris Godwin, Mike Evans. You have to be starting Jonathan Taylor and David Montgomery. You have to be starting Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, and you must be starting Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce, and Darren Waller. All of these guys are must starts this week. What do we do with Kiki? Kiki is a solid wide receiver 2 with wide receiver 1 upside with Brandon Cooks out. Kiki QT is probably seeing at least 10 targets today. So lock Kiki QT in as a pretty good flex option. Yes, you can start him. Young Ho Koo is going over 7.5 points. Of course, Young Wei Koo, excuse me. Juju or Kiki QT, I would probably lean towards Juju there. The Bills have struggled to defend slot wide receivers. Juju is actually in a pretty good spot. I like Justin Jefferson more than A.J. Brown, but you really got to be starting both those guys. A.J. Brown's also a must start this week, guys. And again, if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed yet. It takes you 2 seconds to hit those 2 buttons. Helps us out more than you realize. I'm starting Lamar Jackson over Justin Herbert. Who do I make my DFS captain in the Giants-Cardinals game? Probably the best DFS captain in that game is Daniel Jones. And you can probably stack him with Evan Ingram and Sterling Shepard. The Cardinals secondary really has struggled. A.J. Brown, Godwin, or Montgomery. I would probably go A.J. Brown. Guys, the Jaguars secondary is arguably the worst in the league. The only chance that A.J. Brown, Corey Davis, Ryan Tannehill don't have good days today is if they get an early lead, and then they just lean heavy on Derrick Henry, and we see Derrick Henry get 30-plus carries. That's the only range of outcome, the only possibility where all three of those guys don't excel. And again, we're close to passing 2,000 YouTube subscribers. You can help us get there. Go check out our YouTube channel if you haven't yet. Hit that subscribe button. I would be playing Deebo Samuel over Curtis Samuel this week. The battle of the Samuels, McKissick or Mostert. I would probably lean toward Mostert, but in a PPR league, Antonio, McKissick does have probably a safer floor than Raheem Mostert. And again, if you haven't downloaded the WalterPicks app yet on the iOS App Store, I've spent over 400 hours building this app, over 3+ years building the algorithm that powers the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. It's completely free to download. I gave everyone 25 free start-sit comparisons. So I see a lot of start-sit questions in the comments. Go check those out in the WalterPicks app, completely free. It's going to give you boom and bust probabilities for every player based on 10,000 simulations of the week, and it's going to give you the most accurate projections that you can find on the face of the earth. It's been more accurate than ESPN. It's been more accurate than Yahoo, more accurate than the projections that you've been using. And if you want access to exploitable player prop picks and a DFS lineup optimizer that people have been absolutely cashing in on, start the 3-day free trial for the premium subscription in the WalterPicks app today, and you can get exploitable player prop picks and accurate DFS advice. James Conner or Kenyon Drake, I would lean towards James Conner there. And yes, I'm starting Ronald Jones over Miles Sanders. Miles Sanders and Todd Gurley, they are on my must-sit list this week. I'm going Lamar Jackson over Justin Herbert. I think you have to be starting Lamar Jackson. I think you have to be starting Josh Allen. Colts or Bears defense? I'd probably lean towards the Colts. Good morning, everyone. How do you feel about DeAndre Swift today? I think DeAndre Swift has a very high ceiling, but he also has a really low floor. There's a chance that Adrian Peterson steals the goal line work and that Kerryon Johnson is still involved in DeAndre Swift's first game back. So you're playing him in hopes for the high ceiling. Hi, Max. But I do think that DeAndre Swift has a really low floor. And that's why I'm willing to play guys like Nyheim Hines, like Jonathan Taylor over DeAndre Swift. I would be playing Terry McLaurin over DeAndre Swift as well. Washington or Fournette? Probably Washington, though again, I think Washington could be this week's Devontae Booker. And guys, we're only 17 likes away from 200 likes. Who's going to be our 200th like on YouTube? Hit that like button. Appreciate that a ton. I'd be playing Calvin Ridley over Corey Davis 100% of the time. The best sites for player prop picks, DraftKings and FanDuel Sportsbook, are great if you're in a legal state. If you're not in a legal state, you can legally bet on prop bets on Underdog Fantasy on their app, and you can bet on them on Prize Picks app as well. We're going to be starting a partnership with both those people actually pretty soon. Russ or Matt? I like Russ more than Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan is very risky without Julio Jones. Historically, Matt Ryan has performed much, much worse without Julio Jones. Game day, baby. It is week 14 of the NFL season. First week of the fantasy playoffs for most teams in most leagues. We're going to get our first dub in the fantasy playoffs. Your start-sit decisions today, guys, are make or break for you this season. Making the right decision could be the difference between a championship and getting out in the first round of the playoffs. Who's your picks on Prize Picks? You can get access, Harry, to all of our picks on WalterPicks app. If you start the 3-day free trial, you get a bunch of exploitable player prop picks based on who we are identifying as they're setting the lines just too low on some players today. Jonathan Taylor over Deontay Johnson for me this week. Again, guys, listen to this stat. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed over 200 rushing yards. Victor, thank you, man, to the Jets on just first and second downs last week. I mean, that is absolutely brutal. That is brutal for the Vegas run defense. And it is a great sign for Jonathan Taylor, and it is a great sign for Nyheim Hines today. Both of them have a very intriguing upside. Mike Gesicki or Dallas Goedert? I like Gesicki more than Goddard. I think Jalen Hurts is going to struggle in his first start. Mike Evans, Zeke, or Jonathan Taylor? I would probably rank those guys in that order, though I would say Mike Evans comes with the most risk. Victor, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Giovanni Bernard, J.K. Dobbins, or Curtis Samuel at flex? I would probably go with Curtis Samuel in those options. In an 8-man league, though, that's pretty tough, man. Half PPR, A.J. Brown or Zeke? You have to start A.J. Brown, guys. You have to start A.J. Brown. Will Soley, do you think McCaffrey or Julio will be back this season? There's really no reason for these teams to rush Julio Jones or Christian McCaffrey back. I think McCaffrey has a better chance than Julio Jones. If I was the Falcons, I would shut down Julio Jones for the season, but I think that there is a chance McCaffrey comes back. Guys, Calvin Ridley over Corey Davis this week. Here's, again, I'm going to rattle off some players that you have to start. you have to start this weekend. I'd be starting Perriman over Marvin Jones, by the way, Dan. Here's some players you absolutely have to start. And if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. If I say one of your players right now that you absolutely have to start. Justin Jefferson, you have to start him. Victor, thanks. Justin Jefferson, you have to start him. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. You have to start Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. All of these guys are must-starts. Jonathan Taylor and David Montgomery also must-starts this week. Yes, you should start Ezekiel Elliott this week. He's in a really good spot against the Bengals. Colts or Bears defense. I like the Colts defense more this week, guys. We're 7 likes away from 200. Who's going to be our 200th like on YouTube? Really do appreciate that. We started at 1,850 YouTube subscribers this morning. We're going to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. If you want to be in that 2,000, you got to go check out our YouTube channel. We're posting some longer form content. We are live on YouTube and TikTok right now. Guys, who's going to be our 200th like? We're almost at 200 likes on YouTube right now. We are 3 likes away. Gio, Washington, Hunt or Hines? I would probably go with Hunt and Hines there. Andrews or Tonyan? I would definitely go Mark Andrews there. We are 1 like away from 200. Who's going to be that 200th like? Steelers or Washington football team? We're over 200. Let's go. I would go with the Washington football defense over the Steelers defense. I think that the Steelers defense could struggle against the Buffalo Bills this week. Guys, we're only 2 hours away from football. I'm getting very, very excited for the kickoff today. This is the biggest week of the season. There is no bigger week than this. We're only 50 subscribers away from 2,000 YouTube subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. I would love to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. We'd be doing that in under a month. Corey Davis, Marvin Jones, or Jarvis Landry. It's for sure Corey Davis. You can't be benching Corey Davis in most situations. Corey Davis has gotten over 10 fantasy points in 9 out of his 10 games. It's 8 a.m. for me, Sports Central. Yeah, you must be on the West Coast or a different coast. Still no report about Jamison Elite Crowder being in or out today, though he is trending towards being out. You were the best fantasy person on TikTok. Thanks, man. There's a lot of good people on TikTok as well. Amari Cooper, Ronald Jones, Chris Godwin, or Tyler Lockett, or Ayuk. I would lean towards Godwin. I would lean towards Ayuk and probably Ronald Jones there as well. I think that you have to start Chris Godwin and you have to start Mike Evans and you have to start A.J. Brown and Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen. Corey Davis or Robbie Anderson is an interesting one because to me, Robbie Anderson has an extremely high ceiling. I would probably go Anderson over Corey Davis this week. Robbie Anderson, Antonio Brown, or Michael Thomas? I would go Robbie Anderson, then Michael Thomas, then Antonio Brown. I'm starting Mike Davis and Cole Beasley over Bernard. Wish you luck. Yeah, I would probably do that as well. So I'm okay with that. Tyler Bass or Graham Gano? I'd probably go Graham Gano. Connor or Hunt? I like Connor a lot more than Hunt this week, guys. James Conner's in a good spot. The Bills have not had a very good run defense this season. If Crowder is out, do I play AB, Bernard, or QT? I would probably play Kiki QT if you're looking to fill in for Jamison Lee Crowder. Beasley or T.Y. at flex? I would go Beasley over T.Y. Hilton, even though T.Y. Hilton has been very good. Guys, Alvin Kamara has a much lower ceiling than he has had in the past. He's not involved in the passing game at all. When Michael Thomas was out, Alvin Kamara led that team in receiving. He was the number 1 receiver for the New Orleans Saints for most of this season. But now, with the Taysom Hill offense, he's not involved at all. So you can't really trust Alvin Kamara's ceiling as much. It's why Walter has players like Aaron Jones, players like Austin Eckler ranked ahead of Alvin Kamara this week. Bernard or McKissick or Mostert. I would probably take Bernard out of those 3 guys. Bernard does have a really good matchup this week against the Dallas Cowboys defense that's not stopping the run at all. Are you saying to bench DeAndre Hopkins? And this is an interesting one. Let's talk about DeAndre Hopkins for a second because he's up against a New York Giants secondary that has not allowed a top 24 receiver in fantasy over the last month. Not a single player has finished as a top 24 wide receiver. And he's going up against one of the best one of the best corners in the NFL. I think you still need to start. I think you still need to start DeAndre Hopkins, but his floor and ceiling, they're a lot lower than you would like. I like guys like A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson. I like guys like Chris Godwin and Mike Evans more than DeAndre Hopkins this week, given the really, really tough matchup that he has. The Giants defense really does deserve more credit than I think they've gotten. They were able to be a big reason why they beat the Seattle Seahawks. DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett both went for 13 or fewer fantasy points against them. We haven't seen any player top over 20 fantasy points against this defense since Terry McLaurin did it back in week 9. I mean, the Giants secondary has really been shutting down every single receiver they're up against. Obviously, though, DeAndre Hopkins is still too good to bench. You ready for week 14? Liam, I have never been more ready for a week in my entire life. This is the most exciting week of the season. This is the biggest week of the season, as is each week after this. This is the fantasy football playoffs, everyone, and making the right start-sit decisions is critical, and that is why you should download the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store, completely free to download. I gave everyone 25 free start-sit comparisons. You'll get access to boom and bust probabilities, the probability of your player scoring over 25 points, the probability of your player scoring under 10 points, just based on 10,000 simulations of the week. I mean, you can't go wrong with free start-sit comparisons in the WalterPicks app, the most accurate projections, more accurate than ESPN and Yahoo over the last couple of years. So check that out if you need help with your start-sit questions. The app can help you out. Let me know what you think. Josh Jacobs or Kenyon Drake? I would lean towards Josh Jacobs over Kenyon Drake. Keenan Allen or Michael Thomas? I'd go Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's going to feast against the Atlanta Falcons secondary. Keenan Allen's another guy that you just have to start. Definitely Evan Ingram over Jonnu Smith. Evan Ingram has a really high ceiling with Daniel Jones back. Melvin Gordon or T.Y. Hilton? Guys, I think Melvin Gordon's going to do very well against a Panthers defense that has struggled to stop the run this season. Premium sub, Alexi, thanks, man. Do I start Ayuk, Chark, or AB at flex? I think Ayuk gives you the most upside and floor out of those guys. Antonio Brown has a really high upside this week. Again, I think that Vikings-Bucks game is going to be extremely high scoring, but I would probably go Ayuk. Ayuk has been great. Ayuk has been one of the best fantasy football assets over the last month. If Crowder sits, McKissick is a pretty good backup option. How confident are you with the prop pick, man? I don't give away prop picks that I am not confident in. Let me explain our player prop pick process. We built an artificially intelligent algorithm that projects rushing yards, receiving yards, passing yards for every single player in the NFL more accurately than any other algorithm in the world. And then we compare that with the player prop line to identify props that our algorithm is over 65% confident in. We don't mention any props that are under a 65% confidence threshold. The free player prop pick of the week that I give away every week is over a 75% confidence threshold. It's why we've had 80% accuracy giving away our free player prop picks this season. And the free player prop pick today is Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. I am extremely confident in that one. Corey Davis or DeAndre Hopkins, Andrew. This is a tough decision because Corey Davis is actually safer than DeAndre Hopkins this week. I think it's okay to go Corey Davis there. Colts or Panthers? I would go Colts. Amari, Terry, or Robbie? I would probably go Terry McLaurin, then Robbie Anderson, then Amari Cooper. With no DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson's probably seeing 10 targets today, guys. He's a really, really good option. And again, if you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube yet, we're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. We're only 50 away. If everybody watching right now hits that subscribe button, we'll pass it in the next 10 seconds. So help us out. Go subscribe on YouTube. We're going to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers in under 1 month of having this YouTube channel. Andrew, I'm okay going Corey Davis over DeAndre Hopkins. And I do think that Michael Thomas is a better play than Chris Carson this week. Gordon or McKissick? Definitely Melvin Gordon. MG3, Hines, or Antonio Brown? I like Melvin Gordon the most out of those guys. And the same reason that we like Phillip Lindsay this week, we can like Melvin Gordon against this Panthers defense that has kind of struggled to stop the run throughout this whole season. Washington, Sanders, Latavius Murray, Bernard, or Hines? I would probably be going with Hines out of all of those guys. I really do like Nyheim Hines and Jonathan Taylor this week. Again, they're up against, thanks Easton, they're up against a Raiders defense that has allowed over 200 rushing yards to the Jets on just first and second downs last week. 200 rushing yards to the New York Jets on just first and second downs. Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines are going to absolutely feast this week, guys. Juju or Cooper? I would probably go Juju. The Bills have struggled to defend slot receivers this season. Gallman or Jacobs? I'd go Jacobs. Antonio Brown over DeAndre Washington for sure, guys. DeAndre Washington is this week's Devontae Booker. He is not the best receiving back on a team that's probably going to be trailing today. Lynn Bowden could very easily outscore DeAndre Washington. I want DeAndre Washington nowhere near my starting lineups. Kareem Hunt over Todd Gurley, 100%. Two players that I'm definitely benching today. Todd Gurley and Miles Sanders both need to go to your bench. Todd Gurley has a knee injury. The thing that has held him back the most in the past is his knee. Miles Sanders is up against a Saints run defense that has a historically good run defense, one of the best of all time. I think that Jalen Hurts and Miles Sanders are going to really struggle today. I'd go Mike Davis over Miles Sanders. 200th like, Carter. Appreciate you. And 99th subscriber. I hope you're having a good morning as well. Should I start Claypool, Gurley, Mostert, Sanders, or AB at flex? Honestly, I would probably go Antonio Brown at flex there. QT is also a really good option if you can pick him up. Ayuk or Samuel, very close for me. Yeah, it's really close for me too, though I would probably lean Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, Mike Davis is worth a start today, guys. He is a solid running back 2 option as the primary running back for the Panthers. He has a pretty low floor, but he also is probably going to go over 10 points as the primary running back. He's going to get at least 10 carries, at least 3 targets. Jonnu Smith or Logan Thomas, I would lean towards Jonnu Smith. I am doing fantastic, man. Thank you for asking. It is week 14 of the NFL. I am pumped for football starting in under 2 hours now. We're going to get some football on our television screens. The first week of the fantasy playoffs. It does not get better than this, guys. I hope we all can appreciate and enjoy the day because before we know it, the fantasy football season is going to be over. And whether you won or lost your fantasy league is going to come down to making the right start-sit decisions today. And that is why I gave everyone 25 free start-sit comparisons in the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store that has the most projections on the face of the universe that I have seen. Please reply, Sam. Deontay Johnson or Robbie Anderson at flex? The app says Anderson. Yeah, I would go Robbie Anderson as well. Yeah, guys, today is the day that Derrick Henry is going to start winning you fantasy football championships against the Jacksonville Jaguars. He is going to absolutely feast. He's going, if you wanted to bet on how many rushing yards Derrick Henry was going to have, his over-under is 120 rushing yards. That is the highest mark I have seen from any player over the last 2 years. Like over under 120. That is insane. He's going to go over 120 rushing yards too, which is the craziest part about it. Miles Sanders, Antonio Brown, or T. Higgins. Again, you got to bench Miles Sanders. You got to bench Todd Gurley. I'd be going Antonio Brown there. Mike Davis over Kenyon Drake for me. And James Conner over Ty Johnson, 100%. It's looking like Frank Gore is going to be playing today. So Ty Johnson needs to get out of your starting lineups. You can't be trusting Ty Johnson. Eckler or McLaren? Definitely. You can't be benching Austin Eckler. Love hearing what you said about Derrick Henry. You can't be benching Austin Eckler, guys. He's got top 5 running back upside this week, but you got to find a spot for Terry McLaren as well. Your team's really good if you're deciding between those 2 players. Here's, again, if you're watching live on YouTube and you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers. Go hit that subscribe button. Helps us out a ton. Really do appreciate that. We're going to try to pass 300 likes on this live stream today. We're only 80 likes away. We can definitely do it. I'm about to list off again some of the players you have to be starting and you have to be benching today. Here's a list of players you must start today. Let me get a sip of water before I go through this. You have to start Justin Jefferson today. You have to start Adam Thielen today. You have to start A.J. Brown and Corey Davis today. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start Calvin Ridley. You need to start Keenan Allen. You must start Terry McLaren. You have to start Austin Eckler. There is no reason for you not to start Lamar Jackson. You can't be not starting Josh Allen. You have to start Josh Allen. Yes, someone's asking for my DFS lineup for the week. I got a bunch of tournament DFS lineups going. Again, if you want access to and we are back. If you want access to premium DFS advice, DraftKings and FanDuel's plays every single week. We are back on TikTok. Sorry about that. If you want access to premium advice on DraftKings and on FanDuel, you want a lineup optimizer where you pick a pool of players and then we use linear programming and machine learning to give you the best possible DraftKings and FanDuel lineups that you could possibly have, go download the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store and start the 3-day free trial. See if it's for you. You can start for completely free, 100% free. And that is what we like in life, is free. Free to download, free to start the trial, free to do start-sit comparisons. Check out the WalterPicks app if you haven't checked it out yet. And here is one of my favorite lineups that I have this week. Let's run through this one. I'm starting Ryan Tannehill at quarterback on DraftKings. Ryan Tannehill averaging 22 fantasy points per game up against a Jaguar secondary that has not stopped anyone. And I'm stacking him with A.J. Brown and Corey Davis. That stack has been extremely profitable on DraftKings this season. It cashed last week, and this week it's going to cash again. Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis stack is absolute money in DFS. I'm running back. I'm going with Jonathan Taylor and Ronald Jones. Both of those guys, to me, have very intriguing upside at slightly lower price points than some of those top running backs this week. And then at wide receiver, I'm going with Mike Evans and Brashad Perriman. I really do think both those guys. Brashad Perriman's my favorite sleeper of the week. With Denzel Mims out against the Seahawks secondary, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. I like him a lot. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Antonio Brown, one of those guys is going absolutely off this week. And then at tight end, one of my favorite tight ends of the week is Noah Fant, who to me is going to have one of his best games of the season this week with a healthy Drew Lock. I think Jerry Jeudy and Noah Fant can do very, very well today. Let's get back to some of your questions. Corey Davis or Robbie Anderson? I would probably be going with Robbie Anderson over Corey Davis, but it is extremely close, extremely close. Josh Jacobs or Jonathan Taylor? I would be going Jonathan Taylor over Josh Jacobs today, guys. Listen to this. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed 200 rushing yards to the Jets on only first and second down. Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines are in fantastic spot today to do very, very well. Jonathan Taylor is a must start for me this week. And if you missed it, guys, the free prop pick of the week is Philip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. Yes, Jake, lock in that free prop pick of the week. Philip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. He's up against the Panthers defense that has allowed over 30 rushing yards to every single running back with at least 9 carries this season. And what do we see? Philip Lindsay averaging 9 carries per game with Melvin Gordon in the lineup. Lock in Philip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards today. Mark Andrews is a must start over Hunter Henry. You cannot be benching Mark Andrews this week. Brandon Ayuk is a really good start as well. I would be considering starting him over a guy like Juju, but I would be starting Corey Davis over both Brandon Ayuk and Juju Smith-Schuster. Corey Davis over 10 fantasy points in every single game except for one this season. 9 out of 10 fantasy points for Corey. 9 out of 10 games with 10 plus fantasy points this season. 90% of his games. It does not get safer than that than Corey Davis. How's it going? I was your 26th sub. You have so many more. Keep it up. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. We have been enjoying YouTube a lot. I would probably be going Justin Jefferson over Terry McLaurin today. You can't be benching Justin Jefferson, but you got to find a spot for Terry McLaurin and A.J. Brown as well. A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, they are must starts, man. And Justin Herbert is in a fantastic bounce back spot this week, guys. Justin Herbert's almost definitely going to bounce back this week, but I still like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson as better options given their rushing floor and upside. They are both safer and they have a higher ceiling than Justin Herbert, but we're not going to be surprised. None of us should be surprised when Justin Herbert has a huge bounce back day against the Atlanta Falcons. That game should be very high scoring. I think Calvin Ridley is going to have a fantastic day as well. Henry or Hawkinson? I like Hunter Henry just a little bit more. Hollywood Brown or Judy? Definitely Jerry Jeudy for me, guys. Hollywood Brown confirmed bust one of the biggest busts of the season. I was very excited about him this season. I like Hollywood Brown a lot as a player, but this is not his year. And Jerry Jeudy has had 3 straight bad weeks, but he's due for a bounce back game. I think he's going to bounce back big time today. He's top 10 in the NFL in air yards. He's a great tournament option in DFS this week. Hyped. My DFS lineup, yeah, I'm stacking Ryan Tannehill, Corey Davis, and A.J. Brown again. You okay with the Hawks defense in DFS, even though they will have a super high ownership? Yeah, I'm still okay with it. The Jamal Adams revenge game is going to be fun, though I think that a lower owned defense that I'm going to be testing out in some lineups today is the Philadelphia Eagles, whose strength is their defensive line. I think that could be bad news for Taysom Hill. I feel like I've been betting against Taysom Hill every single week, and it certainly has not paid off yet, but it's not going to surprise me if it ends up paying off, and that defense is going to be extremely low owned this week. I also like the Cowboys stacked with Zeke this week on DFS. Matt, full DFS lineup. Yeah, let me run through my full DFS. One of my favorite lineups today is this lineup. Stacking Ryan Tannehill with Corey Davis and A.J. Brown. At running back, I'm fitting in Austin Eckler and David Montgomery. Both these guys are probably going over 20 fantasy points today. That's Austin Eckler and David Montgomery. We're stacking A.J. Brown, Corey Davis with Ryan Tannehill. Then we're going with Rashad Perriman as our other wide receiver with no Denzel Mims up against the Seattle Seahawks secondary, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. And then at tight end, we're going with Noah Fant, who to me has some of the highest upside this week at the tight end position. And then to wrap it up, we are going with Ezekiel Elliott in our flex. I think Zeke has a pretty good probability, higher than most people realize, to get over 2 touchdowns today, 2+ touchdowns. And then I'm going with the Eagles defense because I think that the defensive line of the Eagles can do pretty well against Taysom Hill today. So that is that lineup. Going cheap at defense is allowing me to fit in Austin Eckler and David Montgomery into that lineup. I think Austin Eckler is a fantastic value in DFS today, given his upside. Dallas Goedert or Noah Fant. I'd like Noah Fant more than Dallas Goedert today. And some of my favorite running backs on DFS, I think here's the pool of players for running backs that I'm playing on DFS. Like, this is the only pool of players. It's Derrick Henry, if you can afford him. It's Aaron Jones. It's Jonathan Taylor. It's Austin Eckler, and it's David Montgomery. Like, those 5 guys, and Ezekiel Elliott as well. 6. Those 6 running backs. Choose between those running backs for your DFS lineups. You're probably going to do pretty well. Mike Evans or Corey Davis. I would lean towards Mike Evans over Corey Davis, but it is close. And Corey Davis absolutely is safer with Mike Evans dealing with some sort of hamstring injury that we've seen him deal with in the past. And it's looking more and more like Jamison Elite Crowder is not going to be out there today. Mostert, Drake, Perriman, Hines, or Ayuk. I would go Brandon Ayuk out of all those guys. And if you're watching live on YouTube, guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you haven't subscribed yet. If you're watching live on TikTok and you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we're trying to pass 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. I think we're almost there. Someone in the YouTube chat can let me know how many subscribers we're at right now. Deebo Samuel or McKissick at flex. I would go Deebo Samuel over McKissick. Hey, Sam, do you think QT is a solid start today? Yes, I do think QT is a solid start today with Brandon Cooks out. QT is the primary target for Deshaun Watson. Brett Levy, good to see you, man. Derek Carr or Kirk Cousins? Brett, what do you need help with? We're 30 subscribers away, guys. 30 subscribers away on YouTube from 2,000 YouTube subscribers. Come help us out. I have Eckler and Montgomery. Johnny, that is fantastic, man. DJ Chark or Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I don't trust Clyde on a weekly basis at this point. I would be trusting DJ Chark over him. Carson or Taylor. I like Jonathan Taylor more than Chris Carson. Listen to this insane stat. The Raiders gave up 200 rushing yards to the Jets last week on just first and second downs. I mean, that is absolutely atrocious from that run defense. And I think Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines are going to feast today. By the way, the free prop pick of the week was Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. We're staying strong with that, even though left tackle Garrett Bowles for the Denver Broncos is officially out today, which is bad news for Phillip Lindsay, though we're still trusting him to get over 27 rushing yards today. Can we hit 300 likes before 11? Well, it depends what time zone you're on. But yes, we are going to hit 300 likes before the football game start. That is the goal. We're only 70 likes away, so hit that like button if you haven't hit that like button yet. That would be a new record of likes for us. That'd be very exciting. Have Aaron Jones, Eckler, Montgomery. All three of those guys are fantastic options. Are you sure about Cowboys D over Carolina D? No, I'm not 100% sure, Brett, but I do think that people are overhyping the Carolina defense, though it is a good sign for them that the Denver Broncos starting left tackle is out. And so maybe that's enough, Brett, to sway you back to the Carolina Panthers. You're going to have to make the end choice there. Though I do think the Dallas Cowboys against the Bengals team without Joe Burrow is pretty intriguing, especially stacked with Ezekiel Elliott. QT or Boyd? I would probably go with QT over Boyd. Is Ty Johnson a risky start? Yes, because Frank Gore is playing. And we know that we cannot trust Adam Gase to make logical coaching decisions, as I recently ranked him as the 704th best coach in the NFL. There's a total of 704 coaches in the NFL. If you haven't seen that TikTok video, go check that one out. But yeah, we can't trust Adam Gase at all. So any player that you're playing on the Jets always has increased risk. No, the beta is not ready for Android yet, though we will have it by next season. T. Higgins is playing most likely. I'm like 80% sure T. Higgins is going to be confirmed playing very soon, but he's still risky with that Bengals offense without Joe Burrow. I think that offense can implode any given week, and that's why I like the Dallas Cowboys defense today. Do I start Beasley or Deebo Samuel? I would probably go with Beasley. Tonyan or Font? I like Font, but I've never seems to find the end zone. Yeah, Tonyan and Font, Matt, they're extremely similar options to me this week. Both of them are similar players. The difference is Tonyan has the better quarterback. And yeah, it does seem like Tonyan is the number two, of course, option in the Packers red zone offense. So I'm okay going Tonyan over Font. He's only $100 more on DraftKings today. Cam Akers, rest of season ranking. He's a top 12 running back rest of the season. Hey, Sam, do I start A.J. Brown or Zeke this week? You can't bench A.J. Brown. Again, here's some guys you absolutely cannot bench. And if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It takes 2 seconds, helps us out a ton. You have to start Justin Jefferson. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. You absolutely have to start Calvin Ridley and Keenan Allen. You have to start David Montgomery and Austin Eckler. All of these guys you absolutely have to start. Here's a couple guys you absolutely have to sit. That is Miles Sanders must sit. You have to sit Todd Gurley as well with his knee issues. Crowder, Kiki, or AB. Guys, it looks like Jamison Lee Crowder is not going to be playing today. So fire up Rashad Perriman as a very good sleeper this week. But Kiki QT absolutely is starting. You got to be starting him over Jamison Lee Crowder already in your lineups. Even though Crowder still has a chance to play, it's looking doubtful for him at this point, which is definitely disappointing. Duke Johnson or Clyde? I don't trust Clyde very much. I'd probably go with Duke Johnson there, but be prepared for some pain watching Duke Johnson. Hey, Sam, 2 out of 3. Mike Davis, Monty, Jacobs, or Connor? I would probably go with Monty and Mike Davis out of those options. Bernard or Swift? Oh, that's a close one for me. I would probably lean Giovanni Bernard. Bernard is in a very good matchup this week, guys. The Cowboys' run defense has been awful. Juan, I already answered your question. We're going to have that ready for you by next season. Deebo Samuel or Stephon Diggs? Add Stephon Diggs to the list of players that you need to start this week. You cannot be benching Stephon Diggs. Devontae Parker or Antonio Brown? I would lean Antonio Brown. I really don't trust Devontae Parker this week at all. The Chiefs secondary is a lot better than people realize. The Chiefs secondary is very, very good. I think that Tua is going to really struggle in this game. I think that the Chiefs are going to completely destroy the Miami Dolphins today. Is Goddard worrisome? Yes, he absolutely is worrisome with Jalen Hurts playing. I have Eckler and Monty playing against Henry and Mostert. I think that the Henry is the number 1. Eckler and Monty clearly 2 and 3. Mostert has a lot of risk with him. If Kaepernick or Josh Allen, Andrew, Josh Allen is a must start this week, man. Chiefs or Dallas defense? I would lean towards the Chiefs defense over the Dallas defense. I think the Chiefs defense is going to do very, very well this week. Tua to me has not been anything great by any standard of metric. You have to start. You have to start Lamar Jackson this week, guys. You have to start him. Definitely not starting Taysom Hill over Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is a must start given how much his rushing volume has increased over the last couple of weeks. You have to start Lamar Jackson. And if you have Nick Chubb, guys, he's also a must-start player. He's the most efficient running back in the NFL by a significant margin so far this season. You cannot be benching Nick Chubb. I don't care who he is up against. Nick Chubb is running into stacked boxes. He's going to go up against more defenders than any other running back in the NFL. Defenses know Nick Chubb is getting the ball. They know the Browns are running it, and it does not matter. That offensive line and Nick Chubb are simply too good to stop. So you have to be trusting. You have to be trusting Nick Chubb in every single one of your lineups. QT or Curtis Samuel or Pittman. I would go QT. Hopkins is going to play, but he's obviously a risk this week. He's up against a Giants secondary that has actually been one of the best over the last month. They have not allowed a single top 24 wide receiver week. No wide receiver has scored more than 15 fantasy points against them since Terry McLaurin in week 9. DeAndre Hopkins has risk this week, but you still have to start him. And guys, Tua Tagovailoa has really not been anything impressive. In play action completion percentage, he ranks number 26. Deep ball completion percentage, he ranks number 29. I mean, Tua has not jumped off the stat sheet in terms of any efficiency metrics so far this season. The only thing really going for him is he's actually been pretty good under pressure, and he has actually pushed the ball downfield a little bit more than I was expecting. But Tua is extremely risky, and I think that the Chiefs defense is going to eat him up today, guys. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we're less than 30 subscribers away from passing 2,000 YouTube subscribers, which was the goal I set for myself at 4:30 in the morning when I woke up, pumped for week 14 of the NFL. I hope you guys are all excited as well. And hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're watching live on YouTube. We're live on TikTok and YouTube right now. Drake or AB or Boyd. I would go Antonio Brown out of those three guys. Debo or Connor or Gallman. I would probably go James Conner. I think James Conner is actually a pretty safe option today, guys. The Bills' rushing defense has not been anything very impressive. Herbert or Murray this week. I would go Justin Herbert over Kyler Murray. I think that Kyler Murray's injury has very clearly held him back. Ryan, love the TikTok. Thanks, man. Who do you like at flex this week, Debo Samuel or James Conner? I like James Conner more than Debo Samuel. I think James Conner is going to do very well against this Bills defense that really has not been great. Did I just see that Leonard Fournette, is he questionable today? Swift test scare, yeah, but he did test negative. I got you, Ryan. Guys, let's get our first dub in the fantasy playoffs today. We got an hour and a half till football. I'm getting very excited. Taylor or Zeke or Mike Evans. I really do think you can't be benching Jonathan Taylor today, guys. Jonathan Taylor is up against a Raiders defense that just allowed 200 rushing yards to the New York Jets on just first and second downs. I mean, that's insane. Perriman or Antonio Brown. Trey, thanks for being a premium subscriber in the WalterPicks app, man. I would probably still be going Antonio Brown over Brashad Perriman, though it is pretty close for me. Buccaneers running back Leonard Fournette is inactive today. He's officially inactive. Fire up Ronald Jones with confidence, guys. Ronald Jones is in one of the highest over-under games of the week. No Leonard Fournette. Ronald Jones is going to be involved in the rushing and passing game. He's a healthy inactive. Leonard Fournette. That is the confidence that they have in Ronald Jones. Very interesting. Leonard Fournette, healthy scratch today. He's now projected 0 points in the WalterPicks app. Got to rerun these simulations now. Let's see what Ronald Jones comes up with in terms of his projection. He is a very good option now in both DFS and season-long leagues. Ronald Jones probably playing at least 75% of the snaps today. And when we rerun these simulations now with Ronald Jones with Leonard Fournette out, Ronald Jones has a 19% chance to go over 25 fantasy points and only a 20% chance to go under 10. He's projected now for 15.4 fantasy points in the WalterPicks artificially intelligent projections. I mean, Ronald Jones is almost a must start now given Leonard Fournette was a healthy scratch. I got to be adding Ronald Jones to a few more of my DFS lineups at this point, and I already had him in some of them. Ronald Jones, guys, very, very intriguing DFS option today now, and I think you got to be considering starting. QT or AB? I think I like QT a little bit more than Antonio Brown today. Just announced Leonard Fournette officially out. Cut by Jacksonville. Healthy scratch for Tampa Bay today. I mean, it is tough for people who drafted Leonard Fournette. So some quick updates. Brandon Cooks is out. DeAndre Swift is active. Daniel Jones is playing. Kenyon Drake is playing. DeAndre Hopkins is playing. Leonard Fournette is out. Kyle Rudolph is out, but Irv Smith is playing. No word yet on Jamison Elite Crowder, though. Apparently, Keyshawn Vaughn is going to be the number 2 running back for the Bucs today. Interesting decision. Would you start Zeke? Yes, I would start Zeke. I'd play Justin Herbert over Deshaun Watson today, guys. Deshaun Watson has the worst supporting cast he's ever had in his career this week. Worst supporting cast. Tyler, thank you for the update, man. Guys, we are less than 20 subscribers away from 2,000 YouTube subscribers. We're going to hit that mark in under a month. We only need 20 more. You want to be in our first 2,000 YouTube subscribers. You got to hop on the train, guys. Go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit that like button on our live stream as well. We're almost at 250 likes. We're 8 more people got to like our live stream, and then we are at 250. Appreciate everybody. Why should I start Zeke? Because he's up against a Bengals defense that's not scary, and he's going to see 20 touches of the football. He has a high probability at least 1 touchdown today. I'd be pretty surprised if Zeke doesn't get in the end zone. Tom Brady over Taysom Hill, 100%. We're at 1.99K YouTube subscribers right now. Who wants to be the final 10 to get us over 2,000 YouTube subscribers? Very, very exciting. Thoughts on Marquise Brown this week, Trey? I don't like him at all. Marquise Brown is a confirmed bust. Ronald Jones over Zeke and Jacobs now? It's close, man. I would probably still start Zeke over Ronald Jones. Who's going to be the 2,000th YouTube subscriber? Who is it going to be? Let me know if it was you. Josh Jacobs or Mike Davis? I would go Josh Jacobs. And I think we officially passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers. Thank you, everyone who's been a part of this journey, guys. That is an extremely exciting thing to be hitting. Again, if you're watching live on TikTok, that's where we started this morning. We've got 150 subscribers today. Very exciting stuff. Appreciate all of our subscribers and followers on YouTube and TikTok. Mike Davis or Bernard or Tonyan? I would lean towards Mike Davis out of all 3 of those options. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate it. Brody, thank you for being our 2,000th YouTube subscriber, man. Nice job. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of your support. Couldn't have done this really without any of you. So I really do appreciate that. And if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. I'm going Younghoe Koo over Blankership, though both of them are both elites. Ayuk, Kiki, or Drake? Alex, I like Ayuk more than Kiki and Drake, but Kiki QT is a pretty good option. Best value DFS play, you got to like Rashad Perriman. It's a fantastic value. Ronald Jones is also one of the best value plays in DFS this week. Now, both those guys, you really have to strongly consider those guys in DFS this week. We're almost at 250 likes on this live stream. Who's going to be our 250th like? Appreciate everyone who's liked it so far and who's tuned in. I've been up since 4:30 in the morning, finishing up my fantasy research. We've been live for 2.5 hours now, and we're over 250 likes. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Zeke or Jonathan Taylor? Oh, you're going to make me decide between those two. I would lean towards Jonathan Taylor over Ezekiel Elliott today. Again, the Las Vegas Raiders allowed 200 rushing yards on only first and second down to the New York Jets last week. I mean, think about how horrible of a run defense you have to be for that to be true. And Jonathan Taylor is a fantastic option. Ronald Jones or Scary Terry at flex? I think I would still go Scary Terry. But guys, Ronald Jones has a very safe floor now with no Leonard Fournette. Ronald Jones is an extremely, extremely safe play. The Ronald Jones-Jonathan Taylor duo in tournaments on DraftKings is a fantastic option this week in tournaments. I really don't think you can go wrong with them. Perriman, if Crowder out. Even if Crowder isn't out, Brashad Perriman's a great, great sleeper, but I still like KQQT a little bit more than him. Yes, the free prop pick of the week is Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards against the Carolina Panthers defense that has allowed over 30 rushing yards to every single running back with at least 9 carries against them this season. Phillip Lindsay averaging 9 carries a game with Melvin Gordon in the lineup. In games with Melvin Gordon, he's averaging 9 carries per game. He's going over 27 rushing yards today, guys. Even without their starting left tackle, I like Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards today. Lock it in. Bills beating Steelers this week. I think it's happening, Zach. I think that the Bills are the second best team in the AFC. I don't think either team has very much of a chance to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, but I think we're going to see it. That's probably the most exciting game of the week. Who is the second best team in the AFC? We're going to find out this week, guys. Bills versus Steelers, prime time. It's going to be in a very exciting game. I can't wait to watch that one. There's a lot of really, really exciting games this week, guys. We also have the most impactful playoff game of the week, which is the Cleveland Browns versus the Baltimore Ravens. That game also in prime time Monday night. I mean, that's a fantastic game. We also have a fantastic game between the Minnesota Vikings and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That game has huge playoff implications as well. Tom Brady has an amazing record coming off the bye. I think Brady's going to do very, very well today. Sam, please, PPR question. Who has the highest upside? MT, Corey Davis, Thielen, Evans. App says MT and MT. App says Thielen and MT. Yeah, Adam Thielen has tremendous upside today. I don't think you can bench Adam Thielen. I agree with what the app said there. Guys, again, let me run through some guys you absolutely have to be starting today. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start Justin Jefferson. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Calvin Ridley. You now have to start Ronald Jones. Leonard Fournette is inactive. I think you have to start Austin Eckler and David Montgomery. I also think Robbie Anderson is a must start. I think that your profile pick, Caden, that is hilarious. I think that you have to be starting Stephon Diggs. There's a lot of must starts this week, guys, and you have to be starting Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson as well. Those two guys have more upside than almost every other quarterback this week. Kyler or Brady? I would go Brady, guys. I'm not trusting Kyler Murray very much. He's very clearly been hindered by his injury, and he's running less. He's throwing the ball with less velocity. If you go back and watch those games, he does not look like the normal Kyler Murray. So I would go Tom Brady over Kyler. I would be going Lamar Jackson over Josh Allen, but those two are very close. Both of them, to me, are top 5 options this week. Is it safe to start Watson, or do I go Kirk Cousins? I think Kirk Cousins is safer than Deshaun Watson. I'm okay with going Perriman over Boyd as well. Corey Davis or Josh Allen? Oh, Corey Davis or Allen Robinson. I would probably go Allen Robinson over Corey Davis. Both of them are great options. I don't trust Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Players that I'm benching this week, Miles Sanders, Todd Gurley. I think Deshaun Watson has a lot more risk than he has had in the past. He's a top 5 talent in the NFL, but this is the worst supporting cast he's had in his entire career. So don't act like Deshaun Watson is a lock. Absolutely, Brody. You're playing Josh Allen over Deshaun Watson. You're definitely playing Justin Herbert over Deshaun Watson as well. Justin Herbert, guys, he's definitely bouncing back this week. I mean, I think we should all be surprised if Justin Herbert does not bounce back this week. I like Corey Davis more than Kiki QT, but QT is a fantastic wide receiver 2 option. Corey Davis only has 1 game this season under 10 fantasy points. Drake or Swift? Full PPR. Oh, it's a close one. I'd probably lean towards Kenyon Drake over Swift, but it's extremely close. And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it more, I think Swift has more upside than Kenyon Drake against this Packers defense. Swift to me is more risky, but Drake has his own risks also. So I would probably go Swift over Kenyon Drake. Swift to me is not a lock to see a lot of volume in his first game back. I think Adrian Peterson can still steal that goal line work. I think Kerryon Johnson's still going to be involved, but I think Swift can do very, very well against this Packers defense. Thoughts on Clyde Edwards-Helaire? Yeah, his workload has decreased really almost every single game since Le'Veon Bell joined the team. He's tough to trust, and it's sad because I'm in 6 high-stakes fantasy leagues, and in 4 of them, I took Clyde in the first round, and the second that Le'Veon Bell was signed there, it got much, much worse for Clyde. Rodgers versus Murray, definitely Rodgers. Jonnu, Goddard, or Gesicki? I would probably lean towards Jonnu, then Gesicki, then Goddard. I don't trust Goddard at all. I really don't trust much of the Eagles offense this week, guys. I think Jalen Hurts is going to really struggle against the New Orleans Saints, who have one of the best rushing defenses of all time. This is not a good game for Jalen Hurts to be getting his first start. Ayuk or Josh Jacobs. I would lean towards Ayuk there. Best tight ends. Yeah, Jackson. Obviously, Travis Kelce. The tier of tight ends is Travis Kelce. Darren Waller's right below him now. I think that you have to be starting Mark Andrews as well as a top tight end. After that, I like Noah Fant and Robert Tonyan as upside tight ends this week. Seahawks defense or Ravens defense? I would go with Seahawks. Kyler is not on the injury report anymore. Yeah, but that does not mean he's not still injured. That just means they didn't list him on the injury report. Those are actually two different things. The Patriots have been using that to their advantage for quite some time. I do think that Kyler Murray's injury is still affecting him. Leonard Fournette, healthy scratch this week. 2,000 subscribers. I know, very exciting. No, Zach, still no word on Jamison Lee Crowder. We've gotten confirmation that Leonard Fournette is out. We've gotten pretty much confirmation about every injury so far except for Jamison Lee Crowder. They're really taking that one right up to game time. And if you're watching live on YouTube right now, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We're trying to get to 300 likes before 12 o'clock. In the next 15 minutes. We only need 40 more likes to get there, guys. Really do appreciate it. Hit that like button. It takes you 2 seconds. Helps us out a lot more than you realize. Yes, I do think Christian McCaffrey is coming back next week. I don't really understand why they would rush him back when they're kind of out of playoff contention, but it sounds like he wants to come back. I like Corey Davis more than Kiki QT this week, guys. Corey Davis has gotten over 10 fantasy points every game but one this season. And if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, you're missing out, guys. We're live on TikTok and YouTube right now. You got to go check us out on YouTube. Scary Terry, MT, Deontay Johnson. I would definitely go Scary Terry and Michael Thomas there. Ronald Jones over 200 rushing yards is your bold prediction. I don't think that happens, but it is an interesting one. Gurley or Hines? I like Hines. Todd Gurley and Miles Sanders are must sits for me. I think that must starts this week are Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis, David Montgomery, Ronald Jones. I think you have to start Austin Eckler. I think Calvin Ridley, Keenan Allen, you have to be starting both of them. A.J. Brown or Calvin Ridley. I would lean Ridley, but I want to be starting both of those guys. Juju, Boyd, or Corey Davis. I would go Corey Davis over Juju and Boyd, though I do think Juju can do well against the Bills, who have kind of struggled to stop slot receivers this season. It's been one of their biggest weaknesses so far this year. And Ronald Jones over under rushing yards this week is 73. They're projecting him for 73 rushing yards. He's got a lot of upside this week, guys. And again, if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. We're trying to get to 300 likes before the next 14 minutes pass. If you're watching live on TikTok, come join us on YouTube. We just passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers in under a month. We're posting some longer form content on there. We're live on YouTube as well. And the live on YouTube is very nice because we get to enjoy a less spammy chat experience on YouTube, which is exciting. We do have some moderators helping us out. Appreciate Ben and Dylan if you're helping out with the chat on YouTube. That's very appreciated. Chubb or Carson versus Ronald Jones and Hunt. Who scores more? I would probably lean towards Ronald Jones and Hunt, but it's very close. Ronald Jones or Mike Davis? I would go Ronald Jones over Mike Davis this week, given that Leonard Fournette was a healthy scratch. I think we can project Ronald Jones, guys, for like 80% of the snaps and workload. Andrew, thanks. Yeah, we passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers. Very exciting. Hopefully we can get to 300 likes on this YouTube live as well. Hit that like button. We're only 15 likes away, guys. We can do that right now if everyone hits that like button really quickly. Should I start Sanders, Hollywood Cooks, or Antonio Brown? Well, Brandon Cooks is out today. I would be starting Antonio Brown over Hollywood and over Miles Sanders. I'm benching Miles Sanders and Todd Gurley with confidence today, guys. We're 20 likes away from 300. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Elliott 10 plus. Yeah, Elliott is going over 10 plus points for sure today, guys. I'm pretty confident in that one. And I really do think Ronald Jones has instantly shot himself into one of the best values on DraftKings today and on FanDuel. Given that Leonard Fournette was a healthy scratch, that's a very big vote of confidence for Ronald Jones. And some of the best value wide receivers today on DraftKings, Brashad Perriman or Braxton Berrios. It looks like Jamison Lee Crowder is going to be out. Even if he's not, one of those guys is probably going to return fantastic value today on DraftKings. I think that you can't go wrong with them in your lineups. And it's tough not to love Justin Herbert on DraftKings as well. You got to have some lineups with him in there. And stacking with Calvin Ridley, Keenan Allen. I mean, there's a fantastic upside stack with those players today. Stephon Diggs, Calvin Ridley, or Michael Thomas. I would probably be going with Stephon Diggs there. I really think you have to start Stephon Diggs. The weakness of the Steelers defense has been stopping the pass. Their secondary is their weakness. You have to start Stephon Diggs. Gabriel Davis, by the way, if you're looking for a deep flex sleeper option, Gabriel Davis is in a pretty good spot. I'm starting Gabriel Davis in place of Jamison Elite Crowder in one of my leagues in one of my playoff matchups today, because Gabriel Davis has played over 90% of the snaps in every game that John Brown has missed over the last couple of weeks. He's a pretty good deep upside option. Taysom or Kyler? I think I would go Taysom Hill over Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray, guys, is a very risky option. Josh Allen or Justin Herbert, both of them should do very well. I think Justin Herbert is going to bounce back, but I like Josh Allen more. I think Josh Allen's going over 30 points this week. Josh Allen, to me, is going to win people fantasy championships. Perriman or Barber. Do not start Peyton Barber, guys. Get him as far away from your starting lineups as you can. Don't put yourself through that pain. Start Brashad Perriman over Peyton Barber. I feel very confident in that one. Peyton Barber is not very good at the game of football. He's one of the least efficient backs in the NFL. Is Swift a good flex right now? Swift has risk. Swift has upside, but he also has a pretty low floor. His first game back, it's hard to know exactly what his role is going to be. We can expect Adrian Peterson to potentially steal some snaps at the goal line from DeAndre Swift. I think Kerryon Johnson will probably still be involved too. So Swift has upside against a Packers defense, allowing top 5 fantasy points per game to the running back position, but he has a low floor just because his workload is somewhat unknown today. And guys, we're only 11 likes away from 300 likes. Hit that like button. You can help be our 300th like on our YouTube live. Appreciate everyone that's tuned in right now. Seriously, I appreciate every single one of you. We are going to get our dubs in the first week of the fantasy football playoffs. I am pumped for week 14 to the NFL. Ronald Jones is a very intriguing start now that Leonard Fournette is a healthy scratch, but I would probably still be starting Chris Godwin over Ronald Jones. Ronald Jones definitely has a really safe floor now, though. Allen Robinson or Mike Davis? I would go Allen Robinson. Should I start Landry over Claypool and AB? I would go Antonio Brown over them. In Ebron or Andrews? I think you have to start Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, Darren Waller, Travis Kelce have to be started. Noah Fant and Robert Tonyan, also probably really high upside options that you got to start in season-long leagues this week. Jacobs or Josh Jacobs or James Conner? I liked James Conner more than Josh Jacobs this week. Josh Jacobs has a much harder matchup. I like Kirk Cousins more than Trubisky and Kyler Murray this week. Yo, Sam, love the WalterPicks app. Thanks, Sydney. I appreciate that for tuning in. I know you made the playoffs in your very first fantasy season. Any questions, Sydney? Brashad Perriman is looking like a must start, and so is, I think, another one of your players. Come up with a question. I got you, Sid. Curtis Samuel or Cooper? I like Cooper more than Curtis Samuel. Guys, here's some players you have to be starting this week. You have to start Justin Jefferson. You have to start Adam Thielen. I would be playing Stephon Diggs over DeAndre Hopkins. I think you have to start Stephon Diggs. I would argue you have to start Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Ronald Jones. Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, must start options. Keenan Allen, Calvin Ridley, must start options. You got to be starting these players in your lineups today. Ayuk or QT with Cooks out. I would still lean Ayuk, but QT, that's who I was thinking of, Sid. Sid, you got to be starting Kiki QT in your lineup. I know your lineup. You got to get Kiki QT in there. He's the clear number one option for Deshaun Watson today. He's going to have at least 10 targets. He went for 140 yards last week, even against a good team. He's got a tough matchup. I still think QT is one of the best plays of the week. You got to be trusting QT, but even over a guy like Deebo Samuel, yes, I'd be willing to play him over Deebo Samuel. I would rather play Quentin Rashad Perriman over Noah Fant. I hate starting tight ends in my flex because tight ends just generally suck. They're not good in fantasy football. It's very hard to have a tight end outscore a wide receiver unless they score a touchdown. Like at the tight end position, after a guy like Travis Kelce, a guy like Darren Waller, you're just hoping for a touchdown at the tight end position. It's been absolutely brutal. Sam, ESPN app says Cooks is playing. No, Brandon Cooks is confirmed out. Brandon Cooks is not playing today. That is confirmed from reliable sources like Adam Schefter. Should I start Perriman over Antonio Brown, even if Crowder plays? That is a close one for me because you're trusting Adam Gase and Sam Darnold. But I think I would still be playing Perriman over Antonio Brown because of the matchup. They're up against the Seattle Seahawks secondary that has allowed the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. No Denzel Mims is the best sign for Rashad Perriman because he's the one who competes for deep targets with Rashad Perriman. Guys, we're 3 likes away from 300. Who's going to be our 300th like? Hit like on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. If you haven't checked us out on YouTube yet and you're listening live on TikTok, you got to go subscribe to our channel on YouTube. We passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. A very exciting accomplishment. Hey, Sam, on the WalterPicks app, it says Watson over Herbert. Do you agree? No, I do not agree with that one. I would be starting Justin Herbert over Deshaun Watson. I disagree with Walter on that. I think that Herbert's for sure having a bounce back week. And Deshaun Watson, his floor is lowered. This is Deshaun Watson's worst starting supporting cast that he has had in his entire career. I mean, there's never been a game where Deshaun Watson had so few weapons. His number one option is QT. His number two option is either Duke Johnson or Jordan Atkins. I mean, it's brutal out there for Deshaun Watson, and it definitely lowers his ceiling and floor today. I would be playing Justin Herbert over Deshaun Watson. I think Justin Herbert's in a great bounce back spot today. We passed 300 likes. Let's go on our YouTube live. Appreciate everybody that's tuned in. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. We'll see if we can get to 350 likes before the end of this live stream. Guys, we are almost an hour away from football. Week 14, the first week of the fantasy football playoffs. I'm getting very excited. I don't know about you guys, but this is one of the best weeks of the year, and it's going to come down. Your league, your season could come down to one start-sit decision. Your start-sit decision today could determine if you are in the championship or if you are out in the first week, and that is why I made an app. I spent over 400 hours building an app. It's called WalterPicks. It's in the iOS App Store. It uses artificial intelligence and machine learning and 10,000 simulations of each week to give you the most accurate insights you need to make your start-sit decisions in fantasy football. You can download the app completely free. I gave everyone 25 completely free start-sit comparisons. So if you need help with your start-sit decisions, go download the app, try it out. It will help you make the right decision. Please help me, Sam. Jonathan Taylor or Austin Eckler? I would go Eckler over JT. I like both of them a lot this week, though. Austin Eckler, though, has top 5 upside. He cannot be benched. You can't be benching Austin Eckler against the Falcons. Matt Ryan or Deshaun Watson? Tommy, I'm worried about both of those guys today. I would probably lean Matt Ryan over Deshaun, but I don't love Matt Ryan today. I do think Brandon Ayuk is a solid wide receiver, too. I've seen a lot of questions with Ayuk today. I feel like I've answered Ayuk a lot today. He is one of the best wide receivers in the NFL over the last week. Ayuk has done nothing but ball out. The 49ers have done a great job building their receivers around guys that are just amazing after the catch. Deebo Samuel and Ayuk are two of the best receivers in the NFL in yards after the catch, and he is up against a pretty good Washington defense today, but I still think Ayuk can perform. Ayuk has had very, very good, consistent numbers in fantasy football. Antonio Brown or Duke Johnson? I would lean towards Antonio Brown over Duke Johnson. To me, the ceiling's just way, way higher. What do you think about New Orleans running back draft strategy? I think that the New Orleans Saints need to involve Alvin Kamara more in the running game. Ayuk valid. Yeah, Ayuk is very good, guys. Ayuk is one of the best rookies. This rookie receiving class is going to go down as one of the best of all time, by the way. We got Justin Jefferson, an absolute baller. CeeDee Lamb's going to be very, very good. I think Jerry Jeudy's fantastic. Ayuk is really good. T. Higgins is a really, really good wide receiver. I think I'm even missing a couple more rookies than that. I mean, the rookies in this class are extremely, extremely impressive. And Ayuk, guys, he has seen at least 7 targets in 4 straight games. He's gotten over 75 yards in 4 straight games. There are very few wide receivers that have done better than Ayuk over the last month. You got to be trusting Ayuk in your starting lineups today. I don't trust Laviska Shenault very much. I don't think he's the best wide receiver on his team. Jonathan Taylor or Tyler Lockett. I would go Jonathan Taylor. Again, insane stat. The Raiders allowed 200 rushing yards on first and second down to the New York Jets last week. Think about how bad of a run defense you need to be to allow 200 rushing yards to Ty Johnson and the New York Jets on only first and second down. Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines are going to feast against the Raiders today. That game also could end up being one of the higher scoring games of the season. Gallman or Deontay Johnson? I would go Deontay Johnson for sure. Deontay Johnson, one of the only wide receivers in the NFL who's had over a 20% target share in every healthy game that he's played this season. Guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, we're trying to get to 350 likes on this live stream. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you haven't subscribed to us yet on YouTube, you got to go subscribe, guys. YouTube is where it is at. We just passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers today in less than a month. Jalen Reagor or T. Higgins? I would lean towards T. Higgins over Jalen Reagor. Yeah, Phillip Rivers is a pretty good value on FanDuel. And if you want to dominate on FanDuel and DraftKings, guys, go start your 3-day free trial in the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store. Use our DFS Lineup Optimizer that leverages our machine learning projections with linear programming to take the pool of players that you want to play and give you the best possible lineups. It is an absolute money-making machine, guys. You got to go check it out. I'm really stressing whether I should start Perriman or Antonio Brown. It's a very close one, Andrew. I lean towards Perriman, but both of them have really high upside this week. Mike Evans or Deontay Johnson? I would lean towards Mike Evans. I think you have to start Mike Evans. You have to start Chris Godwin. You have to start Justin Jefferson. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Keenan Allen and Calvin Ridley. You have to start Austin Eckler, Ronald Jones, David Montgomery. All of these guys you have to be starting. I like Ayuk more than Deebo Samuel. James Conner is safer than Robbie Anderson, but I'm starting Robbie Anderson over James Conner, guys. Robbie Anderson has a very high ceiling this week with no DJ Moore. QT, Perriman, or Beasley? I would probably rank them in that order. Zeke, Ronald Jones, or Jonathan Taylor. Oh, those are all Zach. All those are really good options. I think I'd probably lean towards Zeke first still. I think Zeke is for sure scoring a touchdown today, but I think Jonathan Taylor and Ronald Jones need to be considered as well. Honestly, Jonathan Taylor to me has the highest ceiling of all three of those guys. Ronald Jones probably has the safest floor, but Zeke to me lands right in the middle. Herbert or Lamar? I like Lamar Jackson a lot this week. I don't think you can be benching Lamar Jackson, or you could be benching Josh Allen. I think you got to be starting both those guys, even over Justin Herbert, who's due for a big bounce back week this week against the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, this week is the week where Justin Herbert will solidify himself as the offensive rookie of the year. If he can throw for 300 yards today, he's breaking all sorts of records today. For DFS, Taysom Hill or Tannehill? I like Tannehill a lot more than Taysom Hill today. Swift or Corey Davis? I would go Corey Davis. Yeah, it is tough. Brandon Cooks out today. Still no report on Jamison Elite Crowder. Ronald Jones has a pretty good chance to go over 100 yards and a couple TDs today. Ronald Jones, guys, has a lot of upside in this game. I'd be pretty surprised if Ronald Jones doesn't score a touchdown today. I don't know about all of you, but Ronald Jones is a lock to go over 50 rushing yards. With Leonard Fournette is a healthy scratch in today's game. Ronald Jones instantly becoming one of the best DFS values of the day. You really can't go wrong with Ronald Jones today. Logan Thomas or Jonnu Smith? I would lean towards Jonnu Smith. Florida has been fantastic. Thanks for asking. OG subscriber, Kenyon Drake, Mostert, or AB? I would go Antonio Brown. To me, he has a lot more upside than Kenyon Drake and Raheem Mostert. I like Ebron as a pretty good high upside tight end, but over Davis, what Davis are you speaking of? Is it Corey Davis? Is it Gabriel Davis? Is it Mike Davis? Thoughts on Sterling Shepard? I think Sterling Shepard is a pretty interesting option with Daniel Jones back. That whole offense is getting a lift. That whole offense is getting a big lift today without Colt McCoy leading that offense now. I mean, Daniel Jones, Evan Ingram also top 5 tight end this week now with Daniel Jones back. He was looking his way a lot before he went down with an injury. Expectations for Kareem Hunt. Yeah, we're expecting him 10 to 15 touches, probably between 8 and 12 fantasy points would be my projection for Kareem Hunt, who, I mean, he has a tough situation playing behind the most efficient running back in the NFL. I mean, guys, Nick Chubb has been an insane efficiency monster this season. It's been very, very impressive. Rivers or Watson in DFS? I like Rivers more than Watson. Guys, Deshaun Watson has a lot of downside with the worst supporting cast he's ever had in his career today. McKissick or Gallman? I like McKissick a little bit more in PPR leagues. I like Beasley more than Jarvis Landry and more than Deebo Samuel. Cole Beasley is a really good option. And Gabriel Davis, by the way, also a pretty good option as an upside deep play. If you're in a deep league, go check if Gabriel Davis is available, because Gabriel Davis is in a really good spot, playing over 90% of the snaps now for the Bills since John Brown is out, and the Steelers secondary is the weakness of that team. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, you got to go subscribe. Hit that like button if you're watching live on YouTube. We're trying to get to 350 likes. We're very close to hitting that mark. Let's pass 325. First, only 12 of you need to hit that like button. We're at 325. Do you trust DeAndre Hopkins? Jack, I actually don't trust DeAndre Hopkins that much this week. I think you need to be starting DeAndre Hopkins. But to me, he has a lower floor than we usually expect from him, because he's up against a Giants team that has not allowed a single top 12 wide receiver week. In the last month. Not even a top 24 wide receiver week for the New York Giants defense. They have been very, very good against wide receivers. And Sydney, if you're in this live stream, you should be starting Kiki QT over Brashad Perriman. I like QT more than Perriman. I like both of them a lot, but QT is going to see at least 10 targets tethered to Deshaun Watson. Jerry Jeudy is quietly, guys, averaging a 20% target share and 100 air yards per game. He's only one of 6 players who have done that. One of 6 players. Jerry Jeudy is going to have a big bounce back game today, guys. I like Jerry Jeudy a lot today. Guys, we are less than an hour away from football. I'm getting pumped. We're also only 5 likes away from 325 likes on this live stream. Hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you haven't hit that yet, really do appreciate that. Lockett or Robinson? I would probably be going with Allen Robinson. We're 3 likes away from 325 likes. Do I pick up Kiki, Deebo, or Perriman, or stick with Boyd? I would go Kiki over Boyd. I would go Kiki over Perriman this week. Both of them are really good sleeper options. But Kiki QT, guys, the very clear top target for Deshaun Watson today. You got to be trusting Kiki QT. Antonio Brown or Mike Davis? Antonio Brown or Kiki QT? I would go Antonio Brown. I would probably go Kiki over Antonio Brown. And Josh Jacobs, to me, is a better option than Mike Davis as well. And again, you can answer all your start-sit questions on the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. It gives you boom and bust probabilities for every single player, completely free to download, completely free to make start-sit comparisons. Antonio Brown or Kiki QT? I would go Kiki QT. I should see 0 questions about Patrick Mahomes. Even in a tough matchup, you have to be starting Patrick Mahomes. And we passed 325 likes on this live stream. Pumped to see that. Why'd the Falcons line switch to Falcons plus 1.5? I don't know. That's interesting. I don't know the reason for that. Mike Evans or Terry McLaurin? I would go Mike Evans, but both of them should have very good days. I'm playing A.J. Brown over Tyler Lockett today. Again, guys, let me rapid fire some of the players you absolutely need to start today. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen. I think you have to be starting Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. I think you must start Keenan Allen, Calvin Ridley, Stephon Diggs. All of these guys you got to be starting. Austin Eckler, David Montgomery, you have to start them. I think you have to start Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson as well. Michael Thomas, A.J. Brown, or QT? I would probably go A.J. Brown over Michael Thomas today. I really do like A.J. Brown. The Jaguars secondary is just atrocious. Samuel or QT. Guys, QT is the top target for Deshaun Watson today. He's realistically going to get over 10 targets today. So QT is a better option than Curtis Samuel. He's probably a slightly worse option than Marvin Jones. They're both in very similar situations, though, against pretty good defenses. They've been thrusted into the number one receiver role, where that's really not where they were at the beginning of the season. But Marvin Jones has had over 20% target share in every game that Kenny Golladay has been out. So you got to love Marvin Jones and what he's been able to do. Alexander, QT or Claypool? What's the worst QB you would start over Murray? I would start Kirk Cousins and Ryan Tannehill over Kyler Murray. That's probably the worst QB. And I would be starting QT over Claypool, by the way. Claypool, guys, has started to have his role eaten into a little bit by James Washington, and he's had some serious touchdown regression. I don't trust Clyde Edwards-Helaire very much. I definitely don't trust Miles Sanders or Todd Gurley. Guys, we're 17 likes away from 350. Hit that like button. You could be our 350th like over on YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, I don't know what you're waiting for, because we just passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. Very exciting stuff. T. Higgins or James Conner? I would go James Conner for sure. Mostert, QT, or Cooper? I would probably lean towards QT over Cooper, over Mostert. Bears or Texans? I like the Bears over the Texans, Zach. QT or Beasley? I would lean QT. Guys, QT, 140 yards last week. Who's your prize pick of the week? Again, you can get access to all of our premium player prop picks on the WalterPicks app, on the iOS App Store. Just start your 3-day free trial. You can get it for completely free. But I do think Ezekiel Elliott is going to get more points than people are projecting. I think he's going for at least one touchdown today. Deontay Johnson or Terry McLaurin? Terry McLaurin for me. Again, get access to Start Sit Advice for free on the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. I spent over 400 hours building that app. We are very close to 350 likes, guys. Hit that like button on YouTube. We're going to pass 340 very soon. Full PPR, Jonathan Taylor or Ronald Jones. Very close. Ronald Jones is the safer option at this point, but to me, Jonathan Taylor still has more upside. He's up against a Raiders defense that allowed 200 rushing yards to the New York Jets on just first and second down. For reference, Melvin Gordon is scheduled to appear in court on Monday, so that could be good news for Philip Lindsay. Davis or Gallman? I would go Davis over Gallman. Philip Lindsay, by the way, he's a good stash for the playoffs. He could be the starter next week. Still no reports on Jamison Elite Crowder being in or out. We're getting close to game time. I believe the Jets play at 1 o'clock as well. Chark or Ayuk or Beasley? I would rank those guys as Ayuk number 1, Beasley number 2, and Chark number 3. I think that the Jets play at 1 o'clock. Let's see here. No, they play at 4. So we might not know about Jamison Elite Crowder until after the 1 o'clock games. And so you got to get Jamison Elite Crowder out of your lineups ASAP. Should I play Ty Johnson? No. Frank Gore is looking like he's going to play. Bucks -7 or Vikings +7? I think I like the Bucks -7. DeAndre Hopkins or Corey Davis? My personal opinion this week is Corey Davis over DeAndre Hopkins. Drake, Taylor, or Jacobs? I would go Taylor over Drake and Jacobs. Again, Jonathan Taylor is in a fantastic matchup against a Raiders defense that just allowed 200 rushing yards to the Jets on only first and second down last week. Marvin Jones or Ayuk? I like Ayuk a little bit more than Marvin Jones. Is Drake a play today? Drake is risky. Drake is going to play 60% of the snaps. He's probably going to see at least 15 carries, but he's also coming in with some hip injury that he picked up this week, and he really has struggled to sustain a high floor in fantasy. I do think he has some risk involved. I'd go Noah Fant over Irv Smith, Judy over Kiki for me, but it's close. And Kiki QT is the safer option, but to me, Judy's going to have a bounce-back day today. Waller or Chark? Probably Darren Waller. It's one of the few situations where I would probably be willing to start 2 tight ends. Beasley over Crowder. Even if Crowder plays, it's Beasley. Crowder, if he plays, is playing through an injury. It's clear this injury is real, and that is enough to convince me to bench Jamison, Elite Crowder in all situations today. Guys, we're 7 likes away from passing 350 likes on our YouTube live. Super exciting. We're going to do it. Who wants to be our 350th like on YouTube? If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet too, you got to do that. We've been live on YouTube for over 3 hours, live on TikTok over 3 hours. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. We're 1 like away from 350. Who's going to be the 350th like? I appreciate everyone who's tuned in, and there we go, 350 likes. I appreciate everyone who has tuned in today. Let's get our dubs in the first week of the fantasy playoffs. Luke, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Herbert or Lamar Jackson? I think you have to start Lamar Jackson this week, guys. I like Justin Herbert as a big bounce-back candidate this week, but Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen are 2 guys I'm willing to start over Justin Herbert today. And now we're going to see, can we get to 400 likes before the football game starts? We are pretty close. If you want to check out our YouTube live stream, it's actually pretty nice. The chat is a little less spammy on YouTube. Definitely go subscribe to our YouTube channel, linked in our TikTok bio. I'd probably sit Deontay Johnson. Sit one. Deontay Johnson, DeAndre Hopkins, Ridley Chubb. I'd probably sit DeAndre Hopkins there. Murray or Brady. And Deontay or Godwin. I would go Brady and Godwin. Get that stack going. I think both of them can have huge days today. I like Evan Ingram more than Robert Tonyan. Corey Davis or Zeke at flex. I would go Zeke over Corey Davis, but it is extremely close. And Zeke, to me, they both have really good floors. Corey Davis has a really high ceiling. I think Zeke has a high ceiling too. They're honestly similar options to me, but personally, I would go Zeke. How do you feel about Chubb and Aaron Jones? I'm feeling very confident about both of them this week. Aaron Jones has some of the highest upside of any player this week. Austin Hooper not expected to play because of a neck injury on Monday night. If you have Austin Hooper in your lineup, you have to get him out of your lineups. Guys, by the way, this week's Devontae Booker, the bust of the week, it's going to be DeAndre Washington, who to me is not a good play. By the way, Peyton Barber, don't you dare ask me a question about Peyton Barber. Get him as far away from your lineups as you can. But DeAndre Washington, to me, is not a very good option this week against a Chiefs defense and offense. They're huge underdogs. The Dolphins are probably going to be playing from behind. That plays right into Lynn Bowden's skill set, not DeAndre Washington's. You decided Brashad Perriman over Antonio Brown. I'm okay with that decision. I think it's a really close one. I have Diggs, though. Should I start Beasley? Yeah, you can start both of them against the Steelers defense, whose weakness is their secondary. Guys, we're almost at 375 likes on YouTube. Who can get us to 375? How much is Zeke scoring? I think Zeke's going over 15 fantasy points today. I think he's getting at least 1 touchdown. Higgins or Jacobs? I like Jacobs more than Higgins. If Frank Gore doesn't play, is Ty Johnson to start over Miles Sanders? Yes, but it looks like Frank Gore is going to play. I want nothing to do with Miles Sanders this week, guys. Up against a Saints defense that has a historically good run defense. One of the best run defenses of all time. We passed 375 likes. Let's go. Let's see if we can get to 400 likes on YouTube. A.J. Brown over 60 yards. Of course he's going over 60 yards. It's A.J. Brown against an atrocious Jaguars secondary. Who's setting that line at 60? I really don't understand. And by the way, the free prop pick of the week was Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. He's averaging 9 carries per game in games where Melvin Gordon also plays. Every single running back with at least 9 carries against the Panthers this season has gone over 30 yards. So lock in Phillip Lindsay as the lock of the week, over 27 rushing yards. Blue Jay, thanks for subscribing. I would go Ronald Jones over Kenyon Drake. Ronald Jones is nearing must-start territory in most situations. You got to find a spot for Ronald Jones and Jonathan Taylor in your lineups, guys. Ronald Jones is even safer than Jonathan Taylor because we know Ronald Jones, he's getting at least 15 touches today. If the Bucs can get a lead, I mean, he has a chance for 2+ touchdowns, 100+ yards. I don't trust Chris Carson that much because Chris Carson and his injury is a little ominous to me. And it's hard for me to trust Pete Carroll because he's had a history of being overly optimistic about injuries. Dallas defense or Washington defense? Both are good options, Zach. I would lean towards Washington, but Dallas is a pretty good sleeper defense this week against a Bengals team. I like the Ezekiel Elliott Dallas Cowboys stack in DFS a lot today. QT, Mostert, Debo, or Antonio Brown. I think I would probably lean towards Kiki QT and Antonio Brown if I had to start two there. I like Justin Herbert and Ryan Tannehill a lot today. I probably like Justin Herbert a little bit more because there's one scenario in this Titans-Jaguars game where the Titans get an early lead and then Ryan Tannehill only ends up throwing 15 passes. Derrick Henry has one of the best games of all time. That is a chance to happen in that Titans-Jaguars game, where in the Chargers-Falcons game, there's really no range of outcome where Justin Herbert's not throwing the ball at least 30 times. And so I like Justin Herbert a little bit more than Ryan Tannehill for that reason, but both of them have really good upside today. Miles Sanders or Curtis Samuel? Curtis Samuel, man. Guys, send Miles Sanders to your bench. He is very, very risky this week. He's losing first down snaps to Jordan Howard, losing third down snaps to Boston Scott. He's up against the Saints defense. It's one of the best run defenses of all time. Guys, who's going to be our 400th like on YouTube? Definitely hit that like button. If you're watching live on YouTube, let's get to our 400th like. I'm about to rattle off some players you absolutely need to be starting today. You have to start Justin Jefferson. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Calvin Ridley. You have to start Keenan Allen. You need to start Austin Eckler. You need to start Ronald Jones, Jonathan Taylor, David Montgomery. Also must start options. All of these guys are fantastic plays. Some good sleepers. Brashad Perriman with Denzel Mims out. Perriman's up against the Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers. Either Perriman or Braxton Berrios is going to be a great sleeper this week. Kiki QT, I'm seeing tons of questions about him. He went for 140 yards against a good defense with Cooks playing last week. Now Brandon Cooks is out. Kiki QT is almost in must-start territory. Most of the situations I'm looking at, you got to start Kiki QT, who is in a fantastic spot to see 10-plus targets today, even against a pretty good defense. Ayuk is a much better option than Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Guys, Ayuk has not gone under 70 receiving yards in the last month. He has not had under 7 targets in the last month. Brandon Ayuk is a solid wide receiver too. Sam, what game are you most excited for this week? Matt, it has to be the Steelers-Bills game. That game to me is the deciding factor of who is the second best team in the AFC. I'm pumped to watch that game tonight. I'm also very excited for the Monday night game between the Browns and the Ravens. That game has the biggest playoff implications of any game this week. The third game I'm probably most excited for, though, Matt, and that's coming up in less than 40 minutes, is Minnesota Vikings versus the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How good is Tom Brady going to be coming off the bye? Leonard Fournette, healthy scratch. What is Ronald Jones going to do with this opportunity? I think Brady's going to have a fantastic day. Herbert or Tannehill? I like Herbert a little bit more than Tannehill, but both are great, great options. Hopkins, Thielen, Johnson, pick 2. I'm okay benching DeAndre Hopkins today, guys. He's up against a Giants defense that has not allowed a top 24 wide receiver week in the last month. No wide receiver over 15 fantasy points in the last month against the New York Giants. The last player to do it was Terry McLaurin back in week 9. So DeAndre Hopkins is still start worthy, but if you have a guy like Stephon Diggs or a guy like Calvin Ridley, you're starting them over DeAndre Hopkins this week. David Montgomery or Aaron Jones? Definitely Aaron Jones. Guys, you can't bench Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones has way too much upside. Aaron Jones had 40 points earlier this season against the Lions. Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, or Taylor? I would be playing Derrick Henry, obviously, and Jonathan Taylor over Josh Jacobs for me this week. I'm playing Jonathan Taylor and Ronald Jones over Josh Jacobs this week pretty confidently. Akins, Irv Smith, or Hurst? Honestly, I like Akins more than Irv Smith and Hurst. Irv Smith would be in a fantastic spot if there aren't reports about him playing limited snaps because of an injury. And guys, if you haven't hit that like button, we're about to pass 400 likes. Who's going to be our 400th like on YouTube? Super exciting that we're going to hit that mark. Definitely hit that like button if you haven't hit that like button yet. Who's going to be our 400th like on YouTube? Jacobs or Ayuk? I would lean towards Ayuk over Jacobs. Again, Brandon Ayuk has not gone under 75 receiving yards or 7 targets in the last month. I mean, Brandon Ayuk is about as safe as it gets. He's very trustworthy. What's up, Sam? What are your best DraftKings picks for wide receiver, tight end, and flex? For wide receiver, Nate, it's Brashad Perriman against the Seattle Seahawks, who are allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. I think Perriman's a great, great value. At tight end, I like Robert Tonyan and Noah Fant if you're not going to pay up for Travis Kelce. And if you're really going to pay down at tight end, look no further than Cole Kmet, who has quietly taken over the lead tight end role for the Chicago Bears, and he's at almost minimum price on DraftKings. At flex, I really like Ezekiel Elliott at his price today. Ronald Jones and Jonathan Taylor, Nate, also have to be considered. Lockett or Godwin? I would lean towards Godwin. I think Godwin and Mike Evans are must starts today. I like Noah Fant over Hunter Henry. We passed 400 likes. Let's go. That's super exciting. Thank you everyone who's tuned in and liked our live stream on YouTube. Swift or Drake? I would lean towards Swift over Drake because Swift to me has a higher upside than Drake, but Swift probably has the lower floor. We can't accurately, confidently say what DeAndre Swift's role in the offense is going to be today, guys. His first game back, but he does have upside. We know he is extremely talented, and in the last game he played was the best game of his young career. Ayuk over Zeke or Hopkins? Ayuk over Hopkins is not going to be easy for you to do, but I think you got to do it. I think Ayuk is safer than DeAndre Hopkins. Deontay Johnson or Josh Jacobs at flex? I like Deontay Johnson a lot. I like Austin Eckler more than David Montgomery. And again, guys, I built an app. I spent over 400 hours building this app that's in the iOS App Store. It's called WalterPicks. It uses machine learning and artificial intelligence to give you the most accurate insights you could possibly need to make your start-sit decisions. It's completely free to download, completely free to use for your start-sit decisions, to give everyone 25 free start-sit decisions, and it will give you boom and bust probabilities based on 10,000 simulations for every single player. Fantasy football is a game about a range of outcomes. You can't accurately say exactly what's going to happen for a player, but you can accurately say what their range of outcomes is. For example, Aaron Jones, his range of outcomes, his 90th percentile outcome is 40 fantasy points today. There are very few players in the NFL that have a 40-point ceiling in their range of outcomes, but that's what Aaron Jones has. Austin Eckler, by the way, also has that type of ceiling. Kiki QT also has an extremely high ceiling as the number one wide receiver for the Houston Texans. So go download the WalterPicks app, get that information that you need. These start-sit decisions can be the difference between going out in the first round of the playoffs and making it to the championship. This week is very, very important. I don't need to express the gravity of week 14 in the NFL. Higgins, QT, or Juju? I would go QT over Higgins and Juju. Kamara or Ronald Jones? Oh, here we are starting Ronald Jones over Alvin Kamara in week 14 because Alvin Kamara is completely phased out of the passing game, and Ronald Jones has extremely high touchdown upside, and he has the potential to go over 100 yards today. Hilton or Pittman? I would probably go T.Y. Hilton. I like Akins over Irv Smith and Hurst today. There's no need to spam the YouTube chat, by the way. I'll try to get to your question. I'm actually less likely to answer your question if you're spamming. I would probably go with Hunt over Mostert. The issue with Raheem Mostert is he's going to do bad if they don't get a lead. He is not involved in the passing game at all. Dalvin Cook or Calvin Ridley? I'd go Ridley over Dalvin Cook today. I really think Calvin Ridley's ceiling is extremely high. Jacobs or Chris Carson? I would lean towards Chris Carson, but I think it is extremely, extremely close. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in. If you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube yet, we passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers under a month. App says easily Hopkins over Ayuk. You disagree. Johnny, it's not surprising that the app is very confident in Hopkins regardless of matchup, though I am okay starting Ayuk over Hopkins. I think it's a risky play that could end up paying off for you. Thoughts on Deontay Johnson for this week? I think Deontay Johnson is one of the safest players in fantasy football. He's had over 20% target share in every healthy game that he's played this season. Very few players you can say that about. Curtis or Ayuk? I would go Ayuk for sure. Again, guys, Ayuk has not gone under 75 yards in a single game in the past month. Jonathan Taylor or Antonio Brown? I would go Jonathan Taylor there. McLaren, Crowder, or McKissick? Guys, Crowder's trending towards being out this week, so I would definitely go McLaren there. Still no reports on Jameson, Lee, Crowder, Zeke, or Evans. I'd say Evans has more upside, but I like Zeke's floor a lot more than Mike Evans. Gallman or Jonathan Taylor? That one's easy for me. It's definitely Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor's a fantastic option. Robbie Anderson or Curtis Samuel? Definitely Robbie Anderson. Hey, Sam, who do I start this week? You got to give me a little bit more info. I don't know your exact team. And guys, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, you got to go subscribe. We're crushing it on YouTube, 2,000 subscribers in under a month. And we're live on TikTok and YouTube right now. If you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 425 likes. Let's see if we can set a new record for likes. The record is 450 on our streams. We'll see if we can pass 450 in this pivotal Week 14 fantasy football week, the first week of the fantasy playoffs. Hey, Sam, is it smarter to play Chiefs or Colts defense? I like the Colts defense. I'd probably say Colts over Chiefs defense this week. I would play Ayuk over Amari Cooper, Rahul. And thanks for being one of our OG YouTube subscribers. Really do appreciate that. Look how far we've come in such a short period of time. Perriman, Debo, or Juju? I would probably play Perriman over Debo Samuel and over Juju Smith-Schuster. Perriman, again, he's up against the Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers. No Denzel Mims. Jameson Elite Crowder is going to be playing injured at best. So I don't think that you can go wrong with Brashad Perriman today. I think he's going to have a pretty good day. Brady or Herbert? I'd lean towards Brady over Herbert, but it's really close. I do think Herbert's going to have a bounce back week. Kiki or Debo Samuel? I like Kiki QT a lot this week. I would probably play him over Debo Samuel. Guys, we're only 15 likes away from 425. Let's see if we can hit it. Corey Davis or James Conner? I would play Corey Davis over James Conner. Samuel or Ayuk? 400th like, Max. Thanks, man. I would probably go Ayuk over Debo Samuel. Ayuk has established to have a higher floor than Debo Samuel. And guys, again, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, you got to go do that. We passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. Very exciting. Swift or Montgomery? This one's not close. Jackson, it's David Montgomery, who's gone over 25 fantasy points in back-to-back weeks. He's looking for his third straight week over 25 fantasy points. Mo, I told you I'm not going to forget my OG fantasy subscribers. And if you're deciding between Zeke and Gallman, Mo, it is absolutely Ezekiel Elliott. It's not even close in my opinion. Godwin or Mike Davis? I would definitely go Chris Godwin over Mike Davis. Terry McLaurin or Allen Robinson. These are two guys in very similar situations. Both of these guys have proven to be quarterback proof and matchup proof. I mean, two guys, Terry McLaurin and Allen Robinson, that have had to fight through horrible quarterback play their entire careers and would probably be top 5 wide receivers in the NFL if they were in better quarterback situations. But this week, I like Terry McLaurin a little bit more than I like Allen Robinson. They're very similar. Herbert or Rodgers? OG subscriber. Thanks, man. Yeah, I don't think you can be benching Aaron Rodgers, guys. Aaron Rodgers is on an absolute tear. He's the only player that is in competition with Patrick Mahomes for MVP this season. You can't be benching Aaron Rodgers. Evans or Landry? I would go Mike Evans. Again, quick list of players that I think you need to start this week. You need to start Chris Godwin. You need to start Mike Evans. You need to start Justin Jefferson. You need to start Adam Thielen. You need to start Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I think you absolutely need to start Calvin Ridley and Keenan Allen and A.J. Brown. I think Ronald Jones and Jonathan Taylor are in the must-start category. They are all must-start players. You can't be benching these guys. Ridley over Lockett, Edward, 100%. Ridley without Julio Jones has some of the highest upside at the wide receiver position. I know you've answered it already, but starting Perriman over Antonio Brown is the hardest decision I've ever made in my life. That is not an understatement, man. I'm okay going Perriman over Antonio Brown. It's not going to feel good, and they have similar situations, so don't beat yourself up if that one ends up being wrong. But Perriman, the process on Brashad Perriman is actually pretty good this week, guys. Chark or Cooper? I would lean towards Cooper over Chark. Wayne Gallman, Tyler Boyd, Sterling Shepard. Honestly, I think I like Sterling Shepard the most out of those three players with Daniel Jones back. Yes, the free player prop pick of the week. It is Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards. He's averaging 9 carries per game in games where Melvin Gordon also played. And he's up against the Panthers, who have allowed over 30 rushing yards to every single player with at least 9 carries against them. So he's averaging 9 carries per game up against the defense that's allowed over 30 rushing yards per game to every player with at least 9 carries. And Phillip Lindsay over under is 27. So lock in Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards today. Russ or Tannehill? I would probably lean towards, it's close. It is really close. I would probably lean towards Ryan Tannehill over Russell Wilson. Sam, I'm a premium subscriber on the app. Hilton or Pittman, Deshaun or Cousins? Walter has Deshaun. I would probably start Kirk Cousins, Patrick, over Deshaun Watson, and I would start Hilton over Pittman as well. And those, Patrick, those are close. Those are very close. These are big decisions. But I would lean towards Kirk Cousins, who to me is in a really good matchup this week, that game's going to be super high scoring. There's a chance both teams score over 30 points. So you can trust Kirk Cousins over Deshaun Watson today. Guys, DeAndre Washington is going to be the bust of the week. He is the Devontae Booker of this week. He is not trustworthy. He is not the best receiving back on the team. They're going up against the Chiefs. They're probably going to be trailing for most of the game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Lynn Bowden could likely see 50% of the workload. DeAndre Washington is not a guy I want in your starting lineups today. You're the only reason I'm in the playoffs, Patrick. I'm glad you made the playoffs, man. And when you win the championship, it was you who won the championship. I helped, but you guys are making your own decisions. And one of my biggest pieces of advice today, especially in the fantasy football playoffs, where your start-sit decisions are going to make or break whether you win this week or lose this week. Your matchup's probably going to be within 20 points. So you're making the right start decisions is crucial. You gotta, at some level today, go with your guts, guys, because the last thing you want is your last decision in the fantasy football season to be against what you really believe. You got to go with your gut. Go with your instinct a little bit more than you usually do today. Trust your studs. Trust your best players. And you got to trust your gut at some level. You got to go out there, get the best possible information you can get, which is all available for free on the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. 10,000 simulations of the week for boom and bust probabilities and accurate, artificially intelligent median projections. But at the end of the day, who do you believe is going to do better? That's the guy you got to put in your lineup. Ayuk, Perriman, or Kiki. I think Ayuk is going to do the best out of all three of those guys. All three of those guys, though, are really good options. Ayuk, Perriman, and Kiki QT. Really interesting wide receiver 2 options this week. QT, Landry, or Ayuk. Again, I like Ayuk a little bit more than QT, but both of them, very, very good options. Giovanni Bernard is actually a pretty good start this week against a Dallas Cowboys team that is one of the worst rush defenses I've ever seen. I mean, everyone on their team knew the Baltimore Ravens were going to run the ball last week, and they still couldn't stop the run. It was insane. And Giovanni Bernard is going to benefit from that this week. Guys, we're almost at 450 likes. Let's get to 425 likes on YouTube. Just 7 more people. Hit that like button. Takes you 2 seconds. Helps us out a ton. Really do appreciate that. If you haven't checked us out on YouTube yet, guys, you got to go check us out on YouTube. We passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers today. Alex, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everyone. Everyone's got to enjoy the heck out of this Sunday because we don't have very many fantasy football Sundays left. Taysom or Big Ben? I like Big Ben a lot more than Taysom. Tedzilla, the player prop pick of the week is Phillip Lindsay over 27 rushing yards against this Carolina Panthers defense that has allowed over 30 rushing yards to every single running back with at least 9 carries against them this season. Phillip Lindsay averaging 9 carries a game in games where Melvin Gordon also played. Lamar or Tannehill, you can't bench Lamar Jackson, guys. You cannot bench him. We passed 425 likes. Let's go. Let's see if we can break our record and pass 450 likes in the next 24 minutes before football starts. That will be completely hype. One of the first 500 subs. And thanks for being an OG, man. Carson, Deontay, or Anderson. Guys, Robbie Anderson is a really good option this week with no DJ Moore. He's got really, really high upside. 90th percentile outcome for Robbie Anderson is probably going to win you your week. So I think I'd go Robbie Anderson there. A.J. Brown or Corey Davis? I go A.J. Brown over Corey Davis. Michael Thomas over Deontay Johnson. Yes, I would go Michael Thomas over Deontay Johnson. I would rank those guys as A.J. Brown 1, Michael Thomas 2, Corey Davis 3, Deontay Johnson 4. Though all those guys are going to do well this week. Again, hit that like button if you're watching live on YouTube. We're seeing if we can break our all-time like record of 450. That would be extremely exciting. And it looks like we just tapped out on TikTok. We are dead on my iPhone. That's how long we have been live on TikTok. So we're going to wrap this up the next 20 minutes on YouTube, solely on YouTube. Just looking at these questions now. Sam, you were not lying when you said your energy increases. No, I do not lie, man. I don't lie. I'm pumped to watch some football. We got to get to 450 likes, guys. I would love to get to that 450 like mark. That would be super exciting. DeAndre Hopkins or A.J. Brown? I would lean A.J. Brown over DeAndre Hopkins this week. Mike Davis greater than 10 points? Yes, probably over 10 points. Jonathan Taylor, Juju, or Ronald Jones? I think Ronald Jones is safer than Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor has similar upside. I would rank Ronald Jones slightly ahead of Jonathan Taylor now, though. That Leonard Fournette was a healthy scratch. That was a huge vote of confidence for Ronald Jones. Kirk Cousins or Matt Ryan? I would play Kirk Cousins over Matt Ryan without Julio Jones. Taysom or Kyler. I like Kyler Murray, but not with the injury that he's been dealing with. I like Taysom Hill a little bit more. Kirk Cousins or Matt Ryan? Kirk Cousins. Tonyan or Goddard? I like Tonyan a lot more than Goddard this week. Goddard is very risky. I think that the Eagles team could really, really struggle against the Saints defense. This is not an ideal matchup in his first start for Jalen Hurts up against the Saints defense that has one of the best running defenses of all time. Kamara, Aaron Jones, Eckler, start 2. I'd go Aaron Jones and Eckler there. I like Aaron Jones and Eckler more than Alvin Kamara this week. And guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Thoughts on Monty and Eckler this week? Premium sub. Carter, appreciate you, man. I like both of them a lot this week. I think both of them are going to end up being league winners. Robbie Anderson or Cole Beasley? I'd go Robbie Anderson over Cole Beasley. Both are pretty good options. Favorite DFS plays today? Yes, my favorite DFS plays today are... Oh, I didn't mean to remove that. Sorry, man. But I do think my favorite DFS plays today, I like Rashad Perriman's value a ton. Ronald Jones and Jonathan Taylor need to be considered at the running back spots with their upside. I think that one of A.J. Brown or Corey Davis is going to provide significant return on value on DraftKings. Guys, we're only 18 likes away from 450, hitting our all-time record. We got 20 minutes to do it. Hit that like button. You can help us pass 450 likes on YouTube. Jacobs or Deontay Johnson? I would probably lean towards Deontay Johnson over Josh Jacobs this week. Walter, what defense should I play? Colts, Chiefs, or Bears? I would probably rank those guys in that order. And Max, my name's actually Sam. I built an artificially intelligent algorithm whose name is Walter. You can get access to his machine learning, artificially intelligent projections in the WalterPicks app in the iOS App Store. Guys, let's pass 440 likes. We need 4 more people to hit that like button. You can help us do it. Hit that like button. Really helps us out. I appreciate it. Kareem Hunt or Nyheim Hines? I would lean towards Nyheim Hines over Kareem Hunt, guys. The Las Vegas Raiders allowed over 200 rushing yards on just first and second down to the New York Jets last week. Hines and Jonathan Taylor are in a fantastic spot this week. The only thing I'm scared of is Hopkins. Don't know what to do. Ayuk is on my bench. Yeah, Walter says to start Hopkins over Ayuk. I personally would be starting Ayuk over Hopkins. Again, the New York Giants have not allowed a top 24 wide receiver week to any receiver in the last month. No receiver over 15 fantasy points against this Giants team in the last month. The last person to do it was Terry McLaurin back in week 9. Hopkins, though, is still one of the best players on your team, so it's tough to bench him. Do you think Kyler will go over 20? I think Kyler could struggle. All right, Sam, thanks for the advice for convincing me to start Perriman over AB. Yeah, good luck, man. I will see you tomorrow for tomorrow night's live stream. Terry McLaurin or Curtis Samuel? Definitely Terry McLaurin. Guys, we're 11 likes away. Hit that like button to get us to 450 likes on this live stream. Chad Hansen or AB? Definitely AB. Claypool, Perriman, or Marvin Jones? I would go Marvin Jones, then Perriman, then Claypool. Deontay Johnson is a good option, guys. He's gotten over 20% target share in every healthy game he's played this season. I like Melvin Gordon more than Kareem Hunt this week, guys. The Panthers' run defense has not been that good. Deontay Johnson, Evans, or McLaren? I like Deontay Johnson, but not as much as I like Mike Evans or Terry McLaurin. I like Mike Evans a lot. Again, here's guys you have to be starting this week, guys. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen. You have to start Keenan Allen and Calvin Ridley. You have to start Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. You need to be starting Mark Andrews in your starting lineups. These are guys you must start. Austin Eckler makes that list as well. And so does Ronald Jones, guys. Ronald Jones is a must start now. I like Tom Brady a little bit more than Tannehill, but they're very similar options, both very high upside. Mostert or Drake? I would lean towards Drake over Mostert, but it's very close, William. It's very close. Yes, you can trust Evan Ingram's upside. You can't trust his floor, but with Daniel Jones back, he's been very involved in that offense. Evan Ingram is a pretty solid tight end option this week. Guys, we're 7 likes away from 450. Who's going to get us there? Who's going to be our 450th like? I appreciate everybody who's liked so far. Devontae Parker, Josh Jacobs, or Kiki. I would go Kiki QT over Josh Jacobs and over Devontae Parker today. Kiki QT is going to get 10-plus targets in an offense led by Deshaun Watson. That's exactly what you want. I like Rashad Perriman more than Curtis Samuel this week. Ebron or Andrews? I like Andrews a little bit more than Eric Ebron. Yes, I do think you can start Marvin Jones, Noah, over Juju Smith-Schuster. We're 3 likes away from 450, everyone. Who wants to be the 450th like? Deontay or Hopkins? I love your stuff, man. Mo, it's close. It's close. I would argue Deontay Johnson is safer than DeAndre Hopkins this week. Josh Allen or Mahomes? Brody, you can never bench Mahomes. 450 likes. New record in terms of likes. Let's go. Thank you, everyone who helped us pass that mark. I really do appreciate that. Let's see if we get to 475 now. That would be super cool in the next 10 minutes before we wrap up. Perriman or Kiki QT? I would lean towards Kiki QT over Brashad Perriman, though they're very similar options this week. I like Kiki as a guy with a better quarterback, though Perriman has the better matchup. Perriman's up against the Seattle Seahawks defense, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. Pittman, Beasley, or Debo? Joseph, you can't go wrong with Cole Beasley there. Do you like Debo or Ayuk more this week? I like Ayuk more than Debo Samuel. Guys, let's see if we can hit 475 likes. Hit that like button to help us get there. You answered my question. No problem, man. Do you like Debo or Ayuk? I like Ayuk more. Henry, Eckler, Zeke, Jacobs start 2. It has to be Derrick Henry and Austin Eckler there, guys. Austin Eckler and Derrick Henry both have top 5 running back upside this week. Derrick Henry has to be in your starting lineup. I mean, Derrick Henry has the potential to have a record-setting day. We've seen what he's done against the Jaguars in the past. I like Melvin Gordon, Trent Terrence more than T.Y. Hilton. Debo Samuel, I like less than Kiki QT. I like the Saints defense a little bit more than I like the Colts defense. James Conner or Ronald Jones? I would lean towards Ronald Jones over James Conner at this point. I think the Saints defense is a great option this week, guys. One of the best run defenses of all time. I think this is a bad time for Jalen Hurts to be starting his NFL career. I have DJ Moore and Crowder out. Should I play Keelan Cole? Yeah, but also go see if Brashad Perriman or Kiki QT are available because those are better options than Keelan Cole. Allen Lazard or Tyler Boyd? I like Lazard more. Hunt or Antonio Brown in PPR? Apps is AB. Yeah, I like Antonio Brown a little bit more too. Joseph, Ebron or Tonyan? I really do like Tonyan this week, though the Bills did just allow one of the best tight end games of all time. So I do think that I would go Tonyan, though, over – I would probably go Tonyan there. Pick 2, Swift, Zeke, McKissick. I think you got to go Zeke and Swift there for the upside. Mike Davis or DeAndre Swift? I like Mike Davis's floor much better than DeAndre Swift's, but DeAndre Swift definitely has the higher ceiling. Pick 3, DK, Diggs, AJ, Juju. Definitely those first 3 guys. I mean, there's no argument to benching DK Metcalf or Stephon Diggs or AJ Brown. Again, let me rattle off some guys who absolutely have to be starting. We're 15 minutes away from football, guys. I'm getting pumped. You got to be starting AJ Brown. You have to be starting Justin Jefferson. You have to be starting Adam Thielen. And you have to be starting A.J. Brown. You have to start Calvin Ridley. You have to start Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler, Ronald Jones, Jonathan Taylor, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Evan Ingram, Mark Andrews. All of these guys get into your starting lineups. Sam, for DFS, Lamar or Allen? Also, which DFS, Pittsburgh or Baltimore? I would probably go with Baltimore defense over Pittsburgh defense. I don't love either of them. And I like Josh Allen just a little bit more than Lamar Jackson this week. Clyde or Gurley? I would go Clyde. Gurley and Miles Sanders must be benched this week, guys. Let's see if we can get to 475 likes, guys. Hit that like button. We're only 19 away from 475 likes. We got 10 minutes to do it. We got more than enough people tuned in right now to do it too. If you hit that subscribe button too, really would appreciate that. Cook or Jacobs? Definitely Dalvin Cook. I mean, you can never be benching Dalvin Cook. T.Y. Hilton or Duke Johnson? Close one. I would probably go with Duke Johnson, though. Cooks or Jacobs? Yeah, again, can't bench Dalvin Cook. Hunter Henry or Logan Thomas? Nathan, that's definitely Hunter Henry for me. Cole Beasley or Mike Williams? I would go Cole Beasley. Font or Tonyan? Those are really similar options for me this week. I think Tonyan has a little bit more upside. How much do I have to pay for one comparison after 25 free ones? Brody, you got to subscribe. Just start the 3-day free trial. You get unlimited sit comparisons, Brody. And you'll get access to exploitable player prop picks. We got 7 today. You'll get access to dominant DFS advice on DraftKings and FanDuel. Yeah, it is tough benching some of your studs. This is a huge, huge week, guys. You got to be making the right start-sit decisions. Phillip Rivers or Kirk Cousins? I like Cousins more. Eckler or Thielen for flex for DraftKings? I have Tampa Bay defense, but I have Herbert and Allen as well. Yeah, the Austin Eckler, Herbert, Allen stack is very interesting, but I think Thielen has the higher upside over Austin Eckler today. So I'd probably go him in flex on DraftKings. Kiki, Jarvis, or Mike Davis? I like Kiki QT more than both those guys. Guys, Kiki QT is probably going to see over 10 targets today, tethered to Deshaun Watson. Should I start Swift, Clyde, or Pittman? Probably Swift. I don't trust Clyde really at all. Sean, how's it going? QT, Amari Cooper, Mike Davis, or James Conner? Walter says Mike Davis, but I'm leaning towards QT. Yeah, I'm leaning towards QT out of those options as well. I think you should go QT there, man. Thanks for sticking around, by the way. Tonyan or Jonnu Smith? I would lean towards Tonyan over Jonnu Smith. I like Austin Eckler more than Alvin Kamara today, guys. Tyler Boyd, Pittman, or Hansen? I would probably lean Tyler Boyd out of all of those players. McLaren or Deontay Johnson? I would lean McLaren. Guys, we're very close to 475 likes. Let's see if we can get there. Hit that like button. Higgins or Antonio Brown? I would go Antonio Brown over Higgins. Zeke or Jacobs? I would definitely go Zeke over Jacobs at flex. Irv Smith and Aaron Jones or James Robinson and Hunter Henry? I'd probably go that Aaron Jones stack. I think that's a little bit better. We're back live on TikTok for the next 5 minutes. We'll see if my phone can survive. I got a good feeling for Zeke. Yeah, Jackson, I got a very good feeling for Zeke this week too. Deshaun Watson, Tom Brady, or Kirk Cousins? Please help. I like Tom Brady the most out of those players. I think that Buccaneers-Vikings game is going to be extremely high scoring. And guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, you got to hit that like button. Sorry for the TikTok stream died. My phone is struggling in terms of battery. We'll see if it can last the next 5 minutes. For the last 5 minutes, though, I'm here to answer your questions. I'd go Kiki over Antonio Brown. I would go Brady over Herbert. I'd go Rodgers over Kyler for sure. Corey Davis is not quite as exciting to me as Mike Evans, but he probably has the safer floor. I'm definitely starting Tom Brady over Kyler Murray. My biggest sleeper of the week is Brashad Perriman, that has very little competition for deep targets in his offense today with Denzel Mims out up against the Seattle Seahawks team, allowing the most fantasy points per game to wide receivers this season. And guys, we're almost at 475 likes on our live. We only need 14 more people to hit that like button. Who's going to be our 475th like? Hit that like button if you want to be our 475th like on YouTube. Really do appreciate the likes on YouTube. We're live on YouTube and TikTok right now. Ty Johnson or Chad Hansen? I would lean towards Chad Hansen. It looks like Frank Gore is going to play. Deontay Johnson or David Montgomery? I would lean towards Montgomery, guys. David Montgomery is looking to have his third straight week over 25 fantasy points. And we are 10 minutes away from football. This is down to the wire. I can sense the stress across the screen, guys. Kiki QT is a fantastic option today. Should I be starting Chubb this week against Baltimore? Yes, you have to start Nick Chubb every single week, no matter who he plays. Dobbins or Mostert? I would lean towards Dobbins over Mostert. Jacobs or Kiki or Drake? I like Kiki QT over Josh Jacobs this week, guys. And again, if you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. We passed 2,000 YouTube subscribers today, which is super exciting. We're 13 likes away from 475 likes on our YouTube live stream. Also very exciting. Set a new record there. Thanks for answering all my questions. You're the man. Looking forward to the basketball stuff on DFS. Yeah, I'm looking forward to providing some basketball advice for DraftKings and FanDuel moving forward too. Guys, great. Best of luck in your fantasy football matchups today. Playoffs. This is a big, big week for all of us. I hope you used the right process. I hope you downloaded the WalterPicks app for the free start sit comparisons to give you the best information you need to win your fantasy football league. And I hope that we all can advance to round 2 together next week. I will be live, by the way. I'm always live the hour leading up to primetime football. So not Sunday nights, but Monday and Thursday nights. I'm always live the hour before football. I've been live since 8:45 a.m. this morning. We are heading up to my 4th hour live. So appreciate everyone who's tuned in. Duke Johnson or Mostert? I would lean Duke Johnson over Mostert. Definitely McLaren over Michael Thomas for me, but Calvin Ridley over Michael Thomas. Guys, Calvin Ridley's a must start. Again, before we wrap up here are my must starts of the week. You have to start A.J. Brown. You have to start Justin Jefferson. You have to start Adam Thielen. You have to start Austin Eckler. You have to start David Montgomery. You have to start Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Calvin Ridley, Keenan Allen, Austin Eckler. I think I already said those guys. I'm saying them again. You must start these players. Kiki QT is also a pretty interesting must start. I think Brandon Ayuk also on the must start list. Debo or Claypool? I would lean towards Debo Samuel. Hawkinson or Ingram? I would go Ingram over Hawkinson. Tyler Boyd or Cole Beasley? I would lean towards Cole Beasley over Tyler Boyd. Yeah, Derrick Henry's an obvious must start. So is Aaron Jones. Terry or Allen Robinson? I like Terry just a little bit more. Ayuk or QT? I would lean towards Ayuk, but it's very, very close. McLaren or Ayuk? I would lean towards McLaren over Ayuk. Ebron or Gronk? I like Gronk a lot today. Guys, if you're watching live on YouTube, we're 12 people away from 475 likes. Hit that like button. If you're watching live on TikTok and you haven't checked us out on YouTube yet, you got to go check us out on YouTube. We're live on YouTube and TikTok right now. We can get to 475 likes if some of you join us on this YouTube live stream. We got a few minutes left before we wrap up here. It is week 14 of the NFL. I'm pumped to watch some football. I do trust Ronald Jones. I do trust Ronald Jones this week. Perriman or Pittman? I'd lean towards Perriman, guys. We're 10 likes away from 475. Giovanni Bernard, Cole Beasley, or Juju. I like Cole Beasley a little bit more than those guys. I like Robbie Anderson more than Deontay Johnson this week, guys. Robbie Anderson's got a very high ceiling with no DJ Moore in the lineup. I like Evan Ingram a little bit more than Noah Fant. Lamar, Tannehill, or Taysom. I like Lamar Jackson, guys. You got to start Lamar Jackson. You got to start Josh Allen this week. There's no debating starting those guys. Eckler's ceiling, Jackson is number one running back on the day. He has a massive, massive ceiling. He could score 3 touchdowns and get 10 catches in a game. Cooper, Juju, QT. I'd probably go with Juju and QT there. Mike Davis or Jonathan Taylor? It's Jonathan Taylor, guys. The Raiders allowed 200 rushing yards. 200 rushing yards on just first and second down to the New York Jets last week. That's setting up great for Jonathan Taylor and Nyheim Hines. And guys, I appreciate everyone tuned in on TikTok right now. If you haven't checked out our YouTube channel yet, you got to go check that out. That's where we started this morning. We're over 2,000 YouTube subscribers now. We only need 6 more likes on our YouTube live to hit 475 likes. We got a few minutes to do that. 5 more likes. Who's going to be our 475th like on YouTube? Drake or Swift? I would lean towards Swift over Drake. Duke Johnson, Brashad Perriman, or Boyd? I would lean towards Brashad Perriman there. Godwin or McLaren? I would lean Godwin over McLaren. I think Godwin and Mike Evans are must starts this week. I think Gronk is a must start. I think A.J. Brown, Corey Davis must starts. Jonathan Taylor, Ronald Jones, David Montgomery, Austin Eckler must starts. Keenan Allen is a must start. Calvin Ridley, you can't bench him, guys. You cannot bench him. Kiki QT, also very, very good option. Who's going to be our 475th like, guys? We're 4 likes away. Hit that like button. Takes 2 seconds. You can be our 475th like before we wrap up here today. And if you're watching live on TikTok, I always spend my last 5 minutes of live stream only on YouTube. So if you want to get your questions answered, come join the YouTube stream for the last few minutes. Thank you for tuning in. And we are live only on YouTube right now. We're still 1 like away from 475. Love the grind and the app. Premium user here. Dan, thank you, man. I appreciate it. We're over 475 likes. Let's go. I got time for a few more questions. All right, Jackson. What's your question, man? 5 more minutes. I know, I'm very pumped. Kiki over Bernard, 100%. I'd go Jacobs over Gallman. I'd go Jacobs over Dobbins as well. I would not play Kiki QT over Michael Thomas. Josh Allen over Justin Herbert for me, but it's close. Jacobs over Gallman again. I'd go Josh Allen over Justin Herbert. I'd go Josh Jacobs over J.K. Dobbins. Guys, we're only 20 likes away from 500. That would be pretty cool if we could hit 500. Hit that like button. We could get to 500 likes. That would be super, super exciting. We're only 17 likes away. You could help us be our first stream with 500 likes. We only got a couple of minutes left. I'm trying to get to as many questions. How are you feeling about Robbie Anderson? I think he's got an extremely high ceiling. Well, guys, we're 14 likes away. Who's going to be our 500th like? That would be a record that's going to be tough to beat. Thoughts on Diggs? I think Stephon Diggs is in that must-start category for me. I think that the weakness of the Steelers' defense is their secondary. 488 likes. We're almost 10 likes away. Cam Akers going forward. He's a running back 2 with running back 1 upside, Quentin. He's got extremely high upside. We were all over his player prop pick, by the way, on Thursday night. He cleared his prop on the first drive, just like Phillip Lindsay's going to do today, over 27 rushing yards. Lock that one in. We are 10 likes away from 500 likes on this YouTube stream. We got 1 minute left. Can we get 10 likes in 1 minute? I'm not so sure. Tannehill or Josh Allen? I like Josh Allen just a little bit more. Thanks for subscribing, man, and liking. Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen? I'd go Lamar Jackson. Just a slight nod over Josh Allen for me. James Conner or Deontay Johnson or Allen Robinson. I lean towards Allen Robinson out of those three guys. Guys, that is my time. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing. Have a fantastic playoffs in the week 1. I'm rooting for you. I'll be live tomorrow in the hour leading up to football. We're only 8 likes away from 500. Who's going to get us over 500 mark? I really would appreciate that. That would be honestly a huge milestone for us, hitting 500 likes on our live stream. And I'm rooting for each and one of your fantasy teams. If you still need help with your start-sit decisions, look no further than the WalterPicks app on the iOS App Store. Guys, have a fantastic Sunday. I appreciate every single one of you. Let's get that dub.